a government racket. Combined with the power of Charles Jurassic. Nation T-Rex with covert tactics. Rise from the ashes to back the ashes. Bring the madness. Capture your image of City Hall. Realize they listen whenever you make a call. If you want a revolution, I really give it to y'all. Strength is the army that bands against bands and dead presidents, determining like a mankind of cancerous. How we breathe, vapors, creep, got us blinking in the streets like cheap paper. There's a pyramid of power with eyes that can see it all. Cameras to capture your image of City Hall. Realize they listen whenever you make a call. If you want a revolution, I really give it to y'all. Strength is the army that bands against bands of dead presidents, determining life of mankind of cancerous. How we breathe, vapors, creep, got us blinking in the streets like cheap paper. Assemble the masses, melt the plastic, compound, realign when the shit gets drastic. Lift the veil when the system's unmasked. It's just another pyramid scheme, a government racket. Combined with the power of Charles Jurassic. Nation T-Rex with covert tactics. Rise from the ashes to back the ashes. Bring the madness. Capture your image of City Hall. Realize they listen whenever you make a call. If you want a revolution, I really give it to y'all. Strength is the army that bands against bands and dead presidents, determining life of mankind of cancerous. How we breathe, vapors, creep, got us blinking in the streets like cheap paper.
Good morning. I'll tell you what, I've been sitting here, man. There are some seriously cool skins. I mean, it's all like proper low res, but some of them. I mean, this one. Look, I mean, you can see. I mean, Jesus Christ, it's not exactly great, is it? But some of them actually, I saw like a whole. It was like a samurai warrior looking dude. Let's have a look at this. Am I supposed to identify things? I'm still not sure if like identifying gives me more money or even if I need to worry about selling this kind of like low level stuff, to be honest. Right, I think control does that. So blue, it's kind of weird, isn't it? I almost wish it would disappear rather than being highlighted. I suppose none of this really matters, though. It's all going to change, isn't it? And obviously I can move all those across. I'm still struggling. I played just a little bit as I didn't really do any quests, but I don't understand how the hell are you going to play this with WASD? So, like, I understand how it's going to work, like, as in WASD is going to move my character and then my spells and things will go in the direction of the cursor, but how am I going to press all the other buttons? I really feel like, you know, I've got like ASD. I'll change these to ASDF because I like pressing shift to stay static. In fact, I think I changed that to a tab. And I've changed the pots to QWE 4 and 5. But how the hell am I going to play WoW? I don't get it. I don't understand. In Diablo, everything just like, I just click it. It's like super easy. I don't see how I'm going to migrate to WASD on keyboard. Controller, again, I don't understand how I'm going to cast spells on controller. If my left analog is going to move this, my right analog is presumably like where I'm going to cast. Then how am I going to press the face buttons? Do you know what I mean? I'd have to. It'd be like taking your hand off the mouse to cast a spell. So I'm kind of confused how this is going to work, to be honest. I mean, I'm sure it's not going to be a problem, but in my head, it seems like quite the challenge. Maybe I use too many skills. You know, the thing is, I think you can press control, can't you? Yeah, look, you can press control for more skills. I don't even know why that's in there. So I'm going to assume, unlike Diablo, you've got crazy complexity to build, right? Morning, Missy. Morning. How are you? What did I go for? We went for attack speed, didn't we? Elemental resistance probably isn't going to be a bad idea, is it? But I don't really know where I'm going. I was just sort of like, you know, what about these down here? Increased life, less chance to get stunned sounds like a good one. Maybe get that. Oh, I've already got that, right? What about if I 20% increase maximum mana? That sounds quite good, actually. Gain 4 mana per enemy hit with attacks if you've used the mana flask in the past 10 seconds. Oh, plus 20 strength to intelligence sounds good. What about if I go down there? Whoa, did that just auto unlock that? Oh, no. Let's do that. That sort of looks okay. I think it's going to have a similar feel to the Ascent. Yeah, like a twin-stick shooter. And it makes sense, doesn't it, that your left analog is going to move your character and your right analog, like Lost Ark. Like Lost Ark, we can move our spell location around with the right analog stick. But how can you move the right analog stick and be pressing skills? You can't. Unless you've got under paddles. So I'm not sure how they've done it. I mean, if you want to be moving left and looking right, not a problem, right? Yeah, I mean, I'd be pressing A on the keyboard and putting my cursor over here, wouldn't I? Makes total sense. With the analog stick, I'm going to pull left, and with the right analog stick, I'm going to be holding it right. So how now do I cast the spell? Now, if you've got under paddles, like an Xbox Elite controller, not a problem. If you're using things like RB or your triggers, again, not a problem. But a lot of your skills, you're going to assume you need to be bound to Y, X, B, and A. So I'm quite intrigued to see what control scheme I've come up with, to be honest. I'm quite looking forward to it. For that alone, to be honest, Larry. Moving skills is going to have the same feel as a classic MMO. What do you mean, same feel as a classic MMO? Yeah, I'm not sure what you mean by that. But yeah, I'm going to be interested to see how... What I'm worried about is we won't have it. See, Lost Ark... See, Diablo doesn't let you cast your spells in a specific area. You have no right analog in Diablo 4. So what it does is it uses like... it's really using the direction your character's facing. And to be fair, it does a very good job of it. So I wanted to put a Hydra over here. As long as my character is looking in that direction, it tends to nail it. You know, if it's a doorway, it tends to go quite close to the doorway. Whereas in Lost Ark, with directional spells, I literally have a cursor, which is the right analog stick. Now, most MMOs don't do that anyway. Spamming buttons, skill buttons, but again, well, you're not listening to me then, are you, Larry? That's my whole point. Is on a controller, how are you going to move left with the left analog stick while holding your right analog stick to face to the right while spamming keys? You can't. You've only got 2 thumbs, dude. So, yes, we can use things like the left trigger, the left bumper, the right bumper, and the right trigger to simultaneously be casting spells. But you are going to struggle with your Y, X, B, and A. Now, that's not a problem if we're using under paddles. We've still got access to another 4 buttons. So those of us with under paddle controllers won't have a problem. But you've got to assume they've made it for PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X, which by default don't come with under paddle controllers. So I'm, like I said, I'm not saying it can't be done. I'm saying, like, how have they actually done that? It's going to be very interesting. They seem to be quite hell-bent on suggesting that, you know, the controller may be the way to go for Path of Exile 2, man.
What little help I can offer is yours.
Talk to Tartly, wasn't it? Yeah, I'm very much looking forward to it, man. What if they,
the warden of Axiom Prison.
I suppose the idea will be not to have directional spells on your face buttons.
And as you know from Hillock, big lads are slow.
Coffee area, yeah.
That's the way to
I mean, it'll be. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying. I'm sure it's going to be brilliant. What I'm really interested in is how they've done it.
Just right.
I think if anyone's going to nail it better than Diablo, it will be these guys.
Lug it up out of the caves for us. Could have
I'm
made
the same,
quite
Larry. I've
chowder
not
out
had
of
any coffee yet. This is my first
matter.
one.
We've got one less reason to fear the dark, and I've got one more thing to thank you for.
The thing is, though, Laren, let me go back to this one. I still don't understand how some of you guys are playing this game. Raz, thank you so much, dude.
Just the one, was it?
Thanks for the 46, bro.
A bit lonely, decided to make himself some pets. Wow.
How are you, Raz? Are you playing a Path of Exile 2 on launch, dude?
Good and filthy. Here,
They reached out and I got my code confirmed today for December 5th, which is the day before launch, I think, as well.
Road via Prisoner's Gate. Had to skirt around Axiom Prison.
Morning Shades, morning Permarin,
Bloody treacherous
morning Raz. How are we all doing? You okay, Missy? How's Signy, right?
Berries, fruit, more food than we can scrounge here. But most here wouldn't survive the journey.
Yeah, but Final Fantasy is
damn
completely
sight
different, though,
easier
isn't it?
to pass
Because
through
the targeting systems are completely different.
You carve us a path up the coast.
That's what you say. That's why I didn't understand when you said an MMA. You know, this is an ARPG. It's nothing like an MMA. You know, the skill casting. I mean, I watch some of the biggest content creators on Twitch. You know, like I think the top 3 all switched the controller for Final Fantasy in a lot of their content. You know, they found it better than mouse and keyboard did. But that's very different when you're tracking to the left and trying to shoot something up in the northeast, which is totally possible with WASD and mouse control. See, what I don't understand, I don't even understand how you guys have your key bindings in this game. I'm not sure if there's like a default. See, I like having my pinky on shift, so I really don't like using Q, W, E, R, and 1, 2, 3, 4. I find it all very out of reach, to be honest. I feel much more comfortable with like shift, pinky on shift, and then ASD, and then I've changed C for my inventory, which seems to be nice. And then I've got like ASD, F, and G as my primary skills, and that seems quite nice. And then I've got QWE as my heal pots, and 4, 5 just because I've bound those to my mouse. But the thing is, I mean, I was looking at the Tartarus yesterday, just seeing like what they went for. 150 fucking quid, dude. But this is a dead game now, isn't it? I mean, for all intents and purposes, you know, everyone's going to be playing Path of Exile 2, isn't they? Travel to the prison. How do I get to the prison? So I'm not really worried about this anymore. And let's say, where's the prison? The flooded depths, the ledge, the climb. Oh, the prison. Let's go over there. I went for a bit of a wonder off stream yesterday. Raz, thank you so much for the 46, dude. Seriously, mate, thank you ever so much. That's a huge amount of support, bro. Thank you. And when I play, I don't use more than 4 or 5 skills. Well, that might help me then, because I must admit, I am a bit of a bugger. You know, if I've got a skill, I'm kind of using it. So yeah, I saw what you're saying. Like, so you're not using necessarily all your skills. Because it was like this. I was like, oh my god, thinking about it. If I've got like a skill, you know, a gem slide in all of these, you know, I can have so many more skills by pressing control, right? And who knows if you can press even more, dude. So yeah. So don't overthink it, Larry. You know. Oh, the other thing, Larry, this will make you laugh, mate. I was playing yesterday, right? I was thinking I was getting my ass handed to me, and I fumbled my keys, and I went like that, and then I went like that, and then I went like that, and then I went like that. I didn't know I could have 3, dude. No, I don't know if that changed. I'm going to assume. Where was it? Oh, hang on. What's doing that? Oh, yeah. So what I've done is I've put the ballista. Oh, yeah, there you go. +2 to maximum number of summon ballista totems. I don't know how I've got that. I don't know if that's from the gem leveling or not. And I put a split arrow on it, which I think works. Now, obviously, this makes that I've got burning arrow with cold damage support there. I know that makes no sense at all, but I just did it just to gain levels on it, I think. I mean, I suppose I could take it out and just throw it in there, right? But again, I don't know if it any gains levels if it's associated with another skill, maybe. What's this then? Right click's gain a passive skill point. Right click's gain 2 passive respec points. You're right, Perman. I wake up to. I tell you what I did. I watched the. I've been trying not to watch too much. I watched some of the Path of Exile 2 stuff, like probably, I don't know, like 3-4 months ago. And I watched just a really, it was like 3 minutes. And it was a dude, I think it was like a giant hammer. Oh my god, the animations on it look so good, dudes. They look so good, bro. It was like this big wind-up and this massive ground pound. And watching him go backwards, you know, so again, like watching the character move backwards, so traveling to the left, but facing to the right as he backed away from a boss. Oh my god, it looks so freaking cool, dude. I wake up to a kind of shock. Oh, you're right, Perma. The Gamma update was pushed ahead to tomorrow. Oh, really? Are they releasing it early? I wonder why, dude. I mean, you know, they're just happy with it an early launch, or I sound croaky today, don't I? I think it's due to personal reasons on Grok's side being unavailable after next week. Oh, right, got you. What is he like going on holiday or something? Yeah, Alarian, definitely. Yeah, I mean, I wasn't sure because I've got volley support, so I'll just show you what I've got in case anyone wants to tweak anything. I've got dash, which is obviously quite handy. I love the fact that dash is like a skill. Presumably there's other ones, so that's really nice. I just can't wait to get like even if, right, I'll be honest, right, if Path of Exile 1, right, so the game I'm playing today, if all Path of Exile 2 was a visual upgrade, you know, all the fancy graphics, animations, texture work, lighting work, I would be playing it as well next week. Well, yeah, Friday next week. That's all I need out of Path of Exile. I just need the game to look like a modern day, you know, ARPG with all the bells and whistles. So I'm going to be happy anyway. Now, obviously, also, let's hope that there's a refinement of, I guess, the somewhat myriad, sort of melting pot of systems that are in the game, you know? But yeah, I'm very much looking forward to it, man. Well, you have to help me out, Larry, if you're playing it, because I know nothing about Path of Exile, you know, in 2024. We're getting a second opinion, second option on Signy. She's still testing positive for the bladder infection. The vet said they have no clue why, so we're asking someone else. That's really weird, isn't it? So how's it manifesting itself as, you know, how do you know Signy's got a bladder infection? Other than the tests missing? You know, does she, like, cry and meow if she, you know, when she's piddling. What's like the giveaways? I mean, how did you even know? Oh god, hang on, I'm not ready for this. That is a lot happening on that screen, dude. I don't think I'm ready for this, boys. Did I get like these blue mobs? Yeah, so see, this is where I'm getting destroyed, man. This happened a few times yesterday. I'm going to assume this is purely down to me not spamming pots, but I get wrecked in Path of Exile. More, I mean, you know, more than, you know, compared to Diablo. I mean, look at that. You know, you know, is it a bad build? Is this normal for Path of Exile? You know, in the early game, maybe. You know, I'm trying to use my mana pots, my heal pots. I've died more times in. I mean, what? I don't even know what level I am. Oh, was that where my? Oh, I think I just saw where my things are. I don't know what level I am, guys. I never even saw those down there. I don't know what level I am. It's actually a really good question. We'll go to. We'll have some extra mana as well. Alright, close that down. Yeah, so you know, I've got no point of comparison with it. I'm not sure, you know, am I playing really badly? Oh yeah, we'll switch that out. Oh, why can't I switch? Oh, because it needs to be identified, right? Do that. 41% increased recovery rate. So I can maybe put that on my primary. Immunity to bleeding. Immunity to corrupted blood. Alright, okay. Oh, this looks like a nice bow, dude. Well, that looks like a really nice bow. Because it's got 3 slots, look. So if I put volley support in. No. Put that there. So my main skill will be firing multiple arrows, yeah? This will make the multiple arrows become even more arrows, I think. So fire 2 additional projectiles. So this is 6, so this becomes 12, I assume. And then I should maybe add in some cold damage to it as well. I've got a ballista with multiple arrows that's also firing more arrows. So it fires 3 arrows, and each of those... Oh. Hold on. Shrapnel ballista. So that fires 3 arrows, and then... Does that fire an additional 3 arrows? Hang on. No, that's not going to work, is it? That doesn't work, does it? That's not a thing, though. So that summons 3. That's not right, is it? I'd need volley support, so I don't know. I don't need split arrow, do I? Is that right? Alright, we need to work on that then. Okay. What's that, Elijah? Elijah, what's this do? What am I looking at here? Oh, is that for Path of Exile 2? Yeah, I'm not. No, doesn't mean anything to me, mate. I'm not really interested in all that sort of stuff. I want to know what the game feels like to play. I've never, you know, like a lot of people talk about the skill tree in this game. I don't worry about it, man. I think it's one of those EP things Path of Exile players worry about. It's not, you know, it's supplementary to everything else, isn't it? It's, you know, this thing, oh no. I think the community hurts itself by making this out to be more inaccessible than it really is. It's never been a barrier to entry for me, you know. It is what it is. I see it more as a passive skill tree, not the main build tree. It's a way to supplement, you know, things that I'm missing or to enhance things I've already got. Do you know what I mean, Elijah? I think the unfortunate thing is too many people like to think that they're clever, and that they have a bit of a micro dick syndrome, and they make out like Path of Exile is like, it's a bit like Souls games. I don't know if anyone feels the same. You know, like people talk about Souls games as if like, oh, you must be a really good, really skilled gamer if you play Souls games. As someone that played Souls games before, probably 95% of the people on the planet even knew about Souls games, because I played the Japanese imported Demon Souls. I feel in a reasonably appropriate position to talk about that. Souls games have never actually been difficult. They're really not. You know, the very fact that you can grind endlessly to pretty much overpower issues, I think says a lot, but there's this stigma about them that oh, you play that? Yeah, I'm a gamer, man. I'm like a hardcore gamer. I feel like it's the same with Path of Exile and the skill tree, man. You know, I think there's a different conversation there. I think Path of Exile feels very unwelcoming to a lot of new players, because not because of the skill tree, but because of, you know, the myriad of gameplay mechanics going on as you progress through it. But I think if you don't, you know, again, if you don't listen to the micro dick community, you know, you can sort of chug along and you'll probably hit a brick wall, right? You'll probably find out your build has got something horribly missing, or, you know, a major weakness somewhere. And I think all that is representative of it. It is a game that isn't just a walk in the park. I mean, Diablo is not a difficult game. You know, you can literally watch Netflix and play Diablo. I think Path of Exile is just a little bit more old school, isn't it? I don't know if people would say it's more like Diablo 2 in that regard. I can't really remember Diablo 2 and like how challenging it was. But I think the problem is, I think communities hurt themselves. You know, a lot of people I know won't play Souls games because they believe that they're really, really difficult. In fact, they're not difficult at all. In fact, one of the easiest Souls games out there is Elden Ring. Probably the easiest game out there. See, the thing is, you can see that skill tree. You know, there's no point worrying about anything over there, mate. You're stuck over here because that's the class I chose. So all I'm really looking at is this little bit here. I don't understand this gamers. I think there's just too many gamers that just have got things missing in their lives, to be honest. And they try and make up for it somehow with video games, like making out like they're really difficult and really challenging. I've never quite understood it myself, but it's like I said, I think sometimes communities, you know, hurt their own games. You know, instead of like micro dicking it, like, you know, help people, you know, did you know you can do this, you know? I'm struggling to cast all my skills, man. I'd love to see a pro player setup for this, like where they have things bound. Jesus Christ, was I getting... I think it's pretty much like any other game. If you take the time looking into stuff, you're going to have a better understanding, and part of the fun for me is exploring it. Yeah, I mean, the problem, I think a good example of this, right, is Path of Exile is super accessible to a point. You click buttons and things die, right? But it is a good example, I think. Let me just work my head through it. Where was that skill I had? Right, so I've got this ballista. So that's the main attack, isn't it? But what I've done is I've added an attack gem to it. So as far as I know, they don't work together. You know, that is an active skill and that is an active skill. So these don't actually combine. These are not synergizing in any way, are they? So I don't know, like, is there a way, you know, maybe like if this bond like was red, just to show that these two gems are not interacting with one another. I'm not saying it needs that. I'm just saying, you know, that straight away, you know, you're starting to delve and ask questions, aren't you? You know, I'm not saying the game needs any clarification, but it's like you said, you know, I'm asking questions about... what I'm kind of gutted about is one of the things that I've really liked about Path of Exile 1 is the link system. I actually really like the link system, but apparently they're getting rid of it. Now, I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, because I don't even know the link system very well. But I think you can reorganize your links, can't you? Wasn't there like one of these... I can't really show you, can I? But, you know, one of these consumable augments or something that lets you re-roll the links on things. So I think I've never really got a chance to explore to that level of detail with the game, but that sounds like a fun thing to me. I'd quite like to do that. But I would love to know, like, how some of you have your key bindings, man. Because I'm lost, dude. You know, it's because of the potting. See, Diablo, I don't have to pot all the time, right? In this, you know, basically in Diablo, I never run out of mana. It's just impossible for me to run out of mana, right? You know, the builds I've ever played, mana and health, you know, it's not, you know, occasionally I'll pop a health potion. Whereas in this, I feel like I need to be potting a lot, dude, you know, in the early game. And it feels like I'm having to press a lot of keys a lot more regularly now. That means it's a much more engaging game, but I'm also not sure if I'm even doing it right. You know, like I'm here now and Sawbones, I take it he's a bit of a badass. Let's see if I can set fire to him. Pop another mana pot maybe. Yeah, I mean, it does, I have to say, it feels a lot more engaging than Diablo. But I suppose the argument there is, but a lot of people like Diablo because it's not engaging. You know, you can just, like, turn off to it, can't you? You can, yeah, with currency, yeah, I thought so, Dunkley, yeah. Oh, when you say currency, what do you mean by currency? I assume you don't mean gold. I assume you mean, like, is it like those orbs of augmentation? I'm not saying, like, specifically orbs of augmentation, but, you know. I uninstalled Path of Exile when I got nothing but abuse and was asking for help trying to figure out where I was going wrong with my build. Well, where did you get that though? I mean, rather than blaming the game and then installing it there, I would ask like, what shitty community were you a part of? That's not the game's fault, is it? I wouldn't install a game because people were assholes about a build. I mean, that seems, you know, if you're enjoying it. I'm sure there's many people out there that can help us, but I do find that a lot of Path of Exile players, and I really do stand by this as someone that's streamed it a fair bit. I know what you're saying, dude. I actually can, that does resonate with me a little bit because not to the extent like where everyone's an asshole, but what I found is people are full of shit, dude, and I mean this in the nicest possible way. People like it in the chat, you know, when I've played it, they were telling me things who clearly don't actually know what the fuck they're talking about, dude. And it's because they haven't learned anything themselves. They've just followed guides. So there's no actual inherent self-taught knowledge, self-gained knowledge. It's just regurgitating someone said it and therefore it must be true. And what happens is it turns out that therefore they've got a very broken understanding. We've seen it a lot in Once Human. One of the first times I've ever seen small content creators trying to get in on a game because none of the big content creators are covering it and making shit up. And actually what was fascinating about Once Human was reading YouTube comments where actual members of the community would say, dude, your video is literally shit. It doesn't make sense. You've tried to copy something that is clearly from Reddit, and they'll even link to the freaking Reddit posts, you know, if you ask around. But you're actually wrong. The way you've put the build together and the way you've explained how it works is actually fundamentally inaccurate. You've copied something, but you haven't understood it, and now you've just regurgitated incorrect information. I think it happens with Path of Exile as well, dude. All the little orbs are just called currents. Oh, is that? Oh, so all that. Oh, we'll have a look when we get back, Dunkley. It wasn't the game stop, but I was just getting more and more frustrated. In the end, I just had to walk away. Yeah, I do know what you're saying, mate. You know, yeah. I mean, I've seen it in a lot of these sort of like heavy skill-based games. You know, Diablo. What was the other one we played? What was the one that recently launched? Very pink game. Last Epoch. Nice tip is to upgrade your skills in the hotbar and check the oh, dude. There you go. So there's a pro tip. Oh, wow. Yeah, so that burning arrow actually does quite a lot of... Oh, wow. Jesus. So that'd be good for single point target then, yeah? Shrapnel Ballista is very low damage, but I suppose I can have 3 of them out simultaneously, and then it's auto-targeting, isn't it? So, I didn't know about that. Thanks, Larry. Yeah. So what? So how deep did you get into it before you sort of realised you'd got a broken build then? Soulless. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. Oh, I tell you what, guys, I'm so looking for a superior large health pot. Superior large man. I've already got one of those. A bismuth flask. 35% to all elemental resistances. That sounds good, but I don't think I need it at the minute. Obviously, this flask here is quite good. I do feel like, how can I put this? I don't know if this is going to make any sense. You know, when I play Diablo, you got to bear in mind I'm more familiar with Diablo because we played it fairly recently. I feel with Diablo, right, there is absolutely zero difficulty to the game. And I strongly, in fact vehemently, would stand by that. You only ever do content in Diablo that is... You just choose how hard you want to make the game. You just take your TTK on some trash mobs and you say whether or not you want to go up or down a little bit. In other words, it feels like everything is just level scaled, and you just, whether your build is good or bad, you just tailor your there's no point dying over and over, so you just knock it down a difficulty, quite literally a different torment level or something. And I just feel like there's no thought-provoking interactions with the game, with the loot. It really is a super comfy game, and I fucking love it for that. It's about as brain dead as brain dead gets. Perfect for chilling out to some YouTube, grinding some gear, getting a bit of a eureka moment when something drops. It looks great. It plays amazing. I love Diablo for that. Already with Path of Exile, you know, just coming back to it here, yeah, it looks like shit. It doesn't have that same sense of, I don't know, almost responsiveness to everything. It feels janky and a little bit clunky under the hood. But I do feel like that there's a complexity already slowly starting to seep in, you know? You know, whether it be from the passive skill tree, the combo with gems, the fact that I can have multiple skills active and not just a static 5 or 6. Even the pots, which I must admit I don't like the pots, but you know, they're clearly a big part of the game, at least at this level with this build. So they're two very different games, aren't they? Very different games. The problem is that I can only put in an hour or two before I have to start playing, thanks to medical issues, so I never really get into the flow of the game. Yeah, I can get that, Soulless. Yeah, I mean, you know, a big, long, sprawling game with thousands of hours, you probably feel like you never put a dent in it. You know, though, I'm just going to say this. One of the things that I really like about these ARPGs is that a little cheeky 2 hours, mate. You can make quite a lot of progress, dude. You know, even if you know, set a target of like, you know, you're not in any competition with anyone, mate. You know what I mean? You know, an ARPG is the most perfect pick up and play, do a couple of quests, which this game seems to have a decent amount of. I mean, Grim Dawn would be a good one. You know, I've always been a big fan of Grim Dawn, to be honest. I just never really played it, sadly. I really should get around to it, but... What they were shooting at? I can't see them still shooting. Oh, right, I see. Didn't even see them. Yeah. Yeah, to the skeletons. Are they? Oh, is it this dude in here? Is he a summoner, is he? I think he is, isn't he? Oh, he's buggering off down there, look. So if I pop a pot, come back in here, go defensive, just blitz anything that comes through that door, right? I feel like I'm having to make more strategic decisions in this than I have in an entire 16 hours of like Diablo. And again, it's not about Diablo versus Path of Exile. They are just so totally different, you know? Some people are going to like one over the other, aren't they? It's kind of nice we've got two very different products on the market, to be honest. But the question is what's Path of Exile 2 going to bring to it all? I'm getting absolutely train wrecked, dude. I don't even know how... Is it this dude over it? Is he constantly summoning stuff? I think he is. That's better, that's better. Gotta remember to press shift a bit more, you know, I'm still a bit of a bugger for moving forwards when I probably shouldn't be. God, this is brutal, dude. That's nice, that's nice. Yeah, so you might find solace like Path, because don't forget Path of Exile is going to be free as well, dude. Path of Exile 2. I mean, you might find... Oh my god, dude. Does Dash let me get out? It does. Oh my god, dude.
That would only slow me
Jeez,
down.
man. I'm still not sure what to do with all the loot either. I feel like most of it is probably just not worth picking up. But again, you know, that could be a bad... You know, am I supposed to be going back super regularly? And I'm definitely struggling with my mana pots. There's no doubt about it. I don't like where I've bound my mana pots. I think I need to change that. Sorry, Dim. You alright then, dude? So, do you reckon you'll pick up Path of Exile 2, dude? Come and learn it with me, dude. Because I think it is going to be a phenomenal game. I really do. And, you know, yeah, it's going to be a little bit more hands-on, I think, than Diablo, but... And we don't know yet, do we? I mean, I hope the bosses are a bit more challenging. But what I'd like to see, and I suppose like all games these days, what I'm really interested in is like co-op, dude. You know, I'm really looking for a game like this where we have to work together like as a team, maybe. If that makes sense. You know, I'd really like to play something where we can jump on stream, get a couple of us together like we do in Once Human. But no, I feel like I'm doing okay. I feel like I'm getting a little bit of muscle memory with things. But... I'm not sure I'm going to do when there's like 15 odd skills to bounce around there. What are we actually doing? Explore the prison and kill Brutus. I hate the map. I must admit, I absolutely despise the map in Path of Exile. Has anyone seen the map in Path of Exile 2? I just find it so... I don't know, it looks like it... I just really don't like it. I find it so ugly. In fact, I find quite a lot of the heads-up display absolutely fucking hideous, to be honest. Yeah, I'm definitely struggling with my mana pots, man. I feel like I slow down on my main attacks. Quite curious about co-op. I really want to try and build some type of support character. That would be so cool. I don't know if this is my own wants, needs and desires, and reading into it, you know, a little bit of hopium. But the little bit that I saw of, where the fuck am I? Of Path of Exile 2 yesterday, because I'm trying to go a little bit sort of blind to it all. It did feel, and again, don't worry if it's not the case, but it did feel like it was a little slower. It felt like I was able to see a little bit of what was going on. It looked like there was a little finesse to what was happening on screen. It looked like a lot of cool positioning, you know, moving backwards, getting out of an AoE, moving back in for the melee hit. It did very much feel like a sort of, you know, like an action role-playing game. And by action, I don't mean, see, that's the problem. See, ARPGs, what does it even mean these days? See, back in the old days, they didn't have a lot of things on screen, did they? And now Path of Exile Endgame is just a blur of shit, right? Which is why I never bothered about Endgame. So some of the stuff that I've seen of Path of Exile 2, it looked like, again, is it just because they're only showing early game though? But it looked like there were only a reasonable amount of enemies on the screen. And the character was working very hard with positioning, placement, timing of skill rotations. It felt like there was a dance. Rather than a brain-dead, smash everything, blasting through a room, no one can see fuck all, you either die or you don't. I really hope that's what it's like, dude. I really do. But will it be like that? I just don't know. But yeah, it wouldn't it be great if we could have some bosses where we have to work as a team to take it down, Alarin. Again, the problem with that is, though, I don't think we're going to get it, because a lot of Path of Exile players are very solo players, aren't they? You know, they're not going to want to join other people to play their beloved games. So I've not got high hopes for that, personally. As much as I'd love it to be like that. Yeah, exactly, Dunkley. Yeah, there you go. You see, I find that terminally dull. That's why I stopped playing all of these games at Endgame. I don't enjoy it, and I don't enjoy watching it. I don't, you know, some games I love to watch and don't play. You know, Tarkov being a good example. I don't really play Tarkov. Well, I've never played Tarkov. I despise when my ARPG just becomes nothing more than a blur of colours and I'm just waiting for some cool loot to drop. So, to me, I'm not playing a video game at that point. But I totally get, you know, that's why people love them. You know, that completely all-consuming, mega epic power creep. You know, it does look cool. But I prefer it when there's a bit more finesse, you know, where I can see, rather than watching a streamer playing a game and just knowing they've got a good build, where I can actually see that they're skillfully dancing around, and hopefully Path of Exile 2 will enable us to see a little bit more of that. Exactly, Alarian. It did. It looked very methodical. It looked very strategic, tactical, you know, decisions have consequences rather than just spamming a load of buttons and watching millions of things dying. But a lot of ARPGs feel like that early game, to be honest. You know, Path of Exile feels like that right now. I don't know, later on it most definitely isn't like that.
Quite sure of yourself, aren't you, Huntress? The Warden enjoys the taste of overconfidence.
It's music to my ears, Dunkley. I mean, Dunkley, I know you're probably busy, mate, but how do you feel about that, dude? You know, you love the power creep of just smashing through a whole level of monsters in, you know, record-breaking time and watching the devastation behind you, right? How do you feel about it maybe, potentially, moving a little bit away from that into a more tactical game? Because you're presumably, you know, a massive fan of the game, right? And they you know, if they're changing it like that, it's a fundamental change to how the gameplay is going to feel, right? I mean, how do you feel about it? Oh, you should come and play with me, Demon. Well, we could play together or something, dude. I don't know if we can do that in co-op, mate. If he just picked it up again, dude. Because I know F all about it as well, but we can both be bad in our own pool of misery, dude. You don't really mind it, don't you? I mean, we still have Path of Exile 1. Yeah, I mean, I get that. Yeah, I've read this on quite a few of the discussion boards about the game. A lot of people saying, like, you know, whatever happens, we've still got Path of Exile 1. Because maybe you can clarify this, Dunkley. As far as I know, Path of Exile 1 is not being put out to pasture. it's still going to have an extremely active development scene, right? Is that correct? It seems strange, but I'm going to assume this makes a lot of money, right? Absolutely no reason for them to, you know, legacy it out, I guess. But you've got to assume at some point they do want people migrating over to Path of Exile 2, so... I don't know, mate. You know, all I want is a really cool game, and hopefully a community that will support folks and not just scare people away with, you know, silliness. Is it cross-platform? Or I know 2 is.
Should the need arise, we shall retreat through Prison's Gate, raising my barricade behind us. Yet our salvation is at hand. Foul times demand heroic deeds, and through my arts, our Lord still the Karui barbarians.
Oh shit! I didn't mean to do that. I was trying to read what they're putting. So I'm going to get absolutely destroyed in here, aren't I?
Woman and child from Lionel's watch at the foot of our axiom. Should the need arise, we shall retreat through Prison's Gate, raising my barricade behind us. Yet our salvation is at hand. Foul times demand heroic deeds, and through my arts, our Lord Brutus will arise in
where's the person I'm after? Have I already been through here? You see the blood, look, the blood trial. It's disgusting. Is that just everywhere, or is that actually something I'm following? Oh shit! Oh my god, dude! What the hell was that? Oh my god! Oh my god, he's got some sort of like weird
I'm not up to that just yet.
getting there, I think. That's so cool the way. Oh my god, I did it, dudes. I did it. I did it.
Do for any wounded animal, Brutus.
Yeah, take care of Aaron. Stay safe out there, man. Stay safe out there.
That would only slow me down.
That would only slow me down. I've got a bow with 2, 5 to 7 fire damage. I don't really know how to do loot. I'm going to assume taking some gold loot back is going to be better than. I felt like I was sort of in control. Yeah, does anyone know if Path of Exile? God, the thing is, this plays like dog shit on the controller, dude. It is awful on controller, this game, dude. I don't know what they thought they were doing with the controller support.
The Umbra and the Soulless One. I would hate for Piety to feel that she need shoulder such perilous wisdom alone. Dominus.
Oh, that's quite interesting. So they're actually gonna sort of like. Oh, this is cool. I didn't see this.
Absolute scrutiny. There is much to learn from the likes of the Inquisitor, the Umbra, and the Soulless One. I would hate for Piety to feel that she need shoulder such perilous wisdom alone.
So it's a little bit like Infinity Ward and Treyarch and all that with Call of Duty. I know it's different, Dunkley, but it's a bit like, okay, Path of Exile 1 team will plan for a launch on such and such a date, which just buys a little bit of time for the other team to carry on working on theirs, and the player base have still got, you know, their Path of Exile fix kind of thing. That's pretty clever, actually, if it works out for them. And of course, I suppose the beauty of it is, Duncan, this is what I was saying to Alarian yesterday. They're not daft. You know, they're not going to crucify their... let's be honest, they are perceived as one of the very few... I can only really think of Warframe as the other one. And that community is a little bit love-hate with their game, aren't they? One of the very few games that people somewhat, I think, bewilderingly support the microtransactional system. many people have spent hundreds and hundreds of dollars on this game, which seems a bit mad when it's a free-to-play game. But, you know, whether it's because they, you know, in their head want to support the devs, or whether or not they actually just really like them, you know, the cosmetics and the stash tabs, the simple fact of the matter is, when microtransactions are mentioned, everyone goes, "Oh, evil! Game must die!" But Path of Exile and Warframe are completely immune. They are always touted as the ones that do it right, aren't they? So the beauty of it is, if you're playing Path of Exile 1, you know, you've had your fill of Path of Exile 2 for a bit, a new season's come out for Path of Exile 1, you bounce back to it, you really enjoy it, you spend a couple of quid on some skins, transmog stuff, whatever they call it in this game. That's all then available when you switch over to Path of Exile 2 for their seasonal update, right? So, you know, they really are nailing it, aren't they? You know, you can't really fault what they're doing. You know, at the end of the day, they're there to make money. You know, they're not there to be nice to you, you know, but they're also there to, like, try and, you know, make it work for them as much as they're making it work to you. And they do seem to be putting a lot of ticks in the box, don't they? Morning, Starkey. Loot sells for nothing really. You want to mainly pick up stuff that has red, green, and blue linked gems. You get a gem off it. Oh, so if I... oh, shit. Does my loot stay? So I'm looking for something that's got... Oh, I think I've got any loot. A red, green, and a blue. Like, all three. Do they have to be linked, Starkey? Or just anything that's got, the, you know, the Holy Trinity? Yeah, no, it's alright, David. Yeah, I was going to say, I don't mind tagging along with you, mate, if you're struggling to learn it. I'll probably hold you
Good
back
evening. As a duly designated representative of the city, county and state of New York, I order you to cease any and all supernatural activity and return forthwith to your place of origin or to the nearest convenient parallel dimension.
I don't know what this is from, Bob, and I feel terrible. What's this? I thought it might have been Ghostbusters. But who's Goes in the Gazette? How are you, Bob? I saw you in Discord the other night, mate. I'd obviously, you know, I never pester people if they've not been around for a little bit, but you know, people come and go, and I've got no issues with that, mate. But lovely to see you. I hope all is well, and obviously thank you very, very much for the 34 on the sub. Oh, it is Ghostbusters. Thank God for that.
Our Emperor is fully aware.
Have you had a lot on, Bob? Everything all right, mate?
As to your need to accelerate the implantation process,
thank you ever so
I
much, Bob.
recommend a quite simple alteration. Dip the gem in a boiling solution of 6 parts blood and 1 part thormetic sulfide for no more than 13 seconds. Any longer, and you invite the crystals rot.
It's very specific, isn't
Once
it?
the gem is withdrawn
Good
from the
morning,
solution,
Nobbers.
you have
Jameson.
Happy Grum Hypey.
install the gem in the
Morning,
prepared
broski.
flesh and close the wound. Should the gem cool too much prior to implantation, it will become inert, and you're patient with it. Trust in the bountiful talent of yours, Sharon. My thoughts are with you, Malachi.
Thank you very much, Jameson. Thank you for the 42. Bob, lovely to see you. Thank you for the 34. How's everyone getting on, Jameson? How's the fam? And Dunkley, thank you very, very much for the... Thanks for the help as well, Dunkley. Thank you very much, mate. I bet you're well excited at you, Dunkley. Are you one of the $480 boys, or are you forking out the $30, mate? Happy Saturday, Caskell. Good morning, sir. How are you, mate? You're good. I'm just not using my PC as much as these. I'm playing on Xbox mostly with the kids. What are you playing, Bob? What are you up to, dude? Xbox has had some really good games recently on their Game Pass, haven't they, bro? I was just watching. Well, it's not. Yeah, I suppose I've got to be careful what I say here. Some stuff about Indiana Jones. I think it launches next week. Early access, doesn't it? And like a couple of 3 days. But before the main game launches. Which I think maybe is the following Tuesday. Because someone mentioned it yesterday, I thought I'd just have a little look, see what we've been sent about that one. It's, yeah. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. Because I'm sure that's on Game Pass, David. And thank you very much, Dunkley. You put 690 euros into together. We're going to buy the new 60 euro pack to get another key for my brother so we can play together. Nice, dude. Nice. So what's the 60 euro pack? That gets you, so would that get you like, is that getting you like 2 keys? Is it? Because like, for 30 euros you get 1 key, don't you? Does 60 euros like get you 2 keys or? See, 690 euros, that sounds like a lot for a video game, doesn't it? But I'm going to assume, Dunkley, for a lot of people, that's over quite a long period of time. We were talking about it yesterday. You know, that people laugh at people that spent like $500, $480 on Path of Exile. But if you've been playing it since like day one, which was 2012, I believe, it adds up to like 1 video a game a year. You know, barely that. It's not as much as it sounds, is it, for a game that you've got that amount of hours out on? Oh, you get like, is that like the coins that you can use for because this all works with like coins or something? Is that right, Dunkley? On the Game Pass page, it says 8 days for yeah. Because I think if you're not getting on Game Pass, you can play a little bit early. Morning, Wookie. How are you, dude? How's things? How are you, Jameson? How's life, man? All going okay, bro? Well, I don't think I've seen you for a little bit, Jameson. How's everyone? Shall I go back and sell? Like you said, Stark, you probably... I suppose it doesn't hurt just to go back out and just clean the inventory out. I can't wait. I got it. It's like I said, to be honest, guys, even if like Path of Exile 2 was just a remaster of this, I still think I'll be quite happy. So, you're right, Missy. So you're a big fan of Warframe. You played that for a long time, haven't you? Has the option of buying things you can also make in-game, but it will take forever. In other words, there's nothing you can buy that you can't get by just playing the game. But some crafting you have to wait days for, so you'll save some serious time. When you decide to spend money, it's a nice balance of choice, I think. Yeah, and I think what you said there is an interesting one, because I think we'd all agree with it, but I think the problem is some games actually almost use our own terminology against us and our own or misrepresentation of gaming, I guess, systems against us, because you've literally encapsulated something that's at the heart of microtransactions. Everyone always in defense of a microtransaction, because Star Citizen's the same, right? And Star Citizen's a really complicated one to talk about. It's all very well and good, and you get a free pass if you've got microtransactions and you say, here is a really good sword you can buy on the store. But the caveat added to that is, but you can also get it as a drop in the game. And everyone's, oh, okay, that's fair. You know, maybe I don't get a lot of time to play, but you know, if I'm falling behind my friends and they're about to go into that new dungeon, I'm missing some gear, I can just go and buy that sword and I'll be able to have fun with them. And everyone's like, la-di-da, this is great, right? And that's legit, and everyone kind of, yeah, all right, that's okay. The problem is some games make it so inexplicably dull to get that sword, or so unattainable to get it in realistic terms. Like, you would have to grind for thousands of hours to get it, but you can get it. And I think some games get it right, and some games literally just use it as a marketing ploy, don't they? Star Citizen, I think, is a really interesting one, because we don't even know. You see, in Star Citizen, you could, to some degree, say that all the ships in the game you can get in the game by grinding cash. The thing is that technically, again, it's about being technically accurate right now. But what we don't know is when the game launches, what is the actual rate of realistic income earned for a player that has only bought a $40 ship? Now, like all things in Star Citizen, it's going to start snowballing. The more money you have, the bigger the ships, and therefore, technically, potentially, the more profit you're going to make. So it's a very hard one to start putting a number on. But are you ever going to be able to afford a Hammerhead or a Javelin or a Polaris or a Carrack legitimately from just earning credits in the game? Or are you talking like 2 years worth of freaking salvaging with a Vulture? We don't know, do we? This is the point with Star Citizen. We just don't know. Imagine how furious people that have spent a lot of money on ships are going to be, saying that let's spend like 300 quid, whatever it is, on a Reclaimer. And it turns out you can afford a Reclaimer within your first like 100 hours of playing. I think we all know they're going to make it very hard to make money in that game. because the whole project is incentivized around getting to buy ships, isn't it? So I really do feel like Star Citizen is a tricky one, because right now it all feels fairly legit. But I think on launch it's going to feel very different, man. New character sofa day, whatever you call it, from where you're from. What you're getting a new sofa today, mate, or are you having a lazy sofa day? You got 2.2 thousand hours out of Path of Exile 1. Jesus Christ, that's insane. That's mad, mate. And you've only spent 690 euros. What's going on with the new MS Flight Sim? Ask Caskell. Ask Caskell, mate. Yeah. It's I have booted it up, dude, and it's playing okay for me, but I haven't started career mode. Caskell's had no ends of highs, but he's also had no end of frustrations, I think. I think a lot of people are saying it's better to go back and play 2020 in it. I can't really comment, Bob, because I've only had like about half an hour. They're doing like literally learning how to play with a controller, mate, which I'm very bad at, sadly. Morning, Gas. MS Flight Citizen Simulator, yeah. You should Star Citizen, Caskell. You've got to get Star Citizen. Come play when you do. So I'm just trying to get some coffee down me, guys. Right. Is there any reason? Hang on, is there any reason for me to identify things that I'm not ever going to use? Do you know what I mean? Or you know, do I get more gold for them? Or is it just not even worth them? I suppose I should probably identify that. Right? 24% increased global physical damage. That probably sounds good, though, right? Probably want that. Oh no, 12% increased. Plus 10% cold resistance. I'll tell you what, sod it. Let's. Oh. Hang on, what's happening? What's happening there? Put that in there. Put that on. What the hell? Why can't I wear that? Hang on. Whoa. What's going on? What's going on? Oh, you can't equip from the cell menu. Oh, I cannot. Oh. Was that? Hang on. I really dislike that. You know, if I put it over here, I just wish it would disappear from my inventory. And then if I want to move it back, I move it back. I really dislike that. Like, absolutely fucking detest it, in fact. That's one of those things that just makes this game feel like old and shit, to be honest. Get rid of all of those. I'll keep that because I don't know really.
Well.
And then obviously we'll get rid of all. Oh, hang on. Well, I'll keep that as like some cold resistance gear, just in case we're against the boss that's got loads of freaking cold shit going on. 35% to all elemental resistances. That sounds very good. And that's just a movement speed increase, isn't it? I don't think I've got anything else I can do right now. I've got no passive skills to spend, have I? Talk to Tarkley and travel to Prisoner's Gate. Let's go and have a chat with Tarkley again.
The warden's free of his own prison. Well, since you're so bloody determined to cheat the
yeah, so 2.2 is like rookie numbers, right, Dunkley?
And when they write the song about it, just be sure to mention that it was Tarkley who taught you everything.
Career mode, one flight can be perfect. The next flight ATC is all over the place and suddenly buttons don't work on your engine. So you're actually finding a lot of actual bugs then. So see, I don't mind, you know, like maybe some bad performance, you know, in the early game while it's like downloading stuff and. But it sounds like, you know, I've heard about people, for example, Bob, doing a career mission or something, and repeatedly their plane is spawning inside a building. And of course, they're then taking like a reputation / money loss every time. So yeah, it's a bit of a mess, I think. Oh shit, you can upgrade pots by outputting 3 pots into the vendor's inventory and it will upgrade it. Oh shit, so I should be collecting those. Oh dang. Is there a buyback? Melee, probably don't need that. Bow. Attack, minion, duration, movement, travel, bow. Jesus. Fires an arrow at the target destination. When the arrow lands, you are teleported to a clone is summoned at your old location. The clone is a minion that uses your bow and quiver. That kind of sounds quite cool. A smoke mine. Throws a mine that will teleport you to it when it's detonated. It covers both your escape and arrival with a cloud of smoke that blinds enemies. That sounds kind of cool as well. Cast an aura that grants accurate and critical strike chance to you and your allies. You and your nearby allies gain 22% increased critical strike chance. Your nearby allies gain 100. I mean, that sounds good as well, because I could add that instead of like the added cold damage, maybe. But I do quite like the idea of blink arrow. Let's take that. Quest complete.
Farewell.
What's this burning out? I'll pop that in there. Okay, so I've got like a dash skill and a sort of teleport skill thing as well. It'd be quite interesting. Travel to Prisoner's Gate. We'll switch over to a bit of Once Human in a minute. I'm actually really enjoying this because I suppose I'm just chilling with it really. What's that? I just clicked for fun a little quiz about what Danish children's character I most like. Can you guess what it was like? Oh no, I'm not good. You have to tell me, Missy. Hang on. Oh my god, that was super slow, dude. That was super slow, bro. Oh my god, I'm getting absolutely destroyed, bro. Well, that's really weird how slow that happens, but it's kind of cool. What I'm struggling more than anything is, God, that's actually really neat. I really like that. That's a really nice skill, man. So I can pop a load of these down, zip that out of it, zap everything with that. Holy shit, that's cool. Johnny Willy Man. Oh, John Dillerman, yeah. I couldn't remember his name. I know who you meant. I remember looking at all of that when you we were having a chat about him. He's the man with the giant willy, right? He saves people with it, yeah? Using it like a piece of rope and things, yeah? You can upgrade. Yeah, I didn't know that stuff. Well, I maybe I did a long time ago, but I certainly didn't remember it, mate. You're talking a lot about Gamma. Shut me up if it gets them. No, I don't remember if I told you, but I am personal choice deleting and reinstalling Gamma. Wanting a fresh install for the update tomorrow. Oh, 100%. Yeah. Oh, yeah, definitely. Oh, I think you should do that anyway, right? Like any big mod overhaul. So spawn-wise, I'm not having any issues, but landing is pissing me off. Half the time, it wants me to use a taxiway midway down the runway. If you land normally, you'll miss it and need to turn around. But if you even drive an inch off the runway, you'll fail ATC for taxiing. Yeah, that does sound like it could get frustrating, dude. Why is whatever the... Why are the dead things over there? Is my things have a range that big? I could definitely see... I'm gonna take Path of Exile 2 very chill, man. I think my first playthrough. It's about 20 odd hours, isn't it? So it's not that long, to be fair. I think I'm going to really take my time with it, you know, because I'm going to assume there's a lot of transferable knowledge, right? Oh my god, I'm getting absolutely destroyed, dude. Do you see what I mean? Like, how come I was doing okay and then just getting absolutely mullered? I couldn't even see what was happening. I think this is where, I know I shouldn't have been standing there, but I felt like I was doing alright on the first two, so I thought I'll just, like, stand there and tank that. Was it the big dude just completely mullered me there? I just feel like I'm sort of quite... Got to play a bit smarter than Diablo, ain't you? Oh my god, oh that's why. There's some crazy looking dude here, look. I think there was like... does feel so much more strategic than Diablo already, but I don't know whether or not that is a fair comment to make or not. It's called John Peepee. Thinking of Willies in the 70s, there was a guy in the point of the massive one called John Holmes. Supposedly he couldn't get it too big, otherwise he'd have a heart attack. That's got to be an urban myth, right? But I mean, you don't have to be awfully big, wouldn't it? I mean, you can lose quite a lot of blood and still be alive. You know what I mean? He might have got a bit light-headed, maybe. I'd be willing to sort of like meet him halfway on that, maybe. But that sounds like one of those very much made up for PR shenanigans to me, dude. Will I need to? I mean, will it help me to know the story of like Rayclast and the Exiles? And is it the Val? I sort of remember we learnt quite a lot about the Val. You know, this ancient race. You know, could be worth me watching like a bit of a. Oh my god, everything's just wrecking me, dude. Oh my god.
I'm not up to that just yet.
I'll tell you what would be insane is playing. How the hell would you play this like hardcore, dude? I think the answer to that is you probably don't, right? Not unless you freaking know what you're doing. I like the way these guys actually jump at you. It's kind of neat, man. Yeah, sorry, Gas. Sort of, yeah. I mean, Path of Exile 2 is coming out, and you know, I just find Path of Exile. I struggle to enjoy it. Not as in the game itself. You know, we've been talking a lot about graphics and things. You know, I find that this game is very old, dude. And there's something just inherently very nice about playing Diablo. You know, they're two very different games. But I've never had any real interest in picking up Path of Exile 1 again. Ever since we knew Path of Exile 2 was sort of coming out. As in realistically coming out, I suppose, the last 18 months, you know, we weren't a million miles from launch, right? But, although to be fair, I'm that, you know, my timeline on that could be wrong. But, you know, it just felt like it's an old game, dude. You know, you remember I first played this like literally on launch day on Steam, like back in 2012, dude. So, you know, back when I played this, it was pretty state of the art. It felt pretty cool, man. I had a terrible bloody map, I know that, it still has. But, you know, it is an old game, dude, and that doesn't mean it's bad. It's just that, you know. Well, when you've got all the bombastic flair of Diablo and you just want to play something sort of, you know, while you're listening to some tunes or a bit of Netflix, you know, it's a perfect game, really. It's just much more hands-on, and you know, I never really fancied playing it on stream. I mean, we did play it on stream, but certainly not for long. So yeah, with Path of Exile 2 coming out, you know, it'd be nice to come back to this, you know, just for some morning streams, have a look at it, see how we get on, and you know, give me a nice point of comparison that way, so you know, it's when we yeah, nice point of comparison when we get to see Path of Exile 2. Jesus. Oh, what's going on? What this? Oh, I missed it. How to recognise which items good bet? What did I miss, Dunkley? Is this hang on, haven't I seen this before? This is John Dillerman. I had heard by a mate a game or two many years ago when Path of Exile was released that the guys who worked on it were disappointed with the then released new Diablo. Devs gamers who got together and made Path of Exile as they expected from that Diablo. Or what? I don't know. I don't know much. They're a New Zealand team, aren't they? Press enter and scroll up a bit. It's not really. It's not going to be banned, is it? Press enter and scroll up a bit. How to recognise? I know a guy who can get you a few. How to recognise? I know a guy who can get. What's that? I saw something about a cock. Wear out of cock. that would make you gay. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, it never ceases. The amount of people, it always amazes me. Like, how can anyone be playing this game and be speaking in global chat at the same time? I swear some of them just use it as like a social thing, don't they? They've got no actual interest in playing the game whatsoever. Just shit talking in chat. There's always one at least, isn't there? You know, so like, World of Warcraft, you can understand. Like, combat's so freaking slow, dude. 12 and a half, 6 days. See, straight away, you see like how straight away all that tells us is that none of it's believable. You don't have a sort of a body part that can vary by that amount. We're talking nearly a 4-inch difference, right? So straight away, you know, clearly it's just bollocks, dude. You know, it is what it is, dude. You know, it doesn't magically like 4 inches difference, you know, from one day to another. You know what I mean? It either is or it isn't. So straight away, it's just total nonsense, bro. I mean, I'm sure he had a very large member, but you know, it's all just PR, dude. You know, it's a brand to sell, isn't it? That's what you like to say. Yeah, so sort of keeping your eye on chat, just watching if they're shit talking everyone. Quite like the zone. I can't remember how far we got. So I think I had a level. What's the max character level? I think I got to level 51, didn't I? But that's going back years. So say that it might have been, you know, they might have increased the character limit or level max level.
One rung closer to the top of the food chain.
You're right, Jules. How are you, dude? How's things? Jules, I think I saw a message from you on Discord, mate. And I do apologise because I can't see Discord and stuff when I'm streaming, mate. Or even whispers on Twitch, sadly. We still haven't figured out why that is, to be honest, but I've obviously broken a setting somewhere. You've never got a character to 200. Is that because you... Oh, is that a gem? Physical... So I don't really get that. What's that then? So is that pop that in there. Oh, that has got to be the lamest spell I've ever seen in a video game. Wow, that was anticlimactic if ever I saw one. Can it go like mega distant? Ah, that's more like it. Ah, right, okay. Okay. A bit of slog and oh god, I'm so shattered, Jules. I am absolutely knackered, mate. Like proper old school knackered. The ship graveyard. Is that where I'm supposed to be going? Oh, this looks cool. I think I remember this.
Life
actually.
and death live side by side. This is a strange land.
Oh, we're getting like lots of gems here, aren't we? This actually seems a little easier than the last zone, or at least this. Oh, this sense. Oh my god. Yeah, I think it's probably an idea not to use too many skills, is it? That skill's probably not really going to help me. Supporting a skill that hits enemies. So 30% reduced enemy stun threshold. I mean, I suppose that could be kind of cool. It's red though, isn't it? Ah, so I should have been so I could have used these 3 mana pots to make an even bigger mana pot than Starkey, right? Yeah, just 1 or 2. Yeah, I think that's probably why I'm struggling a little bit, because I'm actually probably pressing like way too many different skills, aren't I? Oh, what happened there? Jesus, I just got wasted, didn't I? Standing in the boiling flames is the smartest thing. Yeah, I think I need to practice more positioning and stick with my basic skills, I think. No, yeah, no. I can't see them, Jules. Thank you, dude. I think we were looking for something in Once Human, weren't we? And you sent me a map of it, dude. I didn't realise. Probably like 3 days later, mate. I do apologise. I just realised I'm actually pressing the wrong skill as well. It's quite a nice saying, this. I quite like the, this is a nice sort of aquamarine-y colour. It's quite nice. You're right, Arctic, how are you, mate? How's things? Yeah. We're going to play a little bit this morning. We'll drop off, play some Once Human, because I want to get my territories done. But we're going to be playing this, you know, a little bit each day to launch a Path of Exile 2. Just so I can get, like, I don't know, just a point of reference, really. It's certainly feeling like, it feels like a fun game, man. I just don't know anything about the key bindings, man. I still feel like I've got a really bad, like, key bind set up for me. Getting lots of scrolls of wisdom and things, aren't we? Which is kind of nice. Is there anything I can get? I really like this ballista, by the way. The only thing I don't like about the ballista, I truly wish that I could cast it further away, you know? It's like, it seems like all my skills... What's the one? D is mine. Can I... Oh, wow. Oh, that's got a much better range than I realised, actually. Okay, I didn't realise that. We got 5,000 hours. That's a bit more like it. Old Dunkley's got 2.2. He's trying to up his rookie numbers. Bad play by me, man. I gotta get. I don't know how to change my dash to another. I notice I'm getting. There's like mud, isn't there? That is. I just wish I could put my ballista, like my necromancer things in Diablo. I could, even if I put over there, look, it only goes there. Yeah, it's one of the best parts of playing that sorcerer with the Hydra heads in Diablo. I like, you know, like if there was a pack here, I'd go like 1, 2, 3, sort of triangulate a death quadrant. Change your life. Yeah, I tried that. I actually tried that yesterday, like this, yeah, and I fucking hated it because you know what happened, right, dude? I ran out of mana. And it was on a boss fight, dude. I ran out of mana and I died because I couldn't do anything. I couldn't do any damage to it, mate. So I left it, and now I just press shift to hold myself in place. I sort of read about that with Diablo and changing some key bindings with that, and it didn't work for me on that either, to be honest. You have 30 minutes in Path of Exile. Oh my god, you are a badass. Oh my god, Jesus, the damage spike then. What the hell, dude? Using a controller. No, this is on... Oh, Jesus Christ, dude. No, this is PC, mouse and keyboard, dude. The controller support in this is absolutely terrible, Jamie. I find it one of the worst controller implementations in the history of video games. There's Nightingale on launch was very bad. There's basically 3 games with terrible controller support, where they're basically, in my opinion, essentially unplayable. Very frustrating. Nightingale was just very bad on day 1, but we'll put that to one side for a minute. Metro Exodus has still never been fixed. It is absolutely an abomination of controller implementation. The other one is... Oh, God, it's on the tip of my tongue, dude. Oh, I can't think what it is, dude. Oh! Metro Exodus Stalker 2. The new Stalker 2 game has quite literally the worst in the business. I have no idea how that happened. If I could request a refund, I would request a refund on that game and wait for it to get fixed. And not because of the controller support exclusively, but it's so bad. I think it's an embarrassment for any developer to actually launch with that state. And I think the third place is Path of Exile. But apparently Path of Exile 2 is... oh my god, my skill didn't work. My D skill didn't move me. You've mostly heard people saying they like a controller in Path of Exile. I've never heard anyone say that. The controller implementation in this game is fucking dog shit. It is absolutely an abomination, mate. I've never heard anyone speak fondly of the controller support in this game. Unless they're playing on Xbox, in which case they've got no fucking choice, right? So I don't listen to them. If they're on PlayStation or Xbox, you know, unless they've got a plug-in keyboard, they've got no choice. So obviously I don't listen to them because they wouldn't know any better anyway. As someone that uses almost, I would say like 99% of my stream time is on controllers. I am the man to ask, mate, and this game is an abomination. But both in the heads-up display, in the implementation, it is... The game was never, ever meant to have controller support. It plays really, really well with the Steam controller, but that's because the Steam controller mimics the mouse and keyboard, so I have full mouse control. Oh, is that what it was? I got stunned. Ah, right. How do I know if I've been stunned? Apart from the fact I suddenly can't move, I mean, is there any sort of like on the screen? I mean, I can show you the controller if you want. It is fucking terrible.
Calm is gone.
I must have tried like 20 plus times to convince myself this game's playable on a controller. Every time I've just said, nah, man, this isn't worth the pain I'm going through, dude. But what's brilliant is Path of Exile 2 is supposed to have about as good as it gets. It could very much be like an ARPG's equivalent, because Lost Ark's the best. It makes Diablo 4 look terrible. And Diablo 4 is not bad because of the way the game's built. But Path of Exile 2 is supposed to have, you know, like Final Fantasy 14 is one of the best controller implementations in all of the MMO genre, hands down. I'm hoping, I mean, there's a lot of hopium copium here, but I believe, from what the developers have said, that Path of Exile 2 will become, like, the magnum opus of controller implementation in ARPGs. It really does look like, you know, the game has been built from the ground up with that in mind. And you know, with no sacrifices.
We knew in our hearts that you would find us. Come to wrestle.
Oh, that's a big treasure chest, man. So I mean, I just pressed that skill then. I'm not sure. I don't know. Maybe I missed clicking. Oh my god, I couldn't even see my cursor. Daily Steam controller is not a controller. No, the Steam controller is not a controller. The Steam controller is only a controller in the conventional sense of it ergonomically, but it is not a conventional controller. It's not even got a second analog stick, so but by the very real definition of it, it can't be, can it? Kind of like that, but I don't think it changes the aggro, does it? I don't think my little dude. D4 random Exile-like game. I saw that. Is it real that they've added the PoE-like tag to Diablo 4 after what was his name? The Diablo dev's silly tweet. Although to be fair, I mean I shouldn't say silly tweet. I mean, to me, I actually stand by what he said. I think he's absolutely right. I think Diablo. I mean, what was before Diablo in the ARPG scene? I absolutely think games should be called Diablo-like. If they're anything like Diablo. The thing is, I don't feel like Path of Exile is. So I would never want to call, you know, Path of Exile, Diablo-esque. I think they're two completely different games. You know, the only commonality is the obvious ones. You know, big red and blue globes, man. But Path of Exile's gone a completely different route, in my opinion. Far more hands-on experience. You know, I wouldn't want to separate them into a completely different genre, but they're at completely opposing ends of the spectrum within the ARPG genre, in my opinion. The wife plays on controller and says it's dog shit and use mouse and keyboard. This is a terrible game on controller. I'm really surprised, Dunkley, that anyone's ever... The only people I can think that say it plays well on controller are people that can only play on controller, that don't have an option with mouse and keyboard. As someone that would always play with controller if it's an option. Even I don't play Path of Exile with a controller. It was Rod Ferguson. Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with him. I mean, you know, to me, I mean, obviously, I don't know because I don't go back that far in terms of gaming. But to me, why can a gem not level up? Just out of interest. You don't meet the requirements. Oh, right, okay. So if I right-click that, just get rid of it. You know, I first played Diablo 2, Lords of Destruction. And that was long after it launched. Long after it launched. I don't even know when that came out. I mean, let's put it this way. I was playing the expansion, not even the original Diablo 2 when I started playing it. I don't know how old that is. And all I remember are Titan Quest, Diablo 2, Torchlight. Was there any others around that time? I don't even know when Torchlight came out, to be honest. But probably a long time afterwards, right? Yeah, about who said it and when they said, because it wasn't it done like during that big Path of Exile stream, was it, Dunkley? You know, the big sort of this is it, we're on the precipice, here we go, sort of like right spot on that, or just before it or after it, something like that. Diablo 4 is less Diablo-like than Path of Exile. Diablo has ended on Diablo 2. Oh, I don't agree with that. I really like Diablo. I think Diablo's a great game. I just find it a very different game. If I want to chill out and play a beautiful ARPG, while you know I'm catching up on some tech news on YouTube or something like that, that's Diablo, man. I really like the game. Diablo 4 is a cracking game. Thoroughly enjoy it. But there's no end game for me. You know, the end game of Diablo 4 to me is the definition of not even a game. I don't know if Path of Exile 2 is going to be any different. I'll have to wait and see, dude. You know, I love Diablo 3, man. Freaking love Diablo 3, dude. Didn't like it when it first came, when I first started playing it. But once I got into the real money auction house and started actually, you know, for the first time ever, monetizing a video game and buying a cheeky Chinese and a 4-pack of Carling from the off license on a Friday night from playing a computer game. Jesus Christ, Diablo was as good as it got. I was devastated when they got rid of the real money auction house. I love that shit, bro. See, someone wants to spend a tenner on some crappy freaking bit of armor I found, man. I'm all for it, dude. I love that shit. The early access for Path of Exile 2's... Yeah, because there's only 3 acts, right? And they're touting it as about 25 hours, aren't they, to get through the content, yeah? Is that right? And then we go into what is Path of Exile's endgame, which it's both terrifying, spooky, and like bewildering to me. I have no idea what that sort of means, really. But Path of Exile, yeah, exactly. That. Well, and the beauty of that is that means very early on in Path of Exile 2's launch, I will be able to make a decision about it, because I've only got time for one ARPG. I won't be playing Diablo 4 and Path of Exile. I'm the same with all games. I very rarely have more than 1 or even 2 games, should I say, going at a time. 2 at most. So I'll probably have whatever I'm playing on the stream, which I'm really enjoying once human. But then I'll, you know, I'd like to have an ARPG because I think they play really good on the Steam Deck as well. And I've got, you know, lots of visits to the hospital and all sorts going on at the minute, so it'd be ideal, really. But Yeah, I think I'll be able to find out. See, I've got loads of life left in me with Diablo 4 because I love doing the campaign, you see. A lot of Path of Exile players don't like this constant repeating of the campaign. I actually really like that, so... I suppose I'm a bit of an odd one out on that. But yeah, at least I'll get to see what the end game of Path of Exile is. And is it just another brain-dead grind like it feels in Diablo 4? And if it is, you know, it'll come down to which one I just like the minute-to-minute gameplay of more. You know, I suppose Path of Exile 2, I'm probably going to get much more choice in builds and things I would have assumed, but I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. You've learned to love... Yeah, I love the idea of running through the campaign and going back through new areas with new builds and comparing it dunkley. I understand a lot of people don't like that. I think Sven was in chat yesterday. You know, it was something he's not a fan of. You know, you bought Diablo 3 on Premiere. What do you mean by on Premiere? You've not bought Diablo 4. So I've read many articles, many comments, and many opinions. Well, yeah, for you, I think Diablo 4 is a great game. I think the problem is more people hate Diablo 4 having never played it. And all ARPGs come down to how they feel to play. So, you know, if people have got an opinion on Diablo 4 having never played it, I just put it to one side and just ignore it, to be honest. Like I do in most games, to be fair. Right, give me a set. I've just got to have a Jimmy Riddle. You regret Diablo 4 as well, don't you? See, what's interesting about that is my question would be, have you played it recently? Oh, hang on, my headset's dead. I suppose what's quite funny is, I don't know how many of you remember Path of Exile when it came out. Path of Exile was a piece of shit when it came out. As someone that played it day one on Steam, it was fucking awful. It was one of the most janky fucking experiences I think I'd ever played. And over time it's become a masterpiece. But you know what? I enjoyed it so much when it came out, I actually dropped some money on it, even though it was a free-to-play game. And I still like, we looked at it yesterday, don't we? I've still got some cosmetics here. I've got like this... Oh no, it wasn't that, was it? It was this, like the hands and things. And you know, Diablo 4 has come a long way since launch as well. I think part of the problem with Diablo 4 is that there's definitely a contingent of Path of Exile players that just hate. I think there's a lot of hate for Blizzard. I think people, you know, that haven't even played the game. I mean, I bought, well, I didn't buy it. I actually sent a copy of Diablo 4. And I played it, and I dropped it pretty quick. I was not a massive fan of Diablo 4 on launch. I really enjoyed the campaign, and literally within 20 hours of finishing the campaign, I pretty much dropped it. I was not a fan of it. Couldn't get into it. It was kind of like the death of ARPGs for me, really. But I went back recently with Vessels of Hatred, and oh my god, it's so much better, dude. I mean, I still can't really comment about the true end game because I've not got there, but my god, it's such a better game than launch. And Path of Exile is the same. Path of Exile was a terribly poor game on launch. So many things that needed fixing and tweaking, but you know, what is it, 12 years later, you know, it's highly regarded as a masterpiece. I just don't hate on things. You know, I think Diablo fulfills, I mean, it makes a lot of money. It makes a huge amount of money. You know, it's clearly doing Blizzard and obviously now Microsoft, you know, a ton of good. It's just a very different game to Path of Exile. I enjoy it. I just don't like the end game. So, you know, for me, the journey is the campaign, playing all the different classes and what, you know, quirky, weird builds I'm going to come up with. But I find it completely stress-free. Diablo is just so fucking easy, man. You know, but it's a spectacle. You know, it's like, I don't know, it's like looking at a beautiful picture. You know, it's just an inherent satisfaction with how it feels, how it looks, the pacing of the game. The transmog systems, you know, I have a lot of fun with Diablo. I just need to stay away from the end game. You're right, Whiskey. Anyone here bought a support pack? No, but I did get confirmed that I am receiving a key for the game on the 5th, so I will be able to play it on the 5th. Well, the 6th, isn't it? You played it a couple of months back. Did you get Vessels of Hatred, Dunkley? It is the things I dislike about the game are things that I'm not going to change. So what don't you like about Diablo 4? Presumably it's largely things that Path of Exile does do differently, is it? I said earlier, Dunkley, I don't need much from Path of Exile. So I know there's way more. I'm not about the comment I'm about to make doesn't, you know, it doesn't mean that it's not going to be any more. But if I just had this game not looking like old, where I can count polygons in shoulders, I don't know. No one else cares. No one else plays ARPGs because they're beautiful. I don't think they do anyway, but I do. I love a good-looking ARPG, mate. You know, when I'm playing my sorceress and I'm shooting fireballs down a corridor, and I can see the illumination, you know, that object of detail as it travels down the corridor, lighting and casting shadows. It's like, holy shit, that's cool, dude. The skill trees and builds. Yeah, I can get that. Yeah, I totally get that. I see, the thing is, like, I suppose what you've got to remember is you've got 2,000 hours in Path of Exile, hasn't you? You know, these are not games that you play casually. These are almost like the equivalent to you of like an MMO equivalent investment in time, aren't they? So you're looking at a game that you enjoy and you can have an almost infinite amount of variety and builds to it. I'm not that passionate about ARPGs. Because, you know, I like doing the campaigns and I like the stories, and I don't mean the actual story itself. I just mean like the sense of progression. You know, it's not just about getting loot. It's a case of working your way into, you know, killing Baal or whatever it was in Lords of Destruction. And, you know, eventually getting to Diablo and killing him, and I love that minor story progression. That's what I love about ARPGs. Again, going back to when they were role-playing games. You know, with the characters that mattered, and, you know, Deckard Cain and all the rest of it, the history of Diablo and Mephisto and all that. I loved all that sort of stuff. So, you know, all I need is like 4, 5, 6 good classes for 4, 5, 6 good journeys. Double that, you know, instead of a fire build, a lightning build or a cold build or whatever it's going to be. Diablo 4 is the definition of more than enough for me. It probably isn't for you, right, Dunkley? Which is why something like Path of Exile, with its additional mechanical complexity and skill systems, it's the obvious choice for you, right? Yeah, exactly, Dunkley. Yeah. I mean, I just think there's more than enough room to have Diablo 4 and Path of Exile, you know, as two products that coexist, just offering different things. It's like I said, I see them on extreme ends of the spectrum. You know, I need to find it. I'm not a fan of ARPGs right now, dude. I've made no qualms in talking about how boring I'm finding ARPG endgame. And to be honest, mate, I've never managed to get to the endgame of Path of Exile because I've just found it a little bit of a chore getting there. It does feel like a bit of miasmic. Just a lot of shit going on, dude. It just seems really hard to get into at times. You know, I just want to go and murder things. And Diablo's just a path of least resistance there, mate. You know, I boot it up, it looks great. I smash some buttons and things die and I feel like a badass, right? But I am going to give Path of Exile 2 the biggest crack at a video game that I've ever given, mate. I'm going in, I'm going to shake off the doubts about ARPGs and endgame. And I'm going to go in bright-eyed and bushy-tailed and enjoy. I'm going to play it so freaking slowly, dude. You know, if I don't understand something, I'm going to be sitting here in chat saying, dudes, I need this explaining, boys. And what's going on here, mate? And, you know, I probably won't even finish the campaign for, like, probably 50, 60 hours instead of 20, 25. And I don't care, because it's about to become a dead genre for me. You know, I've got some life left in Diablo 4, but after that, I don't think there's anything coming out that I really care about. But Titan Quest 2, I would really, really like to play Titan Quest 2. I just hope it's going to be a good game, mate. I have a sneaking suspicion Path of Exile 2 is going to be freaking excellent, like an all-consuming product. I just don't want to get my hopes up, guys. You know. I don't want to end up getting is that lit? Is that illuminated? It is, isn't it? Where do you think I should go? Anyone like? I mean, does it really matter at this point? Path of Exile getting through the axe is not the best thing, but that's why you rush it. Yeah, but I see. You see, but I don't. You see how we're completely different. I'm not going to rush the Path of Exile campaign in 4 to 8 hours. It'd probably take me 100 hours to get through it. Got no interest in rushing through the campaign. I want to see all these mobs and take my time with it and play about with my build. Got no interest in burning through an entire campaign of 10, 12 acts, whatever it is, in 4 to 8 hours. Never going to happen, dude. Go for life nodes, so these sorts of things. So maybe sort of like double up on these, because this is a nice one. 8% increase max, 4% increase max, and also less chance of getting stunned. So that seems like a good idea. Very important to get. Right, is it? Okay, all right. So we need a lot of survivability, do we? Okay. Cheers for that. It gives me a bit of a focus on it as well. To be honest, I did say earlier that's what I was going to do, but I wasn't too sure. Herbalism. Is that on the skill tree? Herbalism. How do I see herbalism? So we might to look that up. Herbalism. Oh, this one down here, mate. Flask mastery, maybe. Protection mastery, claw mastery, hold mastery, life mastery. We can't be that close to you. Let's see if herbalism. Herba? Does that do anything? You have to put the whole name in. Herbalism. Doesn't seem to do anything. Oh, hang on. It's not doing anything, dude. Search bottom top. I'm trying, Oscar. It's her. Oh! What? Her is flashing, but herbalism isn't. Is there something flashing blue? I can't fucking see it. Anybody see anything flashing? No, I fucking can't. Or at least not near where I am. It glows slightly. It's glowing. Where? If I do that, you can clearly see it pulsing, but as soon as the B, nothing's flashing. Fuck knows. I don't see it. Oh shit, is that? Oh crap. Oh shit, she's a badass, bro. shit. I think it's standing in all that stuff is probably a very bad idea, right? I think she's got like some sort of shit out here. Man, these things are brutal, right? I ain't gonna kill her here, am I? I was doing alright a minute ago, now I'm doing really badly. She's all over me like a rash, dude. I think these are acting as a shield in front of me, dudes. I think. Oh my god, dude. Get it. Oh my god, now what? Well, I've got, oh my god, what the hell? She's turned into something else. What the? This is cheating, bro. What the hell, dude? Bang, wait up, baby, bruh. I'm getting absolutely destroyed here, boys. Holy shit. Damn, dude. God, blimey, I wasn't ready for that. I was not ready for that. Oh, wow. Yeah, of course you can answer it. Yeah. How you doing, Alagon? Good morning, sir. How's things, mate? Right, well, I think we'll have a look at, is anyone, on the, what's it server, guys? The Once Human server. Cool, blimey. I have no idea how to I have no idea how to sort out my key bindings, man. I felt like at one point there I was about to start spamming buttons. I was, let's have a look. Oh, so is this for herbalism? Yeah. How are things, Alagon? How are things? Oh god, can I even marry that up with what I'm seeing there? Oh, so it's all the way over here somewhere. Poison mastery, life mastery. It should be this one. Well, that's because it's not called herbalism. Oh, it's this one. Oh my god, how are you supposed to see that, dude? Oh my god, yeah, see what I mean? Do you see what I mean? There's no way Path of Exile is as good as people make it out to be. Freaking hell, make it a bit easier. That's nice, yeah, that is a nice one. So that gives me like something to work towards, doesn't it? This will be nice. Elemental resistances, we can't really go wrong with that. So if we kind of come across evasion again, maximum life, dex is going to be good. Yeah, all right, yeah, cool, nice one, bro. Yeah, definitely. We have a master plan. We did it right there, Desla. You're right, Zon. What we'll do is we'll play some of this every single morning. But what I think we'll do is we'll maybe put in a couple of days of this in the morning and then some Once Human in the afternoon. But then just dump everything into this week. What do you reckon? So we could, because like Once Human, we're going to hit a point where there's probably not a lot left for me to do, right? And then we just get ready for the weekend. Because this is starting to, I'm starting to enjoy this, man.
Doresso gave me the gem, kissed me, promised that
And
he
I
would be
think
by
with
my
your
side
guys' help
forever.
getting a build up and running,
I sang for him. I sang for Oriath with his gem at my throat.
I think we'll be good to go, won't we?
Khaleesi's gem. Khaleesi's voice. I sang in her echo, performing arias that had once made the Empire weep. I listened to Khaleesi's lullabies in my dreams. I gave myself to her music, mind and body. Doresso left me for San with a promise to free me from Khaleesi. I begged him not to go, tried to show him the wonder of my transformation, the beautiful daughters he would soon meet. He couldn't see. None of them could see. I fled from their hatred. When Doresso returns, I will cast his cure away. I will teach him what true love.
Wow, okay. Jesus, it's actually pretty good, isn't it? To be fair to them. We should have jumped back to this a little while back, in my opinion. Because I'm never going to get... I suppose the argument is, though, it's not like it's going anywhere. It's like Dunkley said, you know? We're not going to... We're not going to miss out, are we? If that makes sense. There's nothing to stop me, you know, while we're in early access of Path of Exile 2, we can still carry on with our Path of Exile playthrough, can't we? And I suppose if I buy a stash tab, it will transfer, won't it? We're in the right category, guys. Anyone able to just check for me? I don't want to get in trouble, man. Yeah, take care, Archie. Missy, you wanted to do territory purification today. Elegon, how are you doing, sir? That's quite hard ripping myself away from that. What about a full day of Path of Exile tomorrow? Oh, I don't know, man. I'm starting to feel the urge. I must admit, last night I was thinking, oh, there's a couple of gems I wanted to have a look at that I'd got. I presume because I'm playing a season, I don't have access to my other gems, do I? Because I think, can't I go and buy some gems from the vendors in Lion's Watch, whatever it's called? If you get... I'm going to dump some big time into Path of Exile 2, dude. Yeah, but big time. I suppose the thing is, like you said, Formula Wooden Record Player sent by Radicali. What's that? I'll say yes. I don't know what... take this Formula Wooden Record Player as a small token of goodwill and embark on an incredible journey. Oh, nice. How do I put that down, guys? Furniture, home entertainment. Oh. Can I, Missy, is there any like small tables I can use? Like a little bedside table, so I can play some music. What was that? Oh, it's alright. It's one of the nodes, isn't it, from the foundations? Are there any like small tables? Like a bedside table? Miscellaneous. Collections. Decoration. Furnishing items. Oh. God, you could go to... You could just go... Oh, hang on, what's this? System notification. Oh, no, cancel. Facility storage. I don't want storage, but yeah. Ah, nice one, dude. Oh, alright. Are they... Can I actually use these as storage? Oh, hang on. Are these ones I've got... Oh, let's... Oh, nice one, Dunkley. Let me... How do I come out of that? Turn that on. So can I actually use these as storage? Are these like the same as like a normal sized... I don't even know I'd got these. Oh my god. I didn't actually know that. That's actually really cool. And we want furniture, home entertainment, don't we? Well, that fits quite nice. Well, just about. Can you hear that? Is that playing music, or have I just got it really low? No, I didn't, Jules. No, that's why when Duncan said in stories, I was like, "What, really?" Who's that? You're right, Missy. How you doing, mate? Missy, have you gone tier 3, Missy? Because I feel like I'm falling behind. I was getting absolutely battered yesterday. I can't hear anything though. But again, it might be just because it's really low my end. Right, now I need to get some of these rifts done, don't I? The rift anchors done today. Let's go do a little quest. Let's go do some inventory. Oh, I like that. That's quite nice, Missy. I think my nan had something like this. These side pieces fold up, don't they? To sort of like make it a bit bigger. I think she had a little card table like that. You keep your deviated plants in your bedside table. I was about to say, because that's actually quite cool. Because I could put like my personal rarer stuff in there. Like maybe my cortexes. Because I use this as my general sort of like important dump box. It's like acid, stardust, and all the cortexes and things. See, I didn't realise we'd got other options for storage. That's quite cool, actually. I must admit, guys, Path of Exile... What's the end game of Path of Exile 1? Let me try and help you here. If I was to tell you what the end game of... well, let me tell you the way I feel the end game of Diablo 4 is. Now, bear in mind, this is not slagging off Diablo 4. I like Diablo 4. But I don't like the end game that I see. And that end game, what I watch, what I've played, is me just kind of having a build, choosing a difficulty that build works out reasonably well with the TTK, and just getting better stuff, making my build more of a polished build. It's pleasurable up to a point. You know, I don't just cease playing it when I finish the campaign or whatever it's going to be. But I feel like it gets, for me personally, it gets quite boring. It feels like all I'm doing is pressing the same buttons over and over to get some loot. The sense of progression, I feel like it's diminishing returns. Is Path of Exile 1 any different? You know, it's an ARPG. You know, maybe, you know, ARPG endgames, you know, just are that. You know, an endless grind for better loot just to do more difficult content. And then you use that better build to do even more difficult content. But the content remains reasonably static. You know, it's not like you're unlocked. You know, like in an MMO, you get better and now you are good enough to go and do a whole new slice of content. Like you can now do the tier 2 dungeon. And now you farm the tier 2 dungeon, and now you can do the tier 3 dungeon, and the dungeons are very different, and the content itself is quite unique. Is there any different with Path of Exile 1? You know? Or is, you know, Path of Exile still using that same formula? And that's fine. There's not an issue with that. I suppose the difference with Path of Exile 1, I've got a multitude of build variety and build scope to play with that I probably don't have in Diablo. Did I put everything away? What's my weight? 32. I'm good to go then, aren't I? What I'm worried about is I used all my T's, didn't I? Alright, let's go and have a look at tasks. Let's get rid of some of these. A miracle chase. Track quest. Show on the map. Teleport over. That's going to go click up some blue quests. So... you put another one, Missy. Thank you. Last I have is the same as you. You can just delete. Yeah, just stick him there. If you got any nice ones, I'll have a look when I get back. I'll try and catch up a bit, Missy, so we can get some dungeons done. So you run maps, you get better loot, and as you clean new maps, you get points built into your Atlas tree, so you can focus one or two different league mechanics depending on which you like. See, I like the idea of that thing where you could build your own. You were building like your own town. Well, not your own town, but you were upgrading or establishing a town, weren't you, with the latest season that I'm currently playing in Path of Exile? But, oh no, I know what that is. That's the one you have to do at night, isn't it? That's not going to work for me. If anyone spots it's evening time when I'm meandering about later, give me a shout. let's go do the. Have I done the rift anchor there? It says it's active, but I haven't done the Oh, I've done the mystical crate up there. We better go and do that. The different league mechanics give you a variety in your end game. And how often does Path of Exile launch a season? Is it like 3 monthly with Path of Exile? See, it is another thing, Dunkley. This is something else I'm going to go in really open. I fucking hate seasons, dude. I really don't like seasonal content in any game. In fact, the only game I've enjoyed seasonal content is this one, Once Human. I actually really look forward to the fresh resets, but maintaining, you know, my mods and my Starcrom and, you know, my blueprints. It doesn't feel like a true season. It feels like, you know, it's just a fresh start with some new fun things to go and do. You know, I don't like seasons in Diablo. I really don't like them. And it's not because the seasons themselves are inherently bad. I just don't like seasonal content. It's just something that, for me as a player, I love progression and persistence, and it feels like it's like a stop-start scenario. So I'm going to go into Path of Exile 2, at least giving it a shot. You know, don't go in like dreading the seasonal reset, if you like. I'm going to go into it like hopefully looking forward to it. You know, try and get the right frame of mind. Does anyone know about the upcoming new Starcrom and blueprint changes in the Once Human December update? I don't know enough to explain it, but it seems important. No, if you got a link to it, Jules, and we can go and have a look, see if we can make head nor tail of it. I didn't even know there was an update coming. I know they're doing a big launch for... Oh, what is it? The mobile version of the game is now very close to seeing the light of day, I believe. I've been invited into it, but I don't know how to stream it. How the hell do you stream a mobile phone game? I assume I need some fancy connections or something, right, to plug it into my PC to capture it, and I don't have any of that, so... Because I've got access to it. I haven't tried, because there's no point in me doing it if I can't stream it, you know? Oh, morning, Diz. How are you, Diz? The difference is that Diablo 4 main content is level up and getting gear, and once max level, you're finished. But you're not, though, are you? Once you're max level, you're not actually done, are you? Because, like, max level's only... Because you go... Is it called Paragon or whatever? Or do you mean once you hit max Paragon? I'm not sure. I don't know enough about it, Diz, you know. But once you reach the max level, you're not done with your character, right? Because haven't I hit max level? I don't... I mean, are there not, like, an infinite number of Paragon levels? You know that Paragon tree goes on and on and on and on, doesn't it? The Path of Exile already starts at 65 when the end game begins. Tons of different mechanics and pinnacle bosses. Diablo 4 is miles above Path of Exile in terms of content. So I will rather say let's not worry about level caps and things. Whereas in Diablo, I won't see anything new. Yeah, I will reach a point in Diablo. Yeah, let's see if I can come up with a factually accurate statement. Oh my god, Missy, these are wrecking me, bruh. Where the hell am I? I need to get my tier 3 gear set up. Oh my god, it's another bit. So in Diablo 4, once I reach a certain point, right, I'm not going to see anything new, Diz, yeah? I'm not going to see like a new boss. I'm just going to like go deeper and deeper into like a rift equivalent, whatever you want to call it, and I'm just going to see the same mobs, but like, you know, maybe completely souped up with cold damage or whatever it's going to be, but it's still going to be the same bosses, yeah. But what you're saying is in Path of Exile, the difference is, as I get more powerful, I will be able to find more and more things to do. You know, actual new things. Like a new boss to do that I haven't seen before. Not just the same boss, but this one shoots fireballs and this one's now got cold damage or something. Does that make sense? The fresh economy is the one thing that can... Hey, I'll tell you what, before I read the rest of that, Diz, you know when I booted up Path of Exile yesterday, after the stream, just very briefly, right? It was quite weird, because I played it just very briefly after the Once Human stream yesterday, and then I played it sort of a little bit in the early morning hours. And both times there were discussions in global chat. Dunkley just mentioned global chat earlier, didn't we? And they were talking about will the economy ever get fixed? What is the economy? I didn't even know there was an economy. Is that like back in the old days of Diablo, where we used to like use stones of Jordan to exchange gear and things? Because I didn't even know that existed, really. An Android emulator. Oh, I don't know. You can use BlueStacks emulator. Oh, is that what I'm supposed to be using, Elegon? So is that like something I can? Because I've got an APK file that they sent me. So can I actually download that onto my PC? Can I? Well, I've already got it on the PC. Let me make a note of that. BlueStacks. All right. It's level 29. Is he really? Why am I over here? Have I got a quest over here? I can't remember why I came over here. Listen. Goes to show the power of the build, Missy. Even level 29s in tier 1 gear. So Diablo 4 has nothing to do with max level. There is no reason to keep grinding the same thing you're already grinding to get to that point. That's what I mean. Yeah, I suppose are we saying the same thing? Just yeah. You can add modifiers to maps in Path of Exile to include different content like blights. Is that really new content though? Isn't that just like, you know, in New World, like I was saying, here's the exact same dungeon as you did last week, but now everything's got nature resistance. Wait, do we really count that as content? There are game mechanics I haven't even touched in Path of Exile because they're not up my alley, but are legit ways to play the game outside of the map. Alright, see, I like the sound of that. So there's lots of ways to play the game. Oh, is this what you were talking about in Discord? What was it called? You began with an S. And you said, don't worry about it, but it is another way to play the game, yeah? Yeah, I know what an APK is, yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I can use something called BlueStacks to run that .apk file, yeah? And then I'm basically playing the mobile game, but I'm playing it on my PC, yeah? I don't know much about emulation outside of the Steam Deck, so. What am I doing here? Sanctum, that was it, yeah. They adding new guns. What for this? We're in the next season, so I've played every season to date so far. Oh yeah, I need to upgrade Missy, man. These boys are wrecking the dude. He's being a right knob, isn't he? We'll get the quest then. Yeah, I don't know. What if there's new guns this season on the wish machine, mate? I'm not sure. Because I really want to go into LEA with my Anabasis build. Like, I think it would be like really good fun. In fact, I'm very much looking forward to running this build in LEA. I really like LEA. So I could grind that thing all day long, man. The different league mechanics are basically completely new game modes. Like, Blight is basically more about that. Sorry, I've skipped a line there. Like, Blight is basically tower defense. Oh, so it isn't. So it's not just like, oh, we've got like a new disease thing that's another elemental resist we've got to overcome. Oh, right, okay. I'd say I stopped playing. I think the last time I played Path of Exile, I stopped playing. Not because there was I think something else just came along, to be honest, guys. And I think we just unlocked a bit of content where we went into like a mine. I mentioned it yesterday, and there was like a mine cart, and I think I had to push the mine cart around or something. Anyone know what I'm on about? It's so long ago, I'm not going to really be able to pinpoint any specifics about it, but it was something to do with a mine. The mystical crate is up on the top, isn't it? I think. Missy, can I make tier 3 gear right now? Yeah, well, I'm pretty close to max. I mean, I've got 166,000 Starcrom, and I've got quite a few builds unlocked. So what I pretty much got, I mean, I wouldn't say all the Starcrom available each season, but certainly in the very high percentages. I don't think there's many players running around with 166,000 fucking Starcrom. I'm treating this game like my own personal destiny or warframe, you know, to see where it goes over the coming years. And, you know, maybe it won't be around for years, but I like this one. I can chug away at this. It's a fun game to play. I've still got all the building and eternal land to have a little fiddle with, even if there's, you know, right now no drive for me to do that, because I'm quite happy just running around murdering things, but just a little bit of playing around. So let's have a look at this safely. So you will now obtain Starcrom through the new Stellar Stairway system. Most former methods of acquiring Starcrom in scenarios will now reward you with asterisms instead. Alright, I'm already not liking the sound of this. You can earn asterisms by defeating enemy, gathering resources, crafting and completing Eternal Land orders. Alright, okay. So they're just changing how we get Starcrom then, yeah? 66,000 Starcroms in a month. Is that the same? So are they going to sort of like unleash? Because like that's a bit like territory purifications and battle passes. They don't really coordinate with the scenarios themselves. Like a scenario can be 6 weeks, but a battle pass is independently different to that, isn't it? So are they going to enable us to get a certain amount of Starcrom per month rather than per season now then? Because that's a big change, right? That's a really big change. That's quite interesting. That's the delve. Yeah, I remember I was doing the delve, and everyone was saying it was shit, and I was saying I actually really like it. Now you got to bear in mind they might have been saying it was shit because of the point that, you know, that I was playing it. You know, there might have been something way more fun to do. I don't know, but I do remember, like, hang on, this is a bit weird, because I'm actually quite liking the look of this, and everyone's saying, nah, Grim, you don't want to be doing that, man. That's bollocks, man. Yeah, I need better gear, miss. I'm getting train wrecked in here. Level 29. I mean, I'll be able to push through, but I'd tell you, let's go and do this. The hospital. I like the hospital. I mean, I think I'm going to chip away at Path of Exile 1. I don't think I'm going to give up on Path of Exile 1 just because Path of Exile 2 is out. Because Path of Exile 2 is going to be a long time in the making. It's early access, isn't it? So, you know, we might have some lows, we might have some highs with it. So, I'm already enjoying Path of Exile 1 a little bit at the moment. I'll keep chipping away at that. You know, Path of Exile 2, we'll see how we get on with it. We'll have a little taste of the end game if we get that far. I think a lot hinges on mouse and keyboard and controller support in Path of Exile 2. I've got really high hopes for their controller implementation. I think it could be really good fun, but we'll see. We'll see. Sanctum Delve heist and game mode, so to speak, and they work differently, entirely differently to doing maps and can spend all your playing time in them. And you can still get cool and sexy loot and. I said earlier, to be honest, it doesn't really matter to me. I think even if Path of Exile was getting just a remaster, yeah, with some nice quality of life changes and some great new animations and, you know, some new weapon types and a new sort of new class, they'd already have me anyway. You know, to be honest, you know, they might only have me for a week. They might have me for 6 months. Who knows? But you know, I think I'll enjoy Path of Exile. But I do, like you said, that. What did you say about a clean slate? Not even that. Yeah, clean sheet of paper. I am looking forward to Path of Exile too, because I think it's just like a nice clean start. You know, Path of Exile is just so meandering these days. You know, it's a big ask for a new player to start playing Path of Exile. And I'd be expecting to understand it all. I mean, it's all right for me because I stream it, so hopefully at least one person in chat can help me out a little bit. But I do get, like, if you're not streaming it, you know, or you're not playing it with a friend, it feels a bit too much at times, man. Yeah, do you really need to put that amount of effort into understanding a video game? So see, for people that have played it since launch, you know, it's just incremental changes. You know, it doesn't really matter. You know, the game's not actually complicated. It's a freaking hell. It's a fucking video game. You know, you don't need to be a freaking, you know, genius to play it. You know, I'm sure many idiots can play Path of Exile, but it feels daunting, and you have that feeling of like being a little bit behind the curve. And you know, what was I looked at something about keybinds. I was like, I wonder if there's any tips for keybinds. And no, it was showing videos from like 9 years ago and things, you know, and it's like, oh god. So I'm looking forward to Path of Exile 2. It's just a fresh start, but I have a feeling it will reinvigorate me to have a bash at Path of Exile 1 as well. There's actually a dude called Shitstained Steve in Path of Exile 1 that just blasts... Oh, I thought you meant as in an NPC, man. That blasts Delve, and whenever he gets far enough in Delve, there's a global chat notification that pops up saying Shitstained Steve has reached Delve depth of... Oh, what? So that's something they've just plugged in. So he's just like a really big member of the community, is he? That's so cool, dude. That's really cool. The 66,000. I was going to say 66,000 a month. I mean, you got to remember, I've spent a fair bit as well, and I've only got what 166. That does seem like a lot, doesn't it? But Delve is the hardest game mode in Path of Exile. It's a self-generating world map that goes down to level 65,000. The map difficulty is somewhere around the equivalent of level 150 Delve. See, the thing is that sounds to me like exactly why I quit playing ARPGs every single time. Because it just sounds like all I'm really going to get, and maybe I'm wrong, but all I'm going to get is what I feel like Diablo 4 is. I'm just doing more difficult content for the sake of doing more difficult content, to get better gear to do more difficult content. And it's not actually difficult. It's just, does the build work at this level? Or do I need to farm, an increase in DPS, survivability, sustainability, whatever it's going to be? I get bored of that. To me, that is exactly why I don't like Diablo. It just feels I'm on a bit of a treadmill. Now, obviously, if the delve, the deeper you go, the more interesting it gets, the more, maybe new bosses and things that no one's ever seen before. I find it very hard to believe that would be the case, because that would be an incredible amount of developer time. But that doesn't sound appealing to me, personally. Flight Sim ATC telling me to taxi and stop at a location before entering the runway. But if I follow their taxi instructions, I will cross a runway. It sounds to me like Microsoft Flight Simulator Career Mode is fundamentally flawed, dude. It sounds like it's not actually working properly, dude. Like, it's not been play tested. Is it because you can do career mode based out of any airport? Depending on where you start your career. So obviously some of these things haven't been taken into account. Do you know what I mean? And not because they're stupid, just because it's a monumental task, The global notification would happen for everyone reaching that depth. Oh, so it's not been added just for Shitstained Steve. It's just that Shitstained Steve is the furthest down of all the players there. So if it was you, Diz, if you overtook Shitstained Steve, it would bring up your name, would it? That's actually really cool. And that's why Delve's not got a big fan base. Yeah. It sounds to me like we're getting into that kind of meta. Great for a content creator, or great for a personal challenge to see how far you can take your build, perhaps. But not something I'd want to necessarily pump a huge amount of time. Again, I'm never saying never. I've not tried it, so I don't know. It might be one of those weird things you can't explain it, but it becomes like addictive, Code for your castle. Seriously, dude, I think you've built up a certain resilience of jank and things that don't work that you and I should start playing Star Citizen together. I think you've earned your Star Citizen stripes in Microsoft Flight Simulator. I think we should embrace the stars, my friend, and go. We'll take you out on a vault to do some. I love this gun. Every time I play this game. Why can't we have an ARPG that is like guns? I think the closest I can think of is a more twin stick shooter, which was was it called The Ascent? No, hang on. Have I got that right? I have a feeling I've got that wrong. Yeah, like instead of magic, what about like an ARPG? Like a cyberpunk ARPG? Is there anything like that? I suppose we had Torchlight, but Torchlight went a bit weird, didn't it? Turned into like a mobile sort of franchise, I think, in the end, didn't it? I'm about to fly off a small Scottish airport. I can't imagine that never visited. I suppose you do have to remember that, don't you? Got to give them a little bit of credit, right? I mean, Star Citizen doesn't even work with just a few planets, with like literally 99% of those planets having nothing at all on them. I mean, they are trying to essentially provide a game where you can fly in and out of any air. I mean, don't they include every single known official helicopter landing pad in the entire globe is now visitable by or visitable in Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. Like every single helipad on planet Earth can be visited. I'm sure there was something about that. What makes Path of Exile great is the build diversity. Having a game mode that oh gosh. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. So that's why Delve is a little bit. Yeah, so with the Delve, you've almost got to have something that is putting ticks in certain boxes. I suppose it would be fun putting that build together, and you know, yeah, I think for someone like myself, I'd probably have to watch someone else's guides on that, and yeah, sometimes it might be an interesting side challenge, I suppose, while you're waiting for another season, perhaps, to pop. I just want to see the goddamn controller support. It's like I was saying to Alarian this morning. I need to see how that works in practice, obviously with the face buttons and things. I've got no reason to doubt it's going to be awesome, but I'm extremely excited to see what they've come up with. But I bet they're quite... I mean, how do you think they feel over there? Because, I mean, I know this is going to sound a bit weird, but I can't think of a bigger game launch this year. I mean, what else have we had this year? Have I forgotten any big ones? You know, Path of Exile 2, for me, feels like it's up there with the launch of Diablo 4. I know I don't know how many people played Diablo 4 on launch, but, you know, Diablo, you know, whether you love it or hate it, is still, you know, it's still a huge IP, right? Huge moneymaker for Blizzard, man. You know, the cost of those, you know, those skins and things is absolutely fucking bonkers, but they make a mint out of it, right? So, you know, it does feel like a legit, you know, it's up there with some of the biggest games ever launched. That's the way it feels to me. I mean, I could be wrong, but it does feel like, you know, Grand Theft Auto style-esque launch. You know, obviously GTA is a bit different, but it's certainly up there, man. You know, the launch of Diablo 4, when that happened, you know. Where am I supposed to go, guys? I'm missing something here, aren't I? Aren't I supposed to get up onto a roof and then fly over to another roof somewhere? Or is that the other hospital? There's two. How do I get over there? I think it's here, isn't it? Isn't there a chest in that room? I think there is. I keep downloading action games first or third, playing for 10 minutes, then going straight back to a simulator game for hours. Yeah, I love simulators, man. There's a certain charm with them, isn't it? Whether it be something like Elite Dangerous, which is, you know, quite action focused, you know, if you wish to play that way with the bounty hunting. But you can always switch out to some nice immersive asteroid mining, can't you? Farming Simulator. I'm on the precipice of having a bash with Farming Simulator, I think. What else is that? Oh, obviously Star Citizen, love that. Just can't go wrong with it. And obviously Microsoft Flight. And the thing is, you've got all the gear though, Castle. So you know, I know how completely uncomparable your experience is in those games. You know, you've got a really good VR headset with your playing station, haven't you, for GT7. You've got a full high Newtonian power force feedback. Direct drive. It's not even belt or bloody Helix gear driven force feedback wheel, haven't you? And you've got you've not got a yoke, have you? But you have got a flight stick as well. So, oh, dude, I buffed it. I hate getting in there. There's got to be a better way of getting in there. They didn't someone show me that. That was like, after all the times I've tried, because the trouble is if you click too soon, you actually can't grab the ledge, can you? Elite is free with Prime. I heard that there was like some mega, or hang on, I've come the wrong side again, haven't I? I heard there was some mega awesome update to Elite Dangerous about to hit, but I haven't actually seen it. Did you know anything about it? It's actually really easy to get in there. Like really easy. Did that not count as a crate? Yeah, has anything actually changed in Elite? Like, because there was a lot of hoo-ha, wasn't there? Them announcing something. I can't actually remember the details at all now. But, I mean, has it brought a lease of new life to Elite Dangerous? Or is it yet another case of, like, absolutely nothing pasta? Like it always seems... What do I still need? The mystical crate and one more armor crate. I feel like I'm missing one. It's got to be on the roof up there, hasn't it? So if I go through there, rather than where we just went to get the other crate, I think we've got it. They revamped the power play stuff. But is that enough to bring anyone back? I mean, did anyone give a fuck about that? Or have they just simply made power play like slightly less shit? You know, I mean, is it worth going back to Elite Dangerous, you know, for those changes? Or is it just like, you know, it's the equivalent of Path of Exile, you know, adding a different backdrop to the fucking health globe. It got put back to after next year. Oh, so it's not even, so all that hoo-ha hasn't even happened anyway. It's now been delayed. Powerplay 2 is better. But it's not out yet, Freckle, or it is out. Yeah, I was talking about the WASD controls earlier, Diz. I just don't know how I'm already like struggling. Well, I wouldn't say I'm struggling. It's probably the wrong thing to say. I just feel like Path of Exile, I've got a lot of keys being jammed down, you know, because there seems to be quite a focus on popping those pots early on in the game. But so someone was saying they tend to focus on just a couple of damage skills. You know, you don't need to have like, you know, 5 key skills and then 5 control, you know, alternative secondary skills. But you know, like if you're moving your character with WASD, I see in all the ARPGs I play, really, my left hand is being used for my skills or my skills and my pots in Path of Exile. So suddenly, you know, having WASD as what I control my character with. Like, how the hell am I going to be spamming all those buttons? And it's like one of those, like, I can't quite get my head around how it's going to feel. Because obviously I haven't played the game. And I'm sure there's not going to be a problem with them. I can't wait to play Path of Exile 2 for these reasons. You know, how does it feel to play? This is what I was saying, you know. And so I think sometimes until you play the game, you can't really say if it's for you or not. I've played games that I absolutely know I've looked at on Twitch or YouTube and thought, that looks like shit. But you know, when you play it, it's like, holy shit, this is awesome, dude. So, you know, I think sometimes you do need a bit of hands-on, man. And, you know, I genuinely feel that game has been... It's not like, oh, let's just add a control scheme, you know, halfway through development. You know, from the minute they started producing Path of Exile 2, they would have gone, right, we're going full WASD. And I loved it. I watched the video yesterday. I only allowed myself about 3 minutes of it. You'll probably know it off by heart, but it was some Path of Exile 2 footage. And it was like a big hulking, like, I don't know, like plate mail-y looking warrior with this massive hammer. And I was watching the character like face the boss, but like circle strafing around him. And then he backed off like to the left of the screen, but he was still facing to the right. And he dodged like an AoE blast, and then he ran back in and did this mega epic, this animation with this like two-handed like hammer, and it looks so freaking cool, man. You know, you really, visually, you really felt like you felt the weight of this hammer as he lifted it up and over his shoulder and slammed it into the ground. It was like, damn, that looks good, dude. Power play is out. The building for owning your own system has been put back. Oh, really? So how come, dude? Was there a technical issue with it? Can you map them to mouse? You can map them to mouse buttons. Yeah, the thing is, I'm actually really bad at triggering skills on my mouse, unless it's in something like World of Warcraft, where I really like to do it. I don't know. I've got a G600 and I've got a Razer Nog or whatever it's fucking called, and I don't know, man. A lot of those buttons don't. they're there, but they don't feel good to press, man. I don't think the muscle memory's there, dude. So you know, I'm willing to fully commit. I even looked at the Tartarus yesterday. The Razor Tartarus V2 and the Razor Tartarus Pro, and they're quite expensive, to be honest. But I thought, you know, for something like an ARPG, I should imagine that'd be absolutely fantastic. You know what I mean? Your keys are 1 to 4, 3 maps on my... Yeah, I've only got like... I think I only mapped like a couple at the minute to my mouse in Path of Exile. G will be dodge. Q&E your pots. So, Q&E... Hang on. Oh my god, you're going to tell me there's a better way to do pots, aren't you? I think I remember this. I'm pressing 5 different buttons for my 5 different pots. Isn't there a way in the settings in Path of Exile just where you just click like a button for a health pot and it will just use the best health pot that's still available, and you can just keep spamming it? A little memory just flickered in the dark recesses of my memory banks there. I don't need all 5 bound, do I? I can just do it like in Diablo, can't I? And that's in the game, yeah? That's a setting within Path of Exile, yeah? So I can press button 1 for whatever the best health potion is, and I can press button 2 for whatever my mana pot is. Is that right? V-Rising. V-Rising. V-Rising was excellent. V-Rising was absolutely excellent. I loved V-Rising. But I don't think we had that many skills with V-Rising though, did we? Maybe there's not many skills in Path of Exile. I don't know. There's a couple of bugs since Power Plane's come out. I think that's why they put back building your starport and all that. So, can we actually build our own, like, bases in Elite Dangerous? Because that sounds pretty cool, dude. That could be worth a revisit. Get a little squad going. SER, morning SER. How are you, dude? How's things? The animations, Path of Exile. Yeah, all I've allowed myself to watch, I saw a little bit ages back, Diz, of the crossbow, dude. Have you seen that? This is going back months, mate. Yesterday I watched about three minutes with the dude with the big hammer. Oh god, they look so good, dude. I can't wait to see that, mate. I love that stuff in ARPGs, mate. A good-looking ARPG is like crack cocaine to me. But then the end game happens, and it's sort of like, oh god. On the bottom 3 buttons on the Razor were always annoying. The bottom 3, yeah. I mean, I use the Nogs on the stream rig. I use the G600 on my gaming rig. But yeah, I mean, it's great for World of Warcraft, like brilliant for World of Warcraft. But I don't know. I don't know. It's a much slower paced game than Path of Exile, isn't it? I'm used to 2 thumb buttons in Guild Wars 2. The controls will be almost identical. You automate them later. So I can't... So am I right about the pots in Path of Exile, though? There are items you can use on utility flasks that give them like a trigger. Yeah. But am I right, though? That I can just... Instead of like... Say I've got the exact same medium light flask in slots 1, 2, and 3. Isn't there something in the settings where I can just say, from now on, if I press 1... it's going to use pot 1. But if pot 1 runs out, it's just going to use the next medium life flask in my pot inventory. The Logitech G502, never used one, dude. Don't even know what that is, mate. Anyone know if Path of Exile 2 supports widescreen? Looking at playing it myself. Oh, good question. You've got to assume so, right, mate? I can't imagine a game coming out in 2024 that doesn't have, you know, widescreen aspect ratio up and running. I mean, it would be unthinkable, right? And the Path of Exile team ain't exactly new to this, are they? I'd be very surprised if it isn't. But, I mean, that's not what you want to hear, is it? You want to hear a very de facto yay or nay. Right, Mystical Crate. Where's the Mystical Crate, guys? Does anyone know? Oh, no, sorry. Not the other arm. Oh, I think I know where it is. Isn't it over there? I don't think it's in the hospital, is it? Isn't it? Isn't there like a little fountain statue or something over here? Have you got a link to the G502? Let's have a look at it, SCR. Maybe don't link that one in case there's not a lot left and someone snaps it up. Have you just got a picture of it? Oh no, it's not. Oh. Oh. It was there, eh? Look at that, boy. Oh no, hang on, that's a gear crate. Does that count? Yeah. Let's have a look, dude. See, the problem I know I wouldn't like that. I don't like all these angular buttons on mice. Really don't like that. That's a definite no for me. The beauty of that is that has... See, I really... one of the things I found a lot of them don't have is... You know, on the scroll wheel, they don't have left and right on the scroll wheel, but I can already see there's 2 little arrows there. So that's got left and right scroll wheel. The problem is, I am so used to having... Is it called the G shift on the G600? It's the third. Let me put it on my face. It's not the pinky button. You've got left mouse click, right mouse click, and then your third finger is on another button. Oh my god, I love that third button, dude. I abuse the crap out of that in World of Warcraft. That's the one I use to send my pet into combat. It's freaking awesome, dude. I don't think I can ever go for a mouse that hasn't got that third finger button. You can't rub your visor 3 times. I've literally looked down as I'm reading that just to see if I've still got my face mask button built onto my stream deck. I have. It's sitting there, right? Yeah. Oh, dude, I'm looking at it. I've got ATC, gimbals, ports, doors, the left and right brackets. I've got helmet, which is the white one. At ease, wave. Oh, dude, mate. Chat on and off. All from my my Star Citizen days, Castle. He wants a few extra buttons, plus it doesn't look like a massive piece of kit. Looks like it fits the hand nicely. Yeah, I've never liked these angular mice buttons. I like more rounded stuff. I suppose like all things, you'd have to give it a go, though. I mean, I'd try it. You never know, do you? I do like my G600. I've got no desire to change it. It served me well, but apparently they don't make it anymore, do they? But I did shop around after we had a chat a couple of months ago about this, and everywhere I'd got G600s for sale. It's not like they were out of stock anywhere, man.
Oh, thank God.
So I don't know. I'm not too sure. I suppose I should really buy a backup one, but that would involve having the cash to do so. So sadly not good. Flash ride the piano. Oh, I actually thought there was this. Shit, that sucks ass, bro. I swear last time I played it, someone showed me that scene. Where the hell am I getting that from then, dude? It's not Diablo, because Diablo doesn't have a load of different parts. It literally has 2 buttons. I wonder where I'm getting, what game I'm getting confused with on that one. That sucks. I can't rub my visor. Sorry, he wants a few extra buttons. Yeah. So what's he playing then, SCR? I mean, what are you playing with him, mate? Right, we've got that done. We did the rift anchor, didn't we? The rift anchor's active. Let's go and do the dude who's poorly. He's in the shed, isn't he? I don't know. Honestly, Casket, it sounds like you're having more problems, and I mean this like reasonably legit, than you would if you were playing Star Citizen all day. It actually sounds like Flight Simulators has a lot of problems, bro. And it sounds like the same kind of issues as Star Citizen as well. There's just really freaking annoying things that are broken, mate. Are you playing, because you and your wife both play a lot of Diablo, don't you, Starkey? Did you think you two will get into Path of Exile? You know, have you got high hopes for it?
My partner Kayla and I were out scavenging, and we got ambushed by...
I've just suddenly realised there's an echo. I do apologise. I don't think anyone's heard it. But I'm playing Path of Exile yesterday. I've got my speakers
went to an abandoned hospital nearby to try to find some medical supplies. But it's been more than 2 days, and she hasn't come back. Without those supplies, I don't think I'll make it. I'm begging you. Can you help me out?
That's mad, SR. £26 instead of 80. That's phenomenal, dude. Is this the Black Friday shenanigans? It's a shame they've not dropped the 9800X3D like half price. That'd be nice, wouldn't it? I think you've got to wait until. I think the earliest I saw now was something like. I think is it scan or something? 6th of December or something. Hash, thank you very much for the 6 of the Prime, my friend. How are you, dude? How's things? Thank you very much. You get a 6-month badge on that, mate. Thank you very much, Hash. How are you, dude? Looks like class is quite in-depth to decide what to play. However, we'll only get on to play from Sunday as we are away. The one thing I am super disappointed with Path of Exile, and I mean I'm really fucking good, mate. I get it, you know, I understand, like, you know, cost saving and all the rest of it, but I am really, really good that I am gender locked to classes. I really can't tell you how surprised I am at that. I understand it, you know, and it's not going to affect my enjoyment of the game necessarily, but I just gender locked classes 2024 seems proper shit, mate. I could understand it if there was a law reason, you know, that dates back, you know, like a certain, in order to be a witch, you know, you got to be female, but you know, I could understand that, but I think everything is, right? I think that's just a bit weird, man. I like that in Diablo. Sort of like the freedom to choose male and female. I'd like to play. I don't know. It just seems a bit off, doesn't it? And that's like I said, it doesn't really matter in the bigger scheme of things, but I'm sure it won't affect my enjoyment. And you never know. I might end up quite liking it. You know, it's just like my Ranger though. You know, the Ranger I'm playing. Stream this morning. I suppose maybe I should clarify. Has, because this is something I don't know, because I suppose this is some of the stuff that I'm missing out on, because I don't really want to watch anything about the gameplay, but is there character customization in Path of Exile 2?
Look at that.
Nuggy! How you doing, Nuggy? Thank you very much for the 1 year. You do get a nice shiny new badge today. Thank you very, very much, dude. How's things, Nuggy? You alright, fella? So, look, Path of Exile is ugly as shit, okay? Alright, the character models are dog shit. The textures are shit, alright? It doesn't matter, Path of Exile 2 is coming out. Can I change? You know, like I'm playing that Ranger, yeah? And I'm stuck with a short-haired blonde girl. She looks like a twat, alright? And I'm not saying short-haired blonde girls look like twats, but she does look like a twat, alright? In Path of Exile 2, can I change her hair? Or, you know, her face and things? Is there character customization in Path of Exile 2? Because that'd probably be alright. You know, then I don't need to worry too much about the gender lot. At least I can make a character that doesn't look like a dick. It's like the Templar looks like, I don't know, it looks like an arthritic old fart. And again, nothing against arthritic old farts, but it's not what, you know, when I'm, you know, playing a Templar or a Paladin or a Necromancer or whatever it's going to be in games, you know, you have, like, you know, your own personal interpretation of them. And not only can I not character create, I also can't change the gender, and I find that a little bit shit, to be honest. Morning as well, Nuggy. GG League doesn't think it's worth the effort. So I can't. So I'm not even going to get to change like my hair or anything. No. That's fucking wank. That's absolute dog shit. That is. That is just fucking wank-tastic. Gutted. Absolutely freaking gutted, mate. Let's just hope the defaults are sexy. I'll give them a sexy rating on the first stream. We'll go through them all. We'll score them from sexy all the way through to dog shit. Into emergency medicine. What's this all about? God, that's actually like that's awful. You did it. I managed to get past all the bugs and soft locks. 90. Oh, nice. 90 hours, dude. I can't wait to go back to Stalker 2, dude. When's the patch drop, bro? I've got like 3 of the mods I'm looking at. Have you seen the new one for the inventory, dude? You know that stupid stash inventory? Someone's managed to get it properly expandable. I think there's a couple of bugs with it at the minute, but he's working on it.
Too, right? Looks like we've got a
Oh wow, look at that. That's creepy as hell, man. Alright, I can't remember how this works. One of these adjusts the month, doesn't it? We need to find the right date. September 15th. Oh no, I need to do it first. Calling the notes is how we activate the one we've done, isn't it? No loot anywhere. Right, so calendar. So what are we on? Is that so? That's the 23rd of January, right? The 22nd of January. So see if I run through that a few times. I'll drink my coffee. I've lost count already. Shit, that went faster than I thought. What are we on? 19. So 18. 7. Oh god. Oh god. Is that? Let me do one more. Is that? Did that count? One more. Alright. And what was it? September, wasn't it? So if I go through that one. Would it be better to go backwards? Can we go backwards? Hang on, shit. What are we doing in September? November. Was it the 15th of September? I've actually got the date right. 15th of September. Damn, we'll have to look. It serves no purpose in Diablo 4. I disagree. Just because you don't like it, I massively disagree. I identify with my character. I loved having like my female sorceress and my male barbarian. I like my characters, man. It's a big part of my journey on those ARPGs. I like creating my characters. My Necro, I love making my Necro. I really enjoyed it, man. And it helps me have that kind of bond with it. You see, I don't play it just as a game, you know. I like to, you know, I like the story, man. I like, you know, having my Necro and having a different journey to my sorceress, you know. I disagree, man. I think it adds a lot to the enjoyment of games. Let's be honest, you're already defending it because you really like Path of Exile, right? Let's be honest, right? It would be a better game, wouldn't it, if it had gender and character creation. It just would, wouldn't it? Because then if you don't want it, you can ignore it. But everybody else that does want it could enjoy it. You know, it's purely a cost-saving thing. And let's be honest, I don't think they're short of a few quid, are they? So all it does is remove choice. Yeah, can we honestly ever quantify that not having that as all it does? We know why they do it. It means when they make a microtransaction, which is what that game thrives on in terms of making profit, it means they don't have to put anywhere near the amount of effort in, because they just make that skin for those character models. If you've suddenly thrown in male, female, long hair, short hair, and all the clipping issues, you've now got a bit more of an issue, haven't they? It's you know, let's be honest, they probably squandered who knows how much money on testing things that don't work, like all other games, you know. But you know, you wouldn't say the same thing about, you know, you wouldn't expect a Bethesda game or something like that, would you? You wouldn't go and play Starfield and not expect a character creation. You wouldn't play any other role-playing game and not expect a character creator. You know, as far as I know, I can't remember Titan Quest dating all the way back there. I'm pretty sure Diablo didn't have anything like that. You know, it's 2024. You know, you'd expect these things. I like character creators, you know. I am actually one of those people that doesn't spend a long time in character creator. I think things like Black Desert, it actually adds to my frustration with a game. I think if I've got 4,000 noses, it bothers me. Because I know, like, after 3 hours of gameplay, right, I'm going to catch my character in a certain cutscene with a certain angle of light and find out she's got a giant hooter. And I'm going to be, God damn it. And I did this a lot in Skyrim, mate. I was a big fan of EMBs in Skyrim. And of course, in character creator, it was really hard to see exactly what the character model was going to look like in darkness, in daylight, and all the rest of it. Once that EMB starts casting shadows and things, it's like, oh my god, she looks terrible, dude. I'm just gutted, you know. To me, that is a big lie. You're not the big dick game I would have liked, mate. You know, if Diablo can do it, I want Path of Exile to do everything Diablo can do. You know what I mean? So hang on, have I done this? I've just suddenly realised. What am I supposed to do? If we called the nurse, do I just go through one of these? Yeah, that's it. For some reason, I thought there was another door. You're right, Permanent. Just did a full virus scan, and the thingy found 6 Trojans. Now I'm shaking. No idea what to do or how long they've been on my PC. I just hope I can delete them, and they stay deleted. Well, hang on. Have you just started fucking about with Stalker Gamma? So how are you installing Stalker Gamma? Because, like, you were literally downloading that earlier, weren't you? Yeah, I've got questions now, mate. You know what I mean? Hopefully it's nothing to worry about. But, in actual RPGs, you can see your character in RP. Yeah, okay, it's just making excuses, mate. I'm sorry, but just because you don't want it. I love zooming in. I mean, you know, when my character is in the cutscenes, because I don't think you can do that in Diablo, can you? What I really liked about Path of Exile, you know, when my character was reading the notes on the floor, I can use the scroll wheel and zoom right into my character. I can't remember if I could do that in Diablo when it was interacting with stuff in the environment. See, the same thing can be said about Star Citizen, or what's the point of having a character creator in Star Citizen? Because like 90% of the time you're wearing a helmet. To me, that's just a cop-out comment. It's there's nothing inherently bad about having adding a character creator is simply better than not having a character creator. End of discussion. It just is. You know, for those people that want to identify with their characters, you know, tweak their characters, have a character that looks like their favourite freaking actress or whatever it's going to be. It's just fun, isn't it? I've spent hours on YouTube looking at all the amazing things people have built in Black Desert Online. You know, there's people that literally look just like Angelina Jolie or Brad Pitt or whatever it is. It's fucking amazing, dude. You know, it's, you know, look, it's all right to say Path of Exile is lacking. It doesn't mean it's a bad game, but, you know, it doesn't have a character creator, which is a shame. It's a shame that I can't choose my gender and make my own sorcerer or whatever it's going to be. That is simple enough. Alright, where are we going? 258. So... date and where? Oh, hang on. Oh, we got to take the medicine back to him, haven't we? It's not bound to Gamma Permanent. I don't know. I mean, when did you last run the check? I mean, my question is, right? Why did you just recently run like a check anyway? Is it because you just downloaded a load of stuff? Well, how did you actually download Gamma, by the way? Just out of interest. I can't remember the last time I installed Gamma. It's going back a long time, dude. And I don't you need? No, I can't remember, man. I can't remember, dude. I can't remember when I last installed Gamma. I think the last one I installed was Anomaly, to be honest. We'll pop old Paulie's medicine and see where we go with it. Oh, Trum, how are you, dude? Hey, Trum, lovely picture with your brother yesterday, mate.
Came back. Did you find anything?
I spotted Colin straight away. I wasn't sure if it was Colin or another one, dude.
Kayla?
Oh, Colin the caterpillar, mate.
Here.
What was the first one? It was because wasn't Colin the first? Colin was Marks and Spencer's, wasn't it? I think Colin was the first one. And there wasn't there almighty row with Aldi, and didn't they have to call theirs Cuthbert or something like that? You're right, Darth. How you do, mate? And aren't there 3 now? There's Colin the caterpillar, Cuthbert the caterpillar. Isn't there another one as well, dude? Oh, hang on, I've already been in there, haven't I? Let's go. We'll get the teleport because we need that, don't we? Yeah, we might as well. The Trojans detected are in the app data folder, and it's that doesn't necessarily mean anything, does it? Just because you've been installing a mod doesn't mean that when you're installing the mod, you know, just because it's in the app data folder doesn't mean that, you know, as the process of installing, I mean, I'm sure it isn't Gamma, but just because it's in the app data folder and you've been installing your game, even on a completely different drive, doesn't mean that that isn't where it came from, right? Rugme exclamation mark M2. Anyone got any pro ICT folks in chat? Anyone know what any of that means? It's budget calling my auntie got it for your birthday. Yeah, the thing is, they're actually really nice as well, aren't they, caterpillars? It's even as a grown adult, it's get a Colin the caterpillar, mate. They are really nice, aren't they? Slice of that with a cup of coffee, mate. How are you, Trump? How's things, man? It's been a very difficult week for you, mate. How are you and the rest of the family doing, bro? The Trojans come from adult entertainment. This is why you should separate. You should separate. You should have like an independent device for your pornography. You know, like a mobile masturbation tablet, all right? And then you can take it wherever you want, all right? You can find a quiet place in the house, you know? You don't want it on your main PC, boys. You know, you're just asking for trouble, ain't you? Mobile masturbation platform, all right? Stop fucking around with your fucking PC, boys. Keep it separate. Right, where are we off to? Let's get the old... Well, how are you doing, Dougie? You alright, dude? Yeah, automated will sort you out. Automated works in ICT, mate. It's gonna get you to turn it on and off again, and then find out you're on Windows Vista, and then go, fuck that shit. I don't get paid enough for this. You went back to Dark Tide. Oh, hang on. Yeah, let me check something. Hang on. Hasn't Dark Tide... Oh, hang on. I've got a response from Path of Exile. Oh, wow. That's really nice. Actually, I must admit that the team at GGG are really good in there. I only sent one. I sent one at like 5:30 this morning, my time, and they've already responded like quite a while back, mate. They're really polite and like lovely about it in all their communication. Good PR team. I think one of the best PR teams I ever sort of like had dealings with was the Nightingale team. It was just a shame about the game, really, wasn't it? Hang on, where are we? Let's get back to chat. Am I playing Path of Exile as well? I was playing it this morning, Knuckle. I'm really enjoying it, but I also really want to crack on with my Path of... sorry, once humans say... I'm popping on Path of Exile. We popped it on yesterday morning. We'll pop it on. Might do a bit longer tomorrow, to be honest. I'm quite enjoying it. I'm looking forward to Path of Exile 2. Very much so. I've been saying for a long time now how much I'm looking forward to Path of Exile 2. I've fallen a bit out of love with ARPGs, dude. I'm finding them very brain dead. And I need something a bit more engaging. Path of Exile, I think, suffers from, you know, it's an old game. You know, the point is, if Path of Exile 2 wasn't going to be better than Path of Exile 1, no one would be fucking interested, would they? You know, I think it's going to be an amazing product. All I need is a new Path of Exile, you know? I was saying earlier, even if all Path of Exile 1 was a massive remaster, you know, with all swanky new animations and maybe some new weapons and a new class and a new little bit, I don't know, some new axe, I'd still be interested, dude. I'm just looking forward to seeing Path of Exile 2 as a brand new product in 2024. And I'm hoping it will reinvigorate my old love. You gotta remember, like, you know, I literally built my first proper gaming rig for Diablo 3, you know? I spent, you know, what was for me at the time, you know, a good chunk of cash, man. I mean, I was a bit more flush back, well, a lot more flush back then. But, it was a big commitment, dude. I think for about 2 years, I'd been, I'm going to buy a PC next week. You know, and put all the parts together and, you know, sat it in a basket but never pulled the plug on it. I remember the day I did, I was like, oh no, why have I
Repeat
Jesus, that made
broadcast
me
top
jump.
priority signal. Please help me!
Yeah, it was a huge thing, and it was for Diablo 3, dude. That's why, that was the game that tipped me over the edge. And I didn't even have it on launch. You know, I actually bought the Mega Dick Diablo edition. I've got it next to me, yeah. What's it called? What's it called? Actually, what is it called? Reaper of Souls box set. It was like this big box set. Long before I actually built the PC, to be honest with you. And you know, I've always loved ARPG. I love Torchlight. I love Titan Quest. I only own 2 games on the Switch, and one of them's Breath of the Wild, and the other one is Titan Quest on the freaking Switch. Trust me, it's a nightmare, but it's still amazing. You know, I just fell out of love with ARPGs, man. I found my way back. I do like Diablo 4. I like the simplicity of it. And I love the graphical fidelity of it. I was just saying, you know, I like creating my character. Get my Necro looking like a badass. I really like my my Sorceress. I used quite a default character model for her. You'll remember her, Shades. From when we played in the beta. I just tweaked her a little bit. I think she looks fucking mad, dude. She looks such a badass. So, you know, I like my ARPGs. I've just never found one, really, that I stick out much beyond the campaign. So, I am pretty new, Knuckle, to, like, you know, the modern endgame games of ARPG ilk. You know, I've never even... I think the highest character I've got in Path of Exile is like level 51. What that equates to, I don't know. I don't think I even finished all the acts on that class, so... I get a Windows 11 laptop on Monday. Is this for work, Haskell?
Thank you so much for saving me. User confusion detected. Deploying friendly openness. Hello, I'm H37. It's a pleasure to meet you. Please hold while I apply for level 1 information permission. Application approved! I am from the Survivor Stronghold of Greywater, located at 30 degrees, 54, 25.2 north, 71 degrees, 05, 47.5 west. You are welcome to visit. Reminder of higher priority tasks. Progress of exterior collection has been seriously delayed, which could result in a major salary deduction. Returning to Greywater Stronghold immediately!
Weird. I think, what does H37 or whatever it is actually do in terms of the, as a deviant? What powers does it have? Is it a stay-at-home, making goodies? Morning, Doc. What, the voice was it? Was it? I sort of like, ooh. Yeah. Little H37 or whatever it's called. Yeah, I always do the friend stuff after the stream, Nuggy. Although, to be honest, I think I've got my friends thing turned off at the minute. I'll grab it later, Nuggy. You reminded me, because they've sent me a copy on PlayStation 5 of Dark Tide. There's a big update for it, isn't there? I don't stream a lot of the PlayStation 5, but I did say yes to it, mate. I'd like to, I suppose I'm slowly but surely convincing myself at some point. See, what I really want to see, and I can't wait to see it, Path of Exile 2 running on a PlayStation 5 Pro. Because I'm going to be honest, mate, if the way things are right now, dude, right? If Path of Exile 2 is a really fun game and it plays like really well on a controller, and it also just happens to play really well on a PlayStation 5 Pro, right? I know I am getting very close to making a decision about probably ditching PC gaming for a bit. I've got some really nice hardware at the moment, and I could really do with the cash. And I can see when GTA 6 launches, there's nothing on this planet going to stop me playing GTA 6, dude. I love that shit. You know, I cannot think of a better launch period in my life. I was excited for Grand Theft Auto 5, and I streamed it on an old, like, USB. I think it was a HD, I can't remember, PVR2, like USB enabled capture card external thing with a laptop. I loved freaking GTA 5, man. We had so many freaking laughs driving around as a crew in that game, man. And of course, back then there was nothing. There were no heists. GTA 6 in my veins the day it launches, mate. And unless something radical changes, the best way to play it is going to be the PlayStation 5 Pro, right? So, I'm ready, man. I'm ready to take the splunge. And so, you know, a bit of GTA 6, bit of Path of Exile. I think I'd be quite happy camper, mate, to be honest. And hopefully Stalker 2 as well. Stalker 2's any time-limited exclusivity on it. So, and then I'm going to, like, basically go and steal Caskell's PlayStation VR 2 and his DualSense Edge and also his force feedback steering wheel for Gran Turismo 7. Yeah, I'm very much looking forward to GTA, man. Very much looking. Yeah, join the console, plebs. Yeah. What I've noticed, the direct correlation between general happiness and being on console. However, you have put a small dent in that with Microsoft Flight Simulator, mate. That doesn't seem to be working out very well. GTA 6 will be on PlayStation 6. GTA 6? No, of course it won't. It's coming out next year, dude. Grand Theft Auto 6 is next year. So it'll be the best hardware on launch will be PlayStation 5 Pro, won't it? There ain't no way the PlayStation 6 is launching next year, mate. Not in a million fucking years. They've only literally just launched the PlayStation 5 Pro like last month, wasn't it? Oh yeah, it's for Xbox, which is actual peasant console, isn't it? Of course, yeah. Sorry, I forgot we got to start a fanboy war. Yeah, sorry, mate. Yeah, Xbox is shit. PlayStation's awesome, right? So we'll be added to PlayStation in December. Oh, that's why they've sent me the copy, mate. That's why then. Ah, that makes sense. I didn't. I just assumed it was already on PlayStation 5, dude. Ah, right. So hang on then. Was Darkside not on any console then? Was it a PC exclusive? Or was it Xbox and PC? It must have, because it was on Game Pass, wasn't it? Considering I'm about to drop the same money on a GPU that is the same price as a PlayStation 5 Pro, does cause my brain to... So what are you buying then, or what, mate? What did you go for? We were talking about this yesterday, weren't we? What was the big decision in the end? Did you go Nvidia or AMD? I would not go AMD, man. Personally, I know different courses for different courses and different strokes for different folks, but it's the buyer's remorse, Doc. I don't think I've ever bought anything for a PC where I haven't immediately felt like, have I done the right thing, you know? You know, did it really make that much of a difference to the game I was playing? Because I always find if I upgrade something on the PC, right, I can guarantee there's one game that tips me over the edge. You know, there's that game on that day on launch that I was really looking forward to, and I'm not quite getting that performance I want. So it's like, oh, I tell you what, sorry, I'm going to leave it a week. I'll buy whatever it is. Can I shoot her in the leg, Bob? I think I can. Oh! Son of a bitch. You feel the same way with camera? I would imagine the camera's a bit different though, right? I mean, different. I don't know, because you're talking about quite old cameras, aren't you? So do you not get like very different pictures from your different cameras? You know? I would imagine at the level of your photography skill, Doc, you know, it's like buying a new paintbrush, right? You know, completely different, I don't know, length and, you know, I don't know, horsehair compared to something like synthetic or something, you know? I mean, I would imagine you don't feel too bad with cameras, right? I suppose the problem is that when you go out to take a picture, it's like, which one do I take with me? You got like 15 cameras around your neck. Like some hideous camera monster from a Resident Evil game or something. You went from a 2060 to a 4060 and it felt really good. Yeah, I think if it's multiple generational leaps, buyer's remorse is massively diminished, isn't it? Yeah, I mean, I was more incremental. Most years I'd upgrade something. So I began with like the GTX 670. What was my first like proper gaming card, you know, and that was that one I bought for the Diablo 3 and what have you. Yeah, it was, yeah, GTX 670. And I can't remember what I can't remember if I went to a 780 or something, but I do remember the increment. It was like, Jesus Christ, that was a lot of money for like not a lot of fucking extra oomph, to be honest, mate. I haven't decided yet either 4070 Ti Super or the 7900 GRE. I'm going to wait until next. Sorry, until after PAX. Yeah, PAX could be quite interesting actually, couldn't it? You're right, Hash. When we are doing base purifications with you people on, I converted all the Cortexes to tier 3. I'm ready, Tam. Just tell me when, dude. Do you want to do it now? Before people grab a spot of lunch or whatever it's going to be, dude? As soon as you mentioned Sony, I got a Sony. It's weird, isn't it, dude? You do wonder, don't you, Swamp? We've mentioned things. You want to think of a good example? I know you had some really good examples in chat. Was it Jabosh or Caskell or someone? Like we were talking about a product or something on the stream. And you know, all of a sudden you start getting adverts for said product. It's not like you've actually Googled it or anything, right? There's been some really good examples of that, Swamp. I mean, is it, you know, just, you know, in the mad crazy world and, you know, you're sitting on Twitch and, you know, we're obviously going to hit certain topics and, you know, for every coincidences, there's also 1,000 things that didn't happen, but there's been some quite funny ones, mate. You know, where it's like, shit, that is a bit weird, you know? The lens quality dictates the image quality. Yeah, but it's not about quality, though, is it? I mean, you know, from what I understand about photography, you know, there are really old cameras that will have, like, a particular look or a vibe to them. It's not just about the clarity of the picture or the definition of the picture, is it? The fidelity of the picture. You know, there's some old cameras that do have quite a unique look to them, don't they? You know, in the type of and how they take the pictures. Yeah, different technology. It's completely different tech in them, isn't it? You know. So I would imagine, you know. Yeah. I don't know. I just feel like sometimes with PC gaming, you know, more often than not, after it's all installed and your drivers are updated, and you know you've been lucky enough not to get a dodgy one or you know fuck something up or have to RMA it or whatever it is. And you then boot up that game, you know, and you're still not quite getting 60 FPS. It's like, goddamn shit. I'm getting ads on Facebook for cat glasses holders after Advina mentioned the glasses holder yesterday. You see what I mean? You see what I mean? It's all these devices listening to us, man. You're ready as well. Did someone say they're ready? Darth ready. Should we go over to Tam's then? Is Missy around? Tam's ready, Darth ready. Anybody else? There's only two. I just noticed the Prime Wars are up again, guys. You're up here, aren't you, Tam? You're up north, aren't you? Oh no, that's bad manners. Oh, have you moved, Tam? Star and Tam both up there. I suppose what I could do, I could always pop over there and get some iron while I'm there. Come on. How much weight have I got? I mean, my quest is to go to Grey Water Camp. You're ready in 2 minutes. I have 21 tier 3s. I don't think I've got any. It sounds like you've got enough. I mean, I won't worry about bringing any Cortex. I'll save mine for the next time. Because you must have enough between the two of you, right? From the dive I did, I think I found out where it came from. Looking at the dates and all, it's from spring this year, and I installed 2 games, not from Steam. I remember Googling the website I got the games from to make sure it was a safe website. Like what? I mean, where would you... What games did you download, just out of interest? I mean, God, I mean, where would you download games from? I mean, if I buy a game, it's either on, like, the Uplay store or the Blizzard store, or, I mean, or it's a Steam copy of something. So what have you played that isn't, you know, like of a normal launcher then, Perma? Or is it weird anime tentacle porn shit and we shouldn't touch this subject? Covering up the £700 for the Fujifilm X Pro 2. It was painful. But do you love it though, Doc? Oh, you just need 10. Have you got enough, Missy? Let me see if I might not even have any tier 3s. I'm a bit behind all of you. Don't mention the 3 services tracking every word you input into stream, including Amazon. Actually, that's a good point. That's a good point. Yeah, it's so just talking in Twitch chat. Did you think that's all part of that big data sweep? I never really thought about that, dude. Is that for real? Yeah, I mean, I've got no reason to doubt that. I mean, is that not absolutely part of it? You know, your Amazon, your link maybe to your Amazon account, your Amazon Prime account, and that big sort of search algorithm, it's just like, all right, so you've mentioned, you know, the Tantarus Pro. What we should do is get everyone, we should talk about like some dildos or something, and then you'll all start getting like weird adverts on your IP address for dildos, and like all your partners will start wondering what the hell's going on. Not tentacle porn, no. Shit happens, Perma. I recommend changing important passwords. See, the thing is, how long have you had it, Perma? I mean, you said it was a while back, didn't you? Spring this year. And nothing bad's happened, right? Doesn't mean to say it's not about to happen, but... it was 2 visual novels. They were fan translators. I don't know Japanese. Oh, shit. Right. Got you. Yeah. Who knows then, mate? Tam. Where's Tam gone? I just had him a minute ago. Where is he? I'm 7 minutes on the clock, mate. You know what I haven't done? I haven't been gathering these, have I? Oh, I can just press F, can't I? Oh. Do you have Defender active and updated, Perma? Oh, hang on, Tam. Shit, sorry, I nearly missed that, dude. You immediately think about good old games, is that? I haven't downloaded anything on GOG for ages, man. Ages and ages. Have I got any ammo? Oh shit, my gun's about to run out. You're looking good, Darth. Looking very nice, my friend. I love your gun, dude. I think Tam's got the same one. That skin is like epic, mate. I used the Indigo service with CyberGhost. Paid. What was the name of that thing, by the way? I've just suddenly realised I've just bloody deleted it. Shit, what was that emulator called, dude? Blue something. I've just bloody closed my little notepad thing down. I don't care about trackers tracking me. Yeah, neither do I, Nuggy. I'm not so narcissistic as to think that anybody gives a toss about my browser history. You know what I mean? Like, they're not listening to me. They don't care. You know what I mean? There's not actually an actual human being out there, you know what I mean, listening to my Google or Alexa when I'm at home, you know what I mean? Jesus. Yeah, get over it, dude. You live in the digital age. They know everything they need to know about you, mate. There's nothing you can do. Don't let it bother you, mate. You're just going to get a headache. Blue square, blue stacks. Blue stacks, cheers, bro. Oh, Castle, you the man. Let me bookmark it. You're an angel. Now, this thing's legit, yeah? I'm not going to end up with, like, all these weird Trojans like Perma, right? Play Android games on PC or try instantly from my cloud, yeah? I'm going to be alright, yeah? I'm not going to get shafted here, boys, no? You already use Opera GX and that's like 100% Chinese spyware. Is it? I don't know. Again, I don't care. They can spy me all they want. Has anyone ever bought anything from an advert? I mean, the only thing I can suggest that has an impact on me is just like brand relevancy. Does that make sense? So, you know, I know of Razer products because there was a lot of adverts for them. But the advert itself and of itself wasn't the trigger point. In fact, quite the opposite. I tend to find things that have got... hang on, why am I so heavy? Oh my god, have you got a TV in your house? What the hell, dude? You know, so when I was looking... So I've got a Razer Naga. So when I was looking for a new mouse, I looked at a whole bunch and I thought, oh, Razer. Oh, right, I know of Razer. You know, heavily advertised in the UK. It was the same with, like, say, Jack Daniels. You know, fancied trying what I thought was, you know, a Kentucky bourbon. And so it wasn't so much the advert in and of itself made me dash out and start drinking whiskey, but it led me to know of the brand. The problem is if that becomes too saturated in my life, I actively go to the point where it's not just adding to a list of brands to look at. It goes on my absolutely do not touch with a barge pole. And I've got several examples of that, but the best one, which I've mentioned many times, is that Aussie shampoo. So the Aussie shampoo, it didn't just make me aware of a product if I was in the supermarket buying a shampoo. Because it was played every single time I went on Twitch, multiple times a day, I actively despised that product. I grew to hate the advert. I grew to hate the product. And it got to the point where if ever I saw that product in a supermarket, I'd probably throw all the shampoos in a shopping trolley and put it down the booze aisle. It kind of works two ways for me, man. This is cool. I didn't know you could get a TV. This is awesome, dude. This is better than freaking Netflix. It's quite cool, isn't it? It's actually it's quite high fidelity as well. Oh, of course, Kelsey. Yeah, from the Digby Boys, isn't it? Yeah, of course. I hated that Aussie shampoo advert, man. I hated it so much, dude. I really did. There's a few tech products over the years that have been like that. I've got so pissed off with the advert, I just would never buy the product. Use the same shampoo. I'm still using that bloody... What's it that I accidentally... Did I accidentally buy it? Or I can't remember how I ended up with it. It's that freaking tea gel stuff. It's made out of charcoal or something. I can't remember the story behind it. I know I mentioned it on stream. I've still got that. It's like the most... It's like... it's not like a sort of... You know, like shampoo's fairly watery. This is on a viscosity level that is quite weird. It's almost like a plastic, almost like, I don't know. It's horrible, dude. That makes me smell like a coal mine. I can't say it's particularly pleasant. I mean, it's not unpleasant, but it's also not nice. You know, it's not a day down the coal mines in Wales. You're just part of an automated data set. So you know what he's listening. Yeah, exactly so. I think people, they only have a row with the missus or shouting at the dog or something. You know, they don't give a shit about all of that, do they? You know, same as I find sometimes that they're so invasive. You know, a good advert is a good advert. You know, Doc has mentioned, and a few others of you in chat, you know, the good old days of British adverts, you know, like Carling Black Label. I bet he drinks Carling Black Label. They're funny as hell, mate, you know? I've got a tier 1, dude. Can't really do a lot, I'm afraid. But yeah, we'll... Oh my god, that looks so good. Even the sound of it is awesome on that skin. Cynic beats you to that. What, the Aussie shampoo or the T-gel one? I think T-gel make a whole bunch. Is it called T-gel? Is that? I think it's activated charcoal, isn't it? I think it's for people that have like flaky scalps. Is it like a like a proper hardcore like anti-dandruff, something like that, right? You use it as well, Starkey? Yeah, it's freaking horrible, isn't it? It's like tar, like brown tar. Oh, it's for psoriasis. Oh, does it? Oh shit, is it really? Oh, I should give it to my brother. My brother has psoriasis. Not on his head though. He has it on his knees. Well, he has it on the backs of his knees and his elbows. Hang on a minute. Does that mean, is it only for scalp psoriasis, or could you rub it in other bits? Ooh. You've been down a coal mine in Wales many times, and at least a couple as a kid. My dad used to take me to this place called... is it Iron Bridge or something like that? I'm sure there's a cave there we used to go into. Is it called Iron Bridge? I'm sure we went in a big cave there. I've had the same car insurance for 34 years now. I do not deviate. I should imagine you've got a good no claims in there. Iron Bridge in Telford. I don't know, mate. Is that Midlands-ish? Yeah, the big bloody bridge and like a weird cavern that you could go down into. It was pretty cool, actually. Whenever I pass the TV when my mum and stepdad are watching, if ads are playing, I end up laughing at how ridiculously stupid the ads are. And that alone makes me go, well, now you spent loads of cash on an ad. I got my way not to buy it. Yeah. I mean, I get it. There's no doubt, you know, although, you know, I can happily sit here and say, like, adverts don't work on me. They absolutely do, because there's a brand recognition there. You know, so like I said, when I was buying a mouse, it was like, you know, I saw the Razer one. I thought, oh, I remember seeing an advert for Razer. And now, obviously, it's completely different. Now, Razer has permeated the gaming industry a pretty deep level, you know. I mean, they do all sorts, don't they? That's the same with Elgato. You know, Elgato, I didn't know much about Elgato because I was a bit of an Ava Media fan for capture cards. And then Elgato came on the scene and just completely took it by storm. And you know, I tend to be reasonably brand loyal. You know, a bit like you, Automated, unless there's a very good reason to change. I tend not to. You know, because why? You know, why switch from what, you know, unless there's an inherent benefit? It doesn't make sense to you, does it, right? I'm getting absolutely destroyed in this shithole of a country that you live in, Tam. I am taking so much side damage, it's absolutely absurd, bro. Is that because I went in the water or something? Shit, did we check we're all in the hive, by the way? Because if we're not in the hive, we ain't going to get the rewards, are we? And my little goober's not ready yet, either. A turtle as part of the Industrial Revolution stuff in Arbridge. That is effing scary for me. Is it a big cavern that you can go into? I'm sure it was Ironbridge, dude. I visited the Big Pit in Wales many times and gone down the coal mine. My nan also lived opposite an old mine. The Big Pit, is that actually the name of it? Capital B, capital P. The Big Pit. Sorry, I wore my wristband to the point where the fake leather was gone and just a stitching was left. My kids forced me to buy a new Razer keyboard. Why did they force you to buy a new? What was the matter with the old one? I've got questions there, dude. Right, we need to get the loot, yeah? Is it loot time? Did I actually go into some, like, tar or something over there? I am so heavy, dude. How do I get my loot, Tam? Stalker got an 8 gig patch for its 30. Do you hear what happened to the Xbox preloads disc? I think it was 150 gig preload, and then the day before launch there was a 136 gig patch. I was having a laugh because Casca was talking about there was no preload for Microsoft Flight Simulator or something. I was sort of like, we're having a chat on Discord. It was like, yeah, so sometimes the preload ain't all it's cracked up to be. You just end up downloading it twice, mate. Yeah. Oh, obviously, it didn't take up that amount of space, but you essentially had to re-download the entire thing all over again. Absolutely ridiculous, man. I didn't think the patch was today. Is this another patch? I thought the patch that's going to fix some of the basic things wasn't until next week. That's cool if they've dropped it early, but it might not be the one. Basically, I'm not touching Stalker 2 until the respawn system's fixed. I've just got no... I love what I've seen of what works so much. I refuse to play what I strongly believe could be a 10 out of 10 game for me. In what I believe, and in all honesty, I wish I could refund it. I would do, just to send a message, no matter how small, that this is not good enough. And you know, but be rooting for them in the background and saying, once it's all fixed, absolutely not a problem, I'll rebuy the game, 100%. But that respawn issue has killed my enjoyment of the game. I was even playing it like an hour or two each morning, wasn't I? Just waiting, really. I just wanted to keep my hand in, have a bit of fun with it. Are we all done, by the way? Tam, thank you so much, dude. You're an absolute angel. Star. Oh, Star. What the hell, dude? Your backpack looks freaking awesome, bro. Yeah, well played, all. Well played. Kind of messed up that they heavily limited PC versions to just so Xbox get up the same way. Well, what do you mean, dude? Hang on, what have they limited because of... In what way, dude? The one thing that really threw me, and it was like really weird, because once, you know, because there was a lot of problems with it, I still think like, the fact that my flashlight doesn't cast a shadow, really fucking annoyed me, dude. Way more than it should have done. But the game is so immersive and atmospheric. It's like, how can I just know how much freakier. Because I've only played a small amount of the game, right? So I haven't really seen a lot of subterranean stuff. Assuming there is a load of subterranean stuff. But, you know, those bricky cellars that I've been into. You know, like when your light casts a shadow and it just makes the darkness more alive, and it's terrifying, and it takes something. God, I hope that gets changed. But you know, that's whatever. You know, that's just a dream of mine. But yeah, that's not why I'm not playing the game. That's not the reason I'm not playing it. The respawn alone is enough to make me say I can't play it in this state. I just don't want to play an inferior product. But I don't know how long it's going to take for this A-Life 2.0 to even kick in properly. Thanks ever so much, Tam. You're an angel, bro. Thank you for accommodating us for our... That's what I said, Diz. Exactly, dude. Exactly. I've heard as well, and I don't want to drop a spoiler here, and to be honest, I can't really, because I don't know the full details of it. But apparently, the beginning town, Zazali, or whatever it's called, apparently there is a point in the story where something happens with the town. And nearly everyone is finding that something's freaked out. That there's this bug that happens. So some of the choices you've made don't really end up manifesting themselves in the correct way because it just completely glitches out. Vaseline, isn't it? Not Vaseline. You dirty muncher. But yeah, so I haven't even experienced the things that people are finding game-breakingly annoying. In terms of like specific bugs, glitches, quests not working, corrupted game save files, all that sort of stuff. I just can't play it because I cannot go through a POI kill everyone super stealthy, and then have them all respawn 5 minutes later behind me. I just cannot play a Stalker game like that. To me, that is not a Stalker. That isn't even a video game at that point. I can't do it, dude. I just cannot bring myself to do it. No matter how much I love what I've seen, I refuse to play a game with spawns up, literally up my bottom. You know, we've literally seen them spawning feet behind me, haven't we? Such a shame, dude. But, like I said, nothing to worry about. It's a shame I can't play it right now. I'd love to. But I don't care. I've got Path of Exile. I've got Path of Exile 2. I've got my Once Human. And we've got all those wonderful mods that people are working on for Stalker 2. So even when they do fix the things that I need the devs to fix, I think it's on the devs to fix it, not the modders. I'll still have some really cool mods to play about with. You know, I don't like the gamification of repair costs. I don't like the fact that all the guns miraculously, or 90% of the guns miraculously break when I get them off someone else. You know, I don't like those things. So I'm going to mod all that out. And I'll play a Stalker that not only the devs are happy with, but that I have fine-tuned for my own fun. And I think it could become like, yeah, I'm going to say something here that might sound a little bit wild, but that goes to show how much I think there's a possibility there. I think it could become my new Skyrim. The kind of thing I keep adding crazy new mods for over the years and just enjoy it for what it is. You know, roaming around the zone, weird things happening with A-Life 2.0 when it's finally working. It'll be my Skyrim with guns. I really, really genuinely believe that that is a possibility. And yeah, it's a little bit fanboy, and yeah, it might not be what really happens, but I've never felt like a game has so many things going for it. Just out of the door. For me, sadly, literally unplayable. Normally, it'd be unplayable and I'd do nothing but shit talk it, but there's something there, you know. It's like 7 Days to Die. I've played quite a lot of 7 Days to Die. You might have heard of it if you're in this community. But it was a terrible game, dude. It was a truly terrible game, right? But there was something magical there. The Stalker 2 is nowhere near as bad as that, obviously. You know, it's pretty good. Oh, Passing Gas was cool. Pyromaniac was cool. Hang on, where are all these infections coming from? Yeah, I've got really high hopes for it, man. I wish them all the best. And if it takes a year, it'll take a year. I don't care. I'll be playing it, you know. Tried to jump up a fallen over wall piece that was leaning on a wall, and I got punted away and died out of nowhere. Oh, really, dude? I must admit, I don't like the running death count. That annoyed me, Diz. And again, that's not going to stop me playing the game, but I don't like that running death count. Because I've died so many times because the game's shit. And if you're going to have a running death count, or at least make it a fair one, right? I really wish I could turn that off, to be honest, mate. Every time I die, it's like, you son of a bitch. 33 deaths someone did. I think about 6 of them are legit. Stuff I had the level of details and renders as enemy spawning were arranged. That's not because of the console, though, is it, Swamp? That's actually because it's broken. That's not because it was designed, you know, to go on Xbox or anything. I don't know about the closed alpha version. I don't know about that. All I know is that, I mean, some of the community are even suggesting that A-Life doesn't even work. As in, is it even in the game? That's a debate for the more knowledgeable. The atmosphere, oh god, the storms, you know, the world is so alive, even though there's nothing else going on in it. It's really weird. It feels like, I mean, you know, it's almost like that static is there, you know, tangible static out in the zone, man. I love it. I think it's brilliant. Have I logged into Star? I haven't, but I'm getting closer to, dude. I'm getting closer to doing it. You're still playing Guild Wars 2? Is Guild Wars 2 due to have a big update? Like graphical overhaul? Yeah, I'm quite sad about Stalker. The thing is, in a way, it might work out. Always look on the bright side. If I was playing Stalker, the chances are I would not be anywhere near finishing it yet. And Path of Exile 2 comes out. A Path of Exile 2 isn't just about Path of Exile. For me, it's about, am I going to carry on playing ARPGs? So Path of Exile is quite huge for me. And I'm also interested at a technical level. I'm interested to see how they've done the WASD controls and the controller itself. It's like I was saying, also it ties into, like, you know, the potential purchase of a PlayStation 5 Pro. Path of Exile 2's got there's a lot of, you know, there's a lot of outreach around that game, you know, on my peripheral enjoyment of gaming. And, you know, I'm not going into Path of Exile 2, you know, with silly hopes that it's going to be the greatest game I've ever played. I'm just really excited for it. Like, genuinely excited. It's not about being hyped. I'm excited to see what I think could actually be a really good game. 7 Days Night. It's like Minecraft with zombies, mate. Many played for 4 months when your expansion released 3 months ago. Right. I kept getting told there was supposed to be like some big graphical overhaul for Guild Wars 2. And I know apparently, is it ArenaNet that makes that? They have confirmed that Guild Wars 3 is in production. But I've given up with MMOs, Diz. I've watched a fair bit of Ashes, at least on in the background, so really more listening to the people playing it, I suppose. You know, to Throne and Liberty, I think even in my honeymoon period, which is normally my first, like, couple of streams, you know, you're talking, you know, a fair chunk of time, you know, probably talking 15 plus hours, man. I don't know, I wasn't feeling it, man, you know. There was something about Throne and Liberty that it just wasn't doing it for me, man. The combat didn't feel great. You know, Ashes doesn't look like it's, I don't know, it's not, I'm not saying it's a bad game. In fact, nothing could be further from the truth. I'm sure it'll be a really good game, but I don't know, you know, I'm just not feeling it. It just doesn't seem like it's anything special, man. But I'll see. You know, like all things, I'll wait until it. But the thing is, I ain't about to spend $100+. Is $150 or $100 on a freaking MMO, mate? It ain't happening, especially an early access one. Hang on, what's going on with my inventory management here? Wool, bristles, and bearskin. They're adding a lot of weird new shit, aren't they? I think I should take out anything that is fur related. Don't you think? I think that's going to work out all right for me. And we'll pop those in, say, the middle box. So oh my god, really, dude? Yeah, that's going to work, isn't it? And then what we'll do, we'll have over here for metals. Yeah, that's brilliant. In the box over here, I'm going to place my deviant stuff. So that's going to be that, and that. The bottom box we'll use as overflow from primary disassembly, which will be those, and probably plastics ultimately. There we go. Inventory management system done, boys. Can anyone? Oh, dudes, can anyone make the backpacks yet? On the mimetic specializations. I can make a harvesting sickle if anyone's doing any I can make improved durability, guys. I don't have backpack. No, I don't have backpack. Anybody got backpack yet? NCSoft shareholders review notes. Guild Wars 3 name was dropped during which an NCSoft shareholders meeting in Korea, and after the event was confirmed as being in the review stage of approval. Oh, so it's not under active development then. It's just being greenlit potentially. Right, okay. So it's not happening anytime soon then, Starkey, yeah? Yeah, I tried. I mean, I played Guild Wars 2 years ago, Diz, and really enjoyed it. But I went back, I don't know, 18 months, 2 years ago. No, in fact, it's not that long, is it? Because I played Lord of the Rings Online as well, not that long ago. And I just can't play Guild Wars 2. It's just too old for me. And it's not like World of Warcraft isn't old. It's just that I just like World of Warcraft. I tried Guild Wars. I tried Lord of the Rings Online again. I've even recently, like, when was it, guys? Like a couple of weekends ago? Old school RuneScape. And also RuneScape 3, as I think they call it. I just can't do it, mate. Just can't do it. You know, I'm sure they're great games, but just can't get into them. Anyone needing story dungeons or monoliths done? Possibly, yeah, but I need to upgrade my gear, otherwise I'm just going to be nothing but nothing but a drain on you. I need to go and get food, because otherwise I'm going to be running out later this afternoon, aren't I? Let's go get some basics done up. Right, state combos. All right, 11. That'll probably make it through. Oh, hang on, we're okay. That'll probably get me through today, won't it? Right, what else? I'm going to go get some quests done. I like my questing. Long acting. I don't like that there. See what I should do? I should make the quick activators. They're not actually that expensive, are they? Oh, I tell you what. I bet I haven't unlocked them in the cradle, have I? Memetics. Where would that be? What you think, boys? Gear, workbench, basic gear, hit point recovery. Yeah. Quick activators. What's hit point recovery 2 give me? Quick long acting activator. But they use Stardust. These... I think these use Stardust. They'll be alright, won't they? Bit of glass, whatever it is. Makes 68. But that's going to use all my Stardust lot. 50% hit points. What do these give me? 50%. Oh. Oh, it's just a shorter cooldown, isn't it? We'll leave it. We'll leave it for now. Alright. Tasks. A miracle chase is the one at night, so let's forget that. A lone light. Let's go and do this one. Tramp quest. Mask. What we'll do is we'll come in up here through Deadsville and we'll bounce down there, get these quests out of the way, I think. Is there a hive or something this season? Yeah. We normally have a hive, don't we? Just for territory purifications, because if you're in the same hive, even if you're not online and we do the territory purification, if you log in, you can just grab the loot. But, I mean, we've got a warband, but to be honest with you, the warband don't really get used for anything. The whole community side of the game is a bit shit, really. What we want is something like, you know, like the Division 2 did. So, like, if you're in a warband, everything you do adds a little bit of XP to that warband's, like, rank or something. Dude, this freaking stutter on the bike is driving me fucking mad. I will drop this game because of that. Look, every time I move and it recenters, you get a stutter. You get a camera snap. Look, you see it? Every time, look. That was not in the game. I will drop this like a hot potato if that don't get fixed soon, man. Freaking drives me up the goddamn wall, bro. I'm gonna have to permanently keep my camera non-centered. You can make the back. You on our server, Diz? You on the same server, bro? You can grow. Oh, dude, let me know what you need, Darth or Diz. Yeah, I will need one of them backpacks. It drives me mad one of them. Oh my god, what do we press? Jesus Christ. Dude, what happened there? Dude, immune? Immune? But why? But why? Don't forget Brighter Shores. I've kind of given up on Brighter Shores, to be honest. I love Brighter Shores. I put it in the same category as Pax Day. Absolutely pointless, to be fair. until I know a little bit more about the direction we're going in. As they currently stand, like, literally no point in playing it. Because I don't know where the games are going. And I refuse to waste my time on early access games that I don't understand the overall direction long term. So I haven't touched Brighter Shores. I haven't touched Pax Day. I wish them the best. And you know, I think certainly Brighter Shores has got the potential to be the greatest mimic of D&D ever. I can just so see, you know, that whole tile system in a dungeon, you know, with a healer, a cleric, a warrior. But I don't think that's the direction it's going. I think it's just another cookie clicker, brain dead grind game. With, you know, I'm sure a wonderful story, and I'm sure I would enjoy it. But I will enjoy it based on knowing what I'm getting into. I'm not going to pump time into a game that has no, at this point, clarity on two things. Combat, which at the minute is just click and just wait to see who wins. Identical to Pax Day. Exactly the same as Pax Day. No combat system. I need to know where that's going. More importantly, I need to know is there going to be group or multiplayer synergy. Can I log in with Starkey and Starkey heals me as the warrior? Because until I have that clarified, I'm not touching it, dude. You know, the thing is, if it turns out they're not, that's fine. You know, the game needs to be what the game needs to be. You know, it's not me making it. You know, if the devs are going to make a game where it really is meant to be played solo and, you know, all you're really doing is working towards getting a pretty cape, then that's great. A lot of people will enjoy that. But it's not the game for me, though. That's not what I want out of an MMO, mate. You know, in an MMO, I need group content. Show my star crop. Wrong button. 171. Stream hours is a problem for me because I'm at work, but I get home around the time, what's that, Darth? That Grum finishes his strength, which is why I haven't get... oh, what, are you thinking of getting into... What, are you thinking of, are you playing Star Citizen at the minute, Gas, or... What am I supposed to be doing here? Just following them? I really just need to be able to find people to play group content with shows. I reckon the Hive is only 8 people in full. You don't need to be in the Hive for anything. That's what I'm saying. The Hive means nothing. I've been in, like, you know, multiple Hives in each season. I only need to be in the same Hive when I do territory purification. It's like I said, it means nothing outside of that, mate. Even the chat, the Hive chat, is just terrible. Oh shit! I need to repair my gun. Yeah, I mean, you know, like for one territory purification, we'll literally just make a quick Hive and all join it, do a territory purification, then remain in this, like, you know, defunct, pointless Hive until the next territory purification. Yeah, I think they upped it in Way of Winter, didn't they, Shanes? Was it 12 or something? And now we're back down to 8. But like I said, it doesn't really have any impact on gameplay, sadly. Repair. What about the old armor? Still seems to have the bug on some armor pieces, don't we? Where it doesn't show the durability loss for some reason. The Hive didn't do anything. Well, the Hive, like I said, the Hive is only for territory purification. So if you're there, yeah, and you're in a party with me, and I do a territory purification, you won't get the rewards for it. If you're there, and you're in the Hive, and you log out, and I do a territory purification, if you log in, you can get the rewards for it. Time limited to some degree, because obviously the Starcron will despawn after a certain amount of time. That's the only reason you need to be in a Hive, as far as I can tell. I didn't start a simplified artificial. No, I didn't. It looks like we got away with it, dude. I think it was because I was being a complete idiot. And I'd confused the journey, which is what I thought the game was calling the MSQ. So I got myself down a dark rabbit hole of assuming I'd done the simplified questing. As it turned out, I hadn't actually done it wrong artificial. It was quite cool. Right. I'm repaired. What was I doing? Shall I see if I can make tier 3? In order to make tier 3, I'm going to have to make a better workbench, aren't I? And if I'm going to make a better workbench, I could use my... Where was that one that gives me 30%? Gear workbench. Weapons and armor crafted using the gear workbench enjoy plus 30% max durability. So I'm going to take that. That's a no freaking brain, alright? And then we'll go back to the cradle. And we're going to go into that and get... intermediate gear, right? Is that as high as... Is that going to give me tier 3 and 4, is it? Or... Hey, what happened there? Facilities... Intermediate gear. What does that let me make? Up to tier 4. Right, so I need to get some steel. Where am I going to get that kind of stuff, guys? Diddly 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 do. What kind of level zone? I think I'll go tier 1, tier 3, tier 5. That should do me, right? So what do I need? Oh, the sword. Oh, I didn't check that, did I? I don't really use it. I should do that, shouldn't I? Yeah, you're right. Cheers, Badass. Well spotted, mate. Badass, how are you? Have you played PAX? How's the update gone for PAX? Did I see Joshua? Where is he, Joshua? Good morning, Joshua. Happy birthday, bro. Happy birthday, mate. How's things? It's Mr. J's birthday today, boys and girls. Anything nice? You treating yourself to anything, Joshua? Or just a quiet day, dude? Happy birthday, man. Have a top one, mate. You've not had a great week either, have you? To be honest, man. All the hugs, Joshua. Steel. I mean, the thing is, right? Shall I just stick with what we're doing? I quite enjoy it. Let's get back down here. Let's go and get these quests done down in this southern area. Because I can easily pop up to Tams, can't I? I can teleport to Tams. He's going to have some steel node or iron nodes near him. We'll be good to go, man. Oh, no. I boffed it. I didn't pick up my what's it rounds, did I? 5 minutes. I still do not understand, right? Why I can't teleport home, yeah? From a teleport. I don't get that. I'll never understand it. So teleporting from anywhere home, I get. But if you're at a teleport, you should be able to teleport home, shouldn't you? Seriously, sometimes I do wonder about this guy. Well, the graphics sense on this, everything just maxed out, bro. Like dialed up to whatever you can take it, dude. The game actually, it runs like a dream, dude. In fact, the only thing that is wrong with it right now is this weird camera centering on the vehicle, which crept in, I don't know when. I think at the start of this scenario. So, I don't know why they've got this weird, snappy recenter camera on the vehicles. It never used to be there. We have 3 members in the warband, but there's not room in the hive. 3 in the... Yeah, the warband don't mean anything, those shades. You can be in the same warband, but you still don't get the territory purification stuff. I don't even know why the warband exists, to be honest. I assume it's something to do with, like, the Prime events, maybe. But I don't know, dude. PvP, maybe. You're not playing anything last 2 weeks, but between my knee and the kids bringing home a oh no, you got the lurgy in the house, badass. Is the knee really bad, Joe? I remember you saying it was bad. Is it not getting better now? I can imagine that's making life a bit difficult for you, badass. How's Gothic? You can buy 3 controllers. Oh, you can actually, can't you? Yeah. Yeah, in fact, actually, that's a freaking good point. You know what I haven't done? Inherited, because like controllers ain't exactly hard to come by, are they? Where are controllers? Where do they go in the mix of things? Is it on the? Is it in this section, or is it classed as like a consumable? Does anyone know? I'm not sure where they go, man. First in the fifth. First in the. Hang on, what do you mean? First in the 5th. Ah, here. Nice one. 192. I will definitely bring them over. Nice. Thank you for that artificial. I totally forgot about those, bro. Yeah, I mean, I suppose that's worth it, right? I mean, yeah. So 3 controllers, you know, it's another... Well, I suppose, is it really? Oh, I suppose it's 18 a season, isn't it? For the 6 weekers. Am I going to miss it? You know, am I going to be upset if I don't do it? Probably not. Trying to get your brother to play it. He was asking about using a controller. I literally have never used it. Because the Steam controller is not a controller, dude. So, you know, I just can't tell you, mate. I've never even tried it with a controller, bro. Do you want me to give it a bash tomorrow? And let you know. Anyone here use a controller for this game? I just dread to think how hard the aiming's going to be. I can't imagine they've got some snappy algorithm like, you know, Bungie would incorporate. I mean, inventory management and everything would be fine. But again, I don't know if they've gone through the clicky-clicky or the virtual mouse cursor. But most things would be reasonably okay, I would imagine. In fact, in some cases, probably really good, you know. But in terms of aiming, I just don't know. Controllers are only used... Oh, so sorry, we're talking about... Controllers are only using them in the 4th week? Oh, what do you mean? You can use controllers anytime. You can use a controller every time you finish a dungeon. I mean, there's no point in really... Well, it depends. It depends if you're after blue mods, then obviously you want to use them. But yeah, you can use controllers from the minute you get a controller. As soon as you get to a boss or a silo, can't you? Yeah, when you do pros, yeah. If you're after... The thing is, you've got to remember that there are some blue mods that are really good as well, dude. But yeah, you're right. Shit, why did I stop? I stopped for some reason. Where am I actually going? Why am I all the way up here? I was supposed to be going to Deadsville, right? I have no idea, bro. I have literally no idea why I'm here. I do worry sometimes. The knee, oh my god, the knee pain's due to the cold weather. I just need to wrap it to keep the heat in. Gothic's doing better than me with the stomach bug, but we've had it since winter. Oh my god, look at this badass. Look at this. Look what you've turned me into, mate. I've since streamers using the controller with this game. They were doing fine. Yeah, I mean, they might have added like a. I mean, you know, it's coming to mobile. You know, they might have some nice. I mean, again, it might depend on the weapon you're using as well. I'm sure you can figure it out. No, artificial. I want to do the side quests. Yeah. There's so much dead time in this game. In fact, I was actually close to restarting because I thought I'd accidentally done the simplified version. I would drop this game tomorrow, I think. And just, I really do think I wouldn't have stuck it out with Path of Exile. I cannot play this game without the quests, man. I love it. Even if it's the 100th time I've done it, mate. You know, there's not enough to do in this game unless I'm questing. Quite the opposite, dude. I seriously, I was really worried I chose simplified because it bugged out on me, dude. You know when you join the server for the first time and you like V down. For some reason, the game locked up. It wasn't letting me press any buttons, and then all of a sudden I got control of it, and it's like it went and sort of caught up with some mega lag. And it didn't look like I'd got any quests, and I was like, shit, I think I'm going to have to start again. And I was really worried, because most people that have left a server early have never really gone back to the same server. But the reason they leave early is to go and join their friends on another server. So I was going to sort of probably be a guinea pig there. I was going to leave this server and then try and get back on this server. And I was terrified it wasn't going to let me back on, dude. But I have a feeling if I couldn't have done the questing, dude, I just don't see any point in playing the game without the questing. Each week, you could probably get what you need to get done in just a few hours, dude. You know, especially like this is like probably my 5th, maybe even 6th time through Manibus, dude. You know, I need a little bit of story, a little bit of direction, a reason to go to the POI outside of just getting some loot, dude. I'd be utterly brain dead, mate. So I like this, you know. It gives me a focus on where to go. It's a nice running track of where I've been. You know, some of the quests I might not have paid attention to first time, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, or even 5th time. Unless they have snap to target. Yeah, I can always boost it up. I can grab the Xbox controller and have a quick go with it. I'd rather not, but... Takes note, we are 1 over our daily count of Steam controller is not a controller. It's not a fucking controller. It's a weird looking mouse and keyboard is what it is, mate. So I'd like to see how well you can do that on a controller, you know? Or obviously now I know everyone's going to be... What's he on about? And suddenly look at the screen, I'm going to miss every fucking shot, obviously, right? True, I started my 2nd season in Simplified and now I'm bored. Yeah, I honestly, I can't even... people in chat were probably, it's making a bit of a mountain out of a molehill here, artificial. But I knew how without that... Oh, there's how you doing, dude. I didn't know you were on the server, dude. Yeah, without that sense of direction, man, I think I can't begin to tell you how worried I was, dude. And like I said, it was because I was doing the journey, mate. I'd misunderstood like what I was doing as the MSQ because we weren't seeing any quests popping up. Oh, nice one, dude. Oh, thank you very much. What are these? That look like a backpack. Load handling. I think you've given me 2 load handling. Do you want one back, dude? Is that have you accidentally given me yours, or is that just give it to someone else, dude? Backpack expansion plus 40, perfect, awesome, dude. Thanks ever so much, dude. It makes such a difference, dude. I remember thinking he must be using a controller from his movement. What was it, with a stream or? I started my 2nd season in Simplified and now I'm bored. It's 3rd week just doing formula runs. Yeah. I mean, you know, I know it's not for everyone and some people... See, the beauty of it is, it depends how you play it artificial. You know, I actually just really... Sometimes the game comes along that I just enjoy being in. I enjoy the guns and the gameplay and the scenery and the vehicles and the building. I just like being in this game, dude. So, you know, I might as well have other things, you know. You know, so some people say, well, you know, like, I've played Skyrim so many times, dude. I've done the first, like, 20 quests in Skyrim probably 60 times, all right? I still don't get bored of them. They're still a quest. You know, a dangly carrot on a stick. Thanks for that, Diz. Thank you. I'm presuming you're happy they've got a Deviant storage crate now. Frees up Deviant. I didn't know that. No. Hang on. That's a game changer. What? So I can put some of these stupid ass things in a crate? Are you kidding me? Since when? That's freaking awesome, dude. How do I get one of them? Is it on default construction? It's not controlled. If you play on the low settings, you get a lot of FPS with what you can do. Oh, hang on. What's that about a movement glitch? What's that about, dude? Is that like some fancy PvP shit, is it? It's a mimetic. Do you know where it is? Oh my god, that's so good. So I can put... Oh my god, that's so good. So by week 6, I won't have to spend half my time chucking paper dolls on the floor. Oh, dude. Sweet baby Jesus. Oh my god. Dumeris is like a top PvPer, isn't he? What, is there some like weird janky movement thing you can do? So, do you reckon I could stream the mobile client tomorrow? Like, shall I give it a go? I'm not sure I'm going to have time tonight to get it all up and running. I'm sure it might be difficult, but... I think if I did it, I think they give me something. I'm sure if I don't know how much I have to stream. Probably fucking hours knowing that. But, I think if I stream the mobile client, I think I get like a panther. Not an actual panther. A panther skin. Which I assume is not actually a cat. It's something for the Black Panther rifle, maybe? I'll have a look later. I'll have a look. As long as I'm not going to jump through too many hoops. Where do I make adrenaline synthesis bench? Adrenaline. I don't know. Isn't adrenaline one that you have to find? Are you talking about... Oh, you've got me wondering there. This? No, that's activators. Oh, I don't know. I don't know, dude. So it's the last tabs of memetics. So let's do it now. Let's get it done. Last tab of memetics, building. In the storage crate options. Storage crate options. Display facilities, mate? No. Basic storage, gear storage. No, just click that. I think I'm getting murdered by something. Hang on. Alright, cradle, memetics, last one. Scroll down a bit. Gear storage, display storage. Oh, the things that you die. Oh, I know what you mean. They're on their own, aren't they? I know what you mean. The adrenaline ones. Yeah. Because I couldn't find them, could I? And they're right at the top on their own little bit here. Look, adrenaline shots, dude. Yeah, I think last season I couldn't find those, dude. In fact, I'll get those now, actually. Yeah, and they require acid, glass, rubber, and some stardust sauce, dude. Right, artificial. Scroll all the way down on this one then, yeah? Deviant storage crate. You little beauty. You absolute little beauty, dude. I'm getting that now, man. Awesome. Nice. Remember when we started playing the game all those months ago? And I did say, like, if we stick with it long enough, we'll start seeing all these wonderful little quality of life things. This is what I was saying. It doesn't have to be the greatest game in all time. I would just like to have a game that I've played like since the beginning and had a chance to see it evolve and grow. Yeah, because hopefully, you know, Way of Winter was a bit boff. I kind of enjoyed it in the end. Really? But, you know, I think over time it'll get a bit of spit and polish and some of the jankiness will get moved out of it. Just like Manibus. But yeah, you know, I missed out on Warframe and Destiny. You know, through my own choice. It's not the game's fault. But you know, I never hung around long enough to I don't know, grow with the game, evolve with the game. And I love the gunplay in this one. So you got one-shotted by an ethereal-looking sniper in an area I shouldn't have been. Sounds familiar. You can still... What, is it 12 per crate? Oh, so it's not quite as good as I'd have liked it. I mean, I was thinking it'd be like 64. But, I mean, does it look kind of cool? I mean... It's storage facility, presumably. How big is it? And I can put 12 in that, can I? You know, I mean, look, it's better than a kick in the balls, right? I'll take it. I will take it as a win. I really should stick with a sniper rifle as I'm just hemorrhaging ammo. Have a deviant killing room. Yeah, like the what was the name of the game, dude? What was the name of it? Pal World, wasn't it? The Pal World Butcher's Corner. Where naughty pals went to yeah, a sunny island, a retirement home, didn't they? I think there might have been a dangerous step. Quite often there would be a squeal or a cry of pain. Well, there must have been a dodgy step in that butcher's. I mean, travel lounge that we created. Stay down, knobber. Love the little flick you can do with a sniper rifle. It's very, very satisfying. Ooh, bad shot. Hang on, what am I actually doing? Sorry, I've got lost in my little world again, haven't I? Right, so keep... I just suddenly realised I'm not even at the town I'm supposed to be at. I'm such a bugger for this. I love it. It's not... I can't even call it exploring, but I suppose it is. But can you call it exploring if you've already been there like 10 times? I suppose you can, really, can't you? Oh, but oh god, that was so bad, Doc. Do you remember how fast it burnt, dude? Goes to show how much I was enjoying the game, though. It's a shame it didn't have any depth, Pal World. It's I actually really enjoyed Pal World. Well, which surprised me. It was like really weird little satisfying moments, like the capturing of a pal with those balls. Like immense satisfaction when you got it. Ever so weird. And I one of the reasons I think I'd struggle with Conan Exiles again. I think they have changed it a bit. But you know how alive your building felt? I mean, yeah, it was bloody annoying because they always used to path in stupid directions and things and glitch out. But I did really, you know, it was nice going back home and looking at all your deviants milling about. I thoroughly enjoyed that side of the game. It felt like a homely home to come back to, you know. And I suppose that's Soulmask, man. Jesus Christ. I'm hoping Soulmask might get a little flash of interest. They're not pushing it hard as in monetizing it, but they seem to be quite happy to give people codes for it. You know, in the content creation circles. So presumably there either has been or is going to be a big update to Soulmask. Because I think that game's fucking good, dude. Why don't you start up your weapons, bro, without StarCraft? The main reason was, I think this game's had a lot of bullshit spread about it, like the acid farming, the stardust farming, the sense of like the constant resets, and I kind of set myself a goal of playing the game in a way that was representative of someone who doesn't have a lot of time. So my original plan was never to upgrade the blueprint. Like, even if the game's still around in 2 years, never to have upgraded the blueprint. And am I still viable then? You know? Because essentially that makes me the same as a day one player, you see. Yeah, I might have a lot of deviants to choose from. I might have a lot of blueprints to choose from. But let's be honest, you can only have... Well, you can't only have one build per season, but you only need one build per season. So I was tired of all the content creators actually lying about the game. I think it really hurt the game. I still think the game has been just irrevocably damaged by people trying to make money out of something and lying about what the product is. And I think it's already difficult enough trying to explain the seasonal reset without, you know, some very high-profile streamers. This isn't just about the little guys. This is just about the big boys. He just didn't want to support it, you know, and shit-talked it because they weren't playing it. And it annoys me immensely that content creation can be like that. So I've kind of done it deliberately, dude. You know, my account, even with all my Starcraft, I mean, look at it. It's fucking ridiculous. Long button again. 171,000 Starcraft. I could have a friend start with me day one on this server, and we would be absolutely the same for all intents and purposes. No difference between us. We could have an identical build, get their first bit of StarCraft. So I just a little personal challenge. I mean, it's not even a challenge. It just, you know, I think prove that, you know. I think one of the things that I love about the game is the fact that there's no fear of missing out, dude. I love that about this game. If I don't play for a week, I am not behind the rest of my friends. I mean, I might be behind them in a little bit of gear, but I can go and get my tier 3 gear or my tier 5 gear in a space of like an hour at most, once that unlocks. The game is so friendly to players that don't have a lot of time, and yet people see it as a game you have to invest a lot of time in because people talk shit. So it's a non-issue, dude. You know, I'm not trying to make a mountain out of it. Could I upgrade my blueprints? You bet your ass I could. Am I going to? Probably not. How do I get still the guns I'm carrying that I don't want to use? To be honest, mate, if you're not using them, there's probably no point in keeping them anyway. However, it is sometimes nice to have a gun that you're thinking of unlocking as a blueprint. To actually answer your question, you can go, I don't have them unlocked, but if you go into your cradle, into memetics, fourth one along, and go down to gear storage, you'll find there's a weapon storage crate and an armor storage crate, Jaboshua. So it's all under building, just a couple of, well, they're actually called ciphers now, technically, but they're still called mean points in here. But I really wouldn't worry about it, mate. I mean, the best thing to do really is just scrap them. And of course, as you get the good ones, you'll get weapon recalibrations, which is what you really want. You saved 120, then used all to 6-star my jaws. How did you do that? So you've done that by playing... I'm not even sure, because don't you have to, each season, you'd have to roll on Mr. Wish and Jaws blueprint and then use that to upgrade it? I'm not sure how it even works, to be honest, mate, because I've never done it, so I'm not really interested in it. Do I destroy them in the hopper? Yeah, just put them in the disassembly machine. Alright, hang on. Let me check. Yeah, let's keep... Well, hang on. What's the quest here? Follow the Mayfly's guidance and find the Mayfly token. Shit, that's where we were earlier, wasn't it? Oh, the weapon... Yeah. I think Gas or someone explained that to me a couple of weeks back, dude. I might do it. You know, I might find a weapon. I think, yeah, fuck it, let's do it. But at the minute, it's like I said, I'm just quite enjoying playing it as a pretty basic. The way see, the thing is, right, Artificial, right? The way I've explained it as well is that I don't need to be doing stupid amounts of damage. You know, as long as you're doing enough on the team, all the content is quite manageable. You know, I struggled with two bosses in Way of Winter. I really did not like the shielded arbiter on the Forsaken Giant. That pissed me off no end. I just think it's a really clunky system, that. And what was the other one, guys?
This must be where they gathered. Let's go inside and take a look.
I can't think what the other boss was. Memories of Palmold. In the Lauren and Hardy short Helpmates, Oliver returns to a burnt-out house after Stan tried to get a nice fire going for him. What's that, dude? Oh, it is an actual Laurel and Hardy clip, is it? Fucking hell, how old was that, man?
Marco certainly understood the risks, and no doubt he made.
Did Laurel and Hardy do colour, or were they only black and white? You know, was Laurel and Hardy a thing, like when colour cinema was a thing, or did they predate that?
Doesn't make it any easier though.
Jesus, those things are a nightmare, bro. You bought the jaw straight up, then gambled for the SOCR, then moved the store. Oh yeah, because you can transfer, can't you? The start. I think it was Gus who was talking about it. Actually. Trouble is, I don't even know. Even I said let's go and do it, and you know, so over the next couple of seasons, however long it will take, I don't even know what an upgrade did. Oh yeah, I really like the Anabasis, man. I mean, I've liked everything I've played. I've had a Panther build. I've had the Valor build. I've had the Jaws build. I've got the Anabasis build. I have thoroughly enjoyed them all. One was not really viable because it was awful for group play. Because group play tends to be silos and dungeons. And I was really just a high-powered static turret. You know, I really needed to stay still. I needed to crouch. It don't work on high mobile fights like Forsaken Giant and LEA. It just ain't going to cut the mustard, man. But all the others have been more than viable. And I've never to date used tungsten ammo either. No need to whatsoever. And all the content has been done. So, you know, I'm not really worried about it. I mean, there's a point where I'm doing so much DPS. I mean, I might even find the game too fucking boring. Because it's not a difficult game, is it? It really isn't. Despite what some content creators will try and sell you on a thumbnail. But I quite like the Valor build, but I've got no interest in going back to that one. I'd like to try the shotgun build. The corrosive. I can't remember the name of it, but I'd like to try that one though. I'm not a big shotgun player, but so they're one of the few silent comedy heroes that managed to transition to both sound and colour. Oh yeah, of course, yeah. Because I mean I know. I mean from clips you've shown, I knew they had sound, and they also had colour, did they? Wow. I wonder how they got into something like that. Do you know what I mean? You can understand in today's Hollywood and all the rest of it, you know, looking pretty and just generally being a good actor. I wonder back then, like, Hollywood would have been completely different, right? I wonder how, like, you know, two people like Laurel and, what was it, Stan Laurel and Oliver Hardy, something like that. I wonder where their journey began. It'd be quite interesting, probably. But born of a different time and different era. But how'd you become, you know?
You made it back safe from
because there wasn't a lot of shows back then, was there? You know, it's not like now. You've got like 4,000 channels. You know, I wonder what got them there. Did they know someone? You know, what happened?
Exactly why I hired you instead of going there myself. So, find anything my client
Where did they
might be
get their like lucky
interested in?
break, if you call it?
A letter home? Huh! My client told me she always felt a letter like this existed, but had never been sent.
Just by chance. So did they audition? I mean, were they trying to?
That's right. There's an old story about.
Was it a fabricated duo act? You know, because there was a lot of single stuff at the time, wasn't it? Was it like Charlie Chaplin? I know you've spoke about him and
every night
Harold. Someone was it? Doc?
Though her brother never returned. Still, the light shone in the window, dispelling the darkness.
The Three Stooges. Oh, is that the ones where they used to? They were always like slapping each other and stuff. I don't know much about. I don't know much about Laurel and Hardy, to be honest. But Doc Slick links a few things over the years.
I have some gifts for you. Weapons and armor mods. They're nothing fancy, but they should get the job.
That was like Mo. That's all I know actually. Mo. One of the Three Stooges was called Mo, wasn't it? Houdini. No, because Houdini was a magician, wasn't he? He wasn't like a comic, was he? Or was that something in the game? Sorry. Did Houdini die doing something? Like an act gone wrong? He was like an escape artist, wasn't he? But he was more than that. He didn't just do escape things, did he?
Because I'm not.
Mo, Larry, and Curly, is that the names?
In case you don't know how they work, I have some manuals.
So Stan was the protege of Charlie Chaplin, and Chaplin gathered a number of comedians in England, brought them over to America as like a travelling troupe of comedians. Ah, that's interesting. I didn't know that, dude. I didn't actually know that. Interesting. So what about... So hang on, which one was Stan was the thin guy, yeah? The one that always sort of acted a bit dumb, yeah? He used to twiddle his head, yeah? Don't forget the forgotten Shemp. Three Stooges. Oh, you like the Three Stooges, yeah? I couldn't watch something like that. I just couldn't do it, dude. Like even watching like a Link from Dot for like 90 seconds, and I'm like, dude, yeah, I get it, right? But nah, man. That ain't never happening, bro. Not in a million fucking years, dude. Never gonna happen, mate. No chance, dude. Sunbury Middle School. Let's go and do... What's that quest over there? Lord of the Fog. Let's go and do that one. Didn't Newhart have Larry, Daryl, and Daryl? What's that, dude? Newhart? Is that a show? What was that one you wrote about yesterday, Darth? Derry Girls, wasn't it? Would you recommend that? Is it a good show? Is there a setting in this game to stop your vehicle camera centering? Does anyone know? Because this is driving me absolutely insane. This camera snapping. I wonder if, like in a lot of racing games or games with vehicles, you can massively reduce the time before it starts to recenter or even remove recenter. I was like, what the hell? Because I thought I'd gone mad. I was like, oh, who the fucking hell's Orla? I thought I was doing a good job of keeping up with Uzu in Lost. We've just started the episode. Well, I've just started the episode where Locke is twiddling his toes in the sand. Because I won't say too much because I'm not entirely sure I've got it right anyway. But I'm sure he was wheelchair bound, wasn't he? So yeah, little things are coming back to me, man. So it's like Friends, but not as a bit more intellectual. I can't imagine. That was cool. You see that there? It's like he didn't know he just had his head blown off about 3 seconds before he dropped. There's one episode about a polar bear. What, in Derry Girls? Because I think that's where the confusion was. I couldn't possibly imagine there were 2 shows with a freaking weird polar bear. That was freaking crazy with Sawyer and that pistol, man. What the hell? Wrong gun. So, hang on a minute. What happened there? Oh, dude, I didn't make the ammo, bro. We got the vultures, haven't we? Attacking the. If they're the vultures, right? What are the mutants called? What do we call them as a collective? Yeah. So that's a vulture. What's this dude here? Old farmer boy. What do we call them? break your heart when that what cancelled. Oh my god, that's the spikes in it. Every time, dude. Really? Just deviants, really? Is we just call them deviants? Yeah. I thought they might have a name, you know, like the different sorts, you know, like the ones that look like sort of, you know, like the purple. I wouldn't say zombies. They remind me more like the things from The Last of Us, you know, the cordyceps infected sort of zombies of that game. And then, you know, the farmer ones. I just wonder if there was like different names for the different factional. Because you got the Rosetta, you've got the Vultures, haven't you? I'm pretty sure there is a setting to turn off the auto centrum when using it. Yeah, I'm hoping so, dude. I'm genuinely hoping so. It's my only issue with the game right now. And it wasn't there, you know, a few days ago, so... It'd be really nice if I could, like, just get rid of that, to be honest. Oh, this is that canned seafood, isn't it? I should always keep a little tin of that with me, shouldn't I? Just in case. So, who's staying up to some godforsaken time next Friday, then, to play Path of Exile into the early morning hours? I should imagine some of you will probably grabbing some beers and some takeout and some snacks and all those lovely gaming things, yeah? Is anyone, like, proper hardball in it? I can't remember what time it launches on the Friday for us, isn't it? In the UK. Is it 7 o'clock or is it a little bit... I can't remember. Oh shit, it's a sniper. Or is it in? I've got two snipers. Oh, got it. I need to go back anyway, so don't worry. The server's going to get hammered. Yeah, good point, actually, I suppose. Yeah, I mean, I guess I'll be playing it, what? Will I be playing it Friday morning or Saturday morning? I can't remember. We'll go back home. Let's get some. I don't know if to take the push to tier 3 or not. You're up for it automatically, yeah? Because you kind of stopped playing Diablo now, haven't you? Yeah, I'll have a look at a bit, Jules. Cheers, bro. Early infected deviants before they turn into the lanky poo flingers. This game became my RMT game. Real money trading game since they introduced Eternal Land, trading people selling stuff with real money now. Hang on. Whoa. Real money trading in this game? Why? What would you trade? I'm confused. I mean, without being horrible about Eternal Land, it's a bit pointless. There's like really no reason for Eternal Land to exist, is there? Now, obviously, if you're a builder, you're not going to agree with that. But in terms of gameplay, Eternal Land doesn't really give you anything to do. You know, for cozy builders, I totally get it, and you know, I'm certainly glad it's in the game. But it's a bit. So why would... Is it for cosmetics, maybe, or something like that? Or, you know, like furniture for Eternal Land, where you get like a recipe, and then people are buying like them for real world cash, maybe? I could understand that. I mean, I know a lot of people, like I said, really enjoy the building. Certainly not something I'd be worried about. I mean, if I've got anything anybody wants to buy off me, then let me know. 50 quid for a nice lamp. Like it's going to work for you, right, too? Yeah. You think it's going to be a cluster? The thing is, though, like Diablo was all right on launch, dude. It wasn't bad, too. You know, Path of Exile, I think didn't you say they were expecting like something like 2 million players or something? I mean, you know, presumably they know how many people are. You know, have got the 480 threshold. They're going to know how many people have, you know, pre-ordered it at $30. Yeah, it might not be terrible too. I mean, I think we all err on the side of caution and don't expect too much for the first weekend. But So 7 p.m. It's a bit of a bad time for Europe, isn't it? If that's a global launch, because I mean, that's like, you know, I don't know, kids are put to bed. You probably had your dinner. You're just sitting down, like everyone's ready at 7 o'clock Friday night, aren't they? I don't know what that equates to in the US. You're expecting server issues. I think we all are, aren't we, Glacial? I mean, I wish them all the luck, though. You know, never write them off. It's grinding gear games. You never know, lads. They might pull off the unimaginable. But yeah, I mean, let's not get... no reason to get cranky if you can't log in at 7, right? Vehicle cam. Cheers, Jules. I'll do it in a bit, dude. I will roam in Guild Wars 2 World versus all my team and see if I can log in on second monitor. Oh, right. So you'll play a bit of Guild Wars 2 while you wait and see if you can get into Path of Exile. Waiting until next season on Diablo, as I've literally done everything the game has to offer. Don't feel like grinding Paragon. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, it makes sense. You can trade deviants and furniture with each other now. People are selling and buying. Ah, got you. I didn't know that. I suppose it does make sense. I mean, I'm certainly not part of it. You buy that virtual cash off you for 50. I've got a Starship you can buy off me. And do you fancy buying a Pisces C8R, dude? 2.2 is it now? 2.2 million pre-sales. Jesus, man. Is that actual pre-orders for the early access? As in the 30 to 60? Or are they including eligibility? In other words, the people that got 480. I would imagine there's quite a large number of people that play Path of Exile that spent a significant amount of money on the game, right? Because it's like I said, you don't have to... It's not like being a whale. I think there's a significant difference with Path of Exile. I don't think it's outside of the realms of comprehension to think that someone that enjoys the game, that's been playing it for 12 years, has actually spent quite a lot of money on the game. Because over the period of 12 years, it hasn't hit your wallet like a single expenditure of $500. I was saying earlier, you know, it's like 40, 50 quid a year. You know, it's nothing to people that love Path of Exile, right? So I wonder if that's an eligibility estimation or an actual $30+ like you say, pre-order, whatever you want to call it. You know, what do they call it? What begins with a P? Package? It's not package. What do they call those things in Path of Exile? Like they're $30, $60, $90 packages. There's a word they use for it, isn't there? On the last question, it asked what I thought of Eternal. I said I've only been there. I haven't been there for the last. How many? Are we in season 6? Because we did a PvP one as well, didn't we? I think I've been there once. I might have been there twice, technically, because I think that's how I fixed my deviants. Because there was a problem with deviants, wasn't there? I think I might have been to Eternal twice since launch. Someone sold 5 blue jello, 50 quid. 50 quid each, or 50 quid for the job lot. Path of Exile 1 hardly ever has server issues. Yeah, well, I mean, I suppose this late in I can't imagine. I mean, I suppose they can predict spikes for new seasons and things. Well, I mean, what's the current player base of Path of Exile today? Anyway, or say the last week. I mean, what's the most, you know, like the... I think Steam isn't going to be accurate though, is it? Because you can play it outside of Steam, right? Do they ever give those figures? You know, what's like the highest 24-hour concurrent player base on Path of Exile these days? Jonathan has been setting the bar kind of low, expecting server issues. Is Jonathan? Is he one of the devs? Even if they plan for load, it's hard to plan for DDoS. What do you think? What do you think people will do? What do you think Blizzard? What's that dude who put the tweet out about the Diablo-like stuff? Do you think he's going to launch his personal DDoS attack on the Path of Exile servers? Oh no! Is that a good thing? That's Amazon. What's that stand for? Amazon World Servers? No, Amazon something servers. John. Why is everyone calling him? Who the fuck's Jonathan? He's not your mate. Who is he? Jonathan mentioned expect 2 million, but didn't elaborate on it. Who is he? He's like a lead dev? That's it, support packs. That's it. I didn't begin with a P, but it's S, not. But there's 2 P's in it, to be fair, though, right? 3 if you include the P in pack. 350. What, really? So Path of Exile holds a concurrent player base, 24 hours of 350,000. Holy shit, I did not know that. That's fucking massive, dude. That's the Amazon Web Services. So in a 24-hour cycle, Path of Exile has 350,000 players. That's insane, dude. Amazon Woeful Servers. Jonathan Rogers is the so Jonathan Rogers is the project lead. Who was that guy with the sort of grey hair who said, I'm really sorry I fucked up, and we were supposed to launch on November the 7th or whatever it was, but I didn't quite take into account the sort of database issues with weird Steam email addresses and duplicate accounts. He seemed like a nice man. He seemed like, shit, I'd done fuck this, and the team have made me apologise because it was totally my fuck up. And I thought it was going to be a 10-minute job, and it turns out it's going to be like weeks, mate. But better to get it right. And he did. He looked like quite sort of honest. He was like a little honest Harry. You know, like, guys, look, I fucked it. I'm holding myself accountable. He seemed like... Is that him? Is that Jonathan Rogers? He seems like a decent guy, man. I felt like there were... I almost got the impression, right, that there was a whole bunch of devs behind the camera giggling. So you fucked this up, didn't you, Jonathan? You fucked it up royally, mate. And it was like, coming clean. Look, guys, I'm so sorry, mate. But total accountability. I hold my hands up. I didn't think it was going to be a huge problem. It was only when we started looking into it, we found out you bunch of idiots, right, have got weird-ass duplicate email addresses and Steam accounts, and we had no idea what was going on behind the scenes. And it's going to take a bit longer than we thought, and I'm really sorry, mate, but we're now launching on December the 6th, and I do hold my hands up. And I don't know, it just felt so honest, man. Kind of weird. Right, so what did I F up? It was ammo, wasn't it? Let me make some ammo. This one's got my 30% bonus, hasn't it? So that's good. Let me start. I don't know. I think I should start making steel ammo, guys, to be honest. What I'll do is I'll make a little bit of copper. Little bit of copper. And a little bit of copper. It all uses my gunpowder, doesn't it? Yeah, you blithering morons with your jank-ass riddled names. Does make you wonder what goes on, doesn't it? You know, it's no wonder like some devs like, shit, we didn't see that one coming, mate. I'm sure it'll be fine, guys. I think anyone expecting to get him bang on 7 o'clock is going to have a bit of a surprise, but I don't know how it's going to go. None of us do we? But let's fingers crossed it goes well. Like I said, to be fair, I mean, I've always said I've never had any expectations for the first 40 hours of a big online launch, but I'm sure Diablo went ever so well, guys. I'm sure it did. I'm sure I logged in like literally, you know, 15 minutes after the servers went up. I'm sure I did. So, you know, who knows? And what do Blizzard use for this? Do they use Amazon Web Services as well for Diablo? Do you remember the rubber banding in Diablo? Oh my god, that used to drive me mad. Oh, that was so bad. Do you remember? Like zone transitions. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, I can't remember the name of the town. I was trying to get in there for ages, wasn't I? It was like driving me up the freaking wall, dude. So I suppose it wasn't all freaking rosy. I mean, yeah, you could log in, but your actual experience wasn't necessarily the best, was it? It had issues during the battle. Yeah, I mean, I can't remember much about it. I'm sure the day of launch, I was really surprised I got in and got to make my character when we were there playing it the following day, weren't we? I enjoyed it, man. You know, I'm sure this is the thing, you see. I mean, I have no idea if even playing early access Path of Exile is the right thing to do. You know, I don't know how many acts it's going to have before it enters its final launch. I don't know if they've got like 1 year expected early access, 2 years expected early access. I know nothing about it, man. I've heard there's 3 acts on launch, and I understand it's meant to take about 25 hours to play through that, and then you're into what is the official end game. I don't know. I don't know how long people take to get through the various acts in Path of Exile 1, but I mean, I can't see myself getting through it very quick. I think I've died more times in Path of Exile in the last... I've probably streamed for, what, about 4 hours in 2 days? And I would say I've died more times in those... Maybe sticking an hour off stream. So maybe 5 hours of game time. I probably died 20 times? Maybe a little less. But I'd probably say 20 times. That's probably more than my entire history of playing Diablo. I'm not sure what that says about the game versus what it says about me, to be honest. But wait, oh, I'm lucky. Diablo, minimum of 6 months early access according to the Steam page. I remember Diablo 2 ping problems. You'd be running along and suddenly the landscape stops. Is that Diablo 2 like the original Diablo 2 or like Diablo 2 remastered? No, it was called Diablo 2 Resurrected, wasn't it? I love Diablo 2 Resurrected. I love that game. That was really good. That was the last ARPG that I really enjoyed. You know, I did enjoy Diablo 4, but damn, that was so cool. They had a really nice controller support for that, man. It just felt so fresh, dude. That was one of the, you know, proper nostalgic thing for me, that was. Going back. Because it was, you know, Diablo 2 Lord of Destruction's had fond memories of that. And then they won't wipe. Oh, really? Oh, so there's... Oh, really? Okay, well, I kind of assume they wouldn't, but that's good to know. To be fair, I didn't expect it, right? But I shouldn't have taken that for granted, should I? I suppose there will be some really horribly broken things, and it'll be down to us as players to decide, you know, how we deal with that, you know? And I'm sure there'll be all sorts of broken builds and glitches and things with a game that's that complicated. But, yeah, you know, if you want to abuse that, that's down to you, isn't it? You do acts 1 to 3 normal. Oh, hey, here we go. 1 to 3 normal, and then 1 to 3 on increased difficulty until act 4. So, how many difficulties will I have to play through? Is that so? Teach me about this then. Is this the norm with Path of Exile? Before I start doing all the weird, crazy sanctums, delves, and all the rest of it, right? In Path of Exile 1, do I play through the campaign and then play through the campaign again on a harder difficulty save? And until I get to a point where I'm viable for some of the endgame content, or not? And more importantly, and obviously more relevantly, how does it work with Path of Exile 2? So you're clearly suggesting I play through it once, and then I play through it, say, on a hard difficulty. And what's that going to mean? Is it classic Diablo? You know, you've now got a percentage reduction to your elemental resistances and things like that. I mean... Just acts 1. So you just play through the 10 acts in Path of Exile 1 with that character, and then you're in endgame. Okay. But Path of Exile 2 is going to be a little bit different then. This is special for the 8. It usually only has 1 difficulty, which scales the further into the endgame system. So are we... are you suggesting that Path of Exile 2, as we're going to get it in the early access, is going to have an extra difficulty to the campaign? But that is only short term, because it's in early access, and they need to get us to a higher level to do the end game content. So it's just a temporary way to get your character to a higher level. That is correct. Excellent. Oh, thank you for that, guy. This is cool. I'm learning stuff, man. This sounds really interesting. So it's just an artificial, temporary... Okay, we haven't done Acts 4 to 6, and we need to get your character level up. So, unfortunately... Well, I'd say unfortunately. I think I'm going to enjoy it, to be honest. You know, play through on normal mode. Now play it through a second time on hard mode. And now you've earned enough experience to essentially be the level you would be if you just completed, you know, Act 6. And now you're into the... That's cool, dude. I like it. I like it. I might hate it, but I like it in principle. So here's another question. So a follow-up question. Now we're on a trail of discovery. When they say 25 hours, which I do believe has come from the devs, that's not a pie in the sky made up. Someone made something on Reddit and now it's infiltrated the hive mind of Path of Exile addicts, right? When they say 25 hours, is that for the playthrough of Acts 1 to 3 twice, or just each playthrough is going to take you about 25 hours? So you're actually looking at 50 hours before you're in endgame. Full release will have Acts 1 to 6 to get to level 65. Is that the current cap, did you say, in Path of Exile 1 as well, this 65? It's an interesting number to choose, isn't it? There are 5 or 6 different endgame systems to dive into. Is there anything brand new? You know, like for you Path of Exile old boys. Is there anything they're adding in Path of Exile 2 which is never before seen? I mean, presumably there's some really good Path of Exile 1 mechanics that they're going to carry over, right? There's no reason to completely reinvent the wheel. But is there anything that you're particularly looking forward to? They did that because acts take longer, and people who play these games usually prefer endgame. Yeah, and that's really weird as well, because I love the campaign more than anything. You know what I mean? So it's kind of like double-edged. You know, you're never going to please everyone, are they? I love playing the campaigns, mate. I really do. I know a lot of you don't like that in Path of Exile, but I love the campaign. So, you know, it is what it is, mate. Afternoon, Simpsy. How are you? How's things? The first time through Acts 1 to 3 since we'll be exploring lightly. So, do you mean just once, though, too? So, do you think you're going to be about 25 hours for Acts 1 to 3, and then you've probably got another 25 hours? You know, I mean, some are going to be quicker, but, you know, on average, 25 hours again to play through it on hard difficulty. Yeah, I was about to say as well, has anyone got, like, a link to the classes rather than asking you to link them all? I mean, what classes have we got access to? Who's the dude with the crossbows? Because he looked really cool. And who's the dude with the big-ass hammer that I saw yesterday? Because he looks freaking awesome. How are you? Do you have a nice week, Simpsy? All game mechanics we get an early access start, a remixed Path of Exile 1 mechanics. Okay, alright. So, again, so for me, that's kind of cool. Because, you know, I get to see it all. The endgame now has dedicated talent trees for each different activity, which is just choice. Oh, really? So you'll have a different talent tree depending on the activity you're doing. Fucking hell, that sounds weird, but also intriguing. Oh, so your first playthrough. Oh, right, I see. Yeah. So you reckon your second playthrough on the hard difficulty to reach the cap, which is 65, you think you'll do a lot faster to him, yeah. Mercs the crossbow dude. Yeah, he looked cool, dude. To be honest, I've only seen the 2, and I'm sure they all look freaking cool, to be honest. I can't imagine any of them look terrible, right? Is there anything like anything that's I don't know, like you know, the lore of Ray class and all the rest of it, but is there anything that's like that isn't just like, you know, swordy boardy basic magic? Is there anything like a druid, you know, a shape shifting or form altering? Is there anything like that? Is there anything? I don't think there's like what about a summoner? I suppose it doesn't work like that in Path of Exile, does it? Because you can play a necromancer even though there isn't like you know, a classic necromancer. You know, you can have a minion build regardless. But is there anything that is quite standout-ish for this time around? A new player will need about 25 hours for Acts 1 to 3 and 50 for all 6. Oh, so we are talking double there. Just like 5 hours would be, you know, picked up the pace a lot. We used to do the whole thing again in 5 hours. So I mean, obviously I don't stream as much as I used to be able to. I just can't these days. But that's a ton of content for me, man. And I'm going to take my time with it, guys. I really mean it. I want to learn the game. I'm not interested in getting to end game and having learned nothing. I really want to take my time. I want to understand how skills synergize, you know, how resistances and damage mitigation works. You know, I want to get a really good, solid, foundational understanding. And I'm not going to move forwards until I feel like I've understood the basics. You know. So there is a druid. So like a shape-shifting style druid. So that will come, yeah. Right, I tell you what. Let me go and do. I mean, we'll go and hand that in, and then we'll come back in. I think. Yeah, because I'm going to spend a lot of time, I think, just really enjoying the environments. I mean, I can't stress enough how I'm not into ARPGs, how many other people probably are. I love playing them, and this is going back to content, character creation. I love immersing myself. That's one of the reasons I kind of love Titan Quest. I felt I was playing a character on a journey. I know people like Diablos and ARPGs in general because it's just that it's no difference like those old side-scrolling games, you know, where you've got a spaceship and you've just got like one little hyphen, which is your single shot, and then you pick up like a turbocharge, don't you? And now you're firing 3 bullets, and then you pick up another like bolt-on module, and now you've got like not only bullets coming out, 3 bullets instead of 1, but now you've got like rockets coming out as well. And that is, you know, that's kind of what an ARPG is for a lot of people. You know, it's this sense of just becoming this powerhouse, just force of destruction rampaging through a level and then getting sexy loot out of it. I don't. That's not why I play them. That's why I think Grim Dawn. If only I'd played that the day it launched. You know, I love the look of Grim Dawn, man. I really should play it, dude. I think that's a bit more up my alley. So, you know, I do. I want to look around. I want to enjoy the environments and poke around in the little lost corners. You know, if you're doing a dungeon, you know, completely clear the fog of war in there. You know, don't just leave it because you found the exit. You know, and listen to all the dialogue, get to know the characters. I just hope I don't feel like I'm missing things because I don't know the story of Path of Exile 1. I mean, I suppose I could play catch up with a quick, YouTube video, I'm sure. Yeah, so the Witch is a good class to sort of choose as your summoning start class, is it? I will explore every nook and cranny. No zoomy this time. Yeah, yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's been a very busy week. So I had a big line today. Yeah, all right, thanks. Yeah, well, they're not. Seriously, they're fucking terrible, mate. But that's because of family health. But just got to crack on, ain't you, really, mate? Xenon 2 by the Bitmap Brothers. What's that, Doc? Yeah, is that they call it zooming, don't they? Is that actually the correct phrase? They literally call it zooming, don't they? Like a zooming ARPG, and it is just like zooming through the level in a mass wave of destruction. I don't think I'll ever. There's something just, I don't know, I just don't enjoy that. You know, I do prefer a more sedentary, you know, character. I can't help but feel, you know, I'm going to get that in the early days of Path of Exile 2. I do genuinely believe it. And I'm sure by endgame it will become a zoomy game. And I don't think there's any way around that in a modern day ARPG, is there? Anyone know if you can go back and play Act 1 through 10 on your Path of Exile 2 character after finishing the new 1 to 3 acts, or is that choice going to be per... Hang on. Go back and play Acts 1 through 10 on your Path of... Hang on, what? Where are we getting Acts 1 through 10? After finishing the new 1 to 3 acts. So are they saying... Are you saying that there will be... 10 acts in Path of Exile 2 eventually? The same as there is in Path of Exile 1. Is that been confirmed? But there's 3 in early access, 6 when they officially launch into 1.0, and then another 4 over time. Or because I'm pretty sure you can't take a Path of Exile 2 character into Path of Exile 1, but I'm sure you don't need that, because that would be fairly obvious, right? Jonathan was talking about a small camp on a map that has zombies in it that are guaranteed to drop an uncut skill gem. What does an uncut skill gem even mean? Because all the skill gems, right? Are they not? This is where I get really vague. They're called virtue gems, right? You're gonna laugh now, my total lack of knowledge. All the gems that we use as skills, they're virtue gems, right? And they all come from like something called Mount Veruca. I don't think it is Veruso or something like that, yeah? And Mount Veruso, so they're all like shards that have come off Mount Veruso. And some dude called the Beast or something lives there, right? I'm not sure what that is. Mount Veruso is a pretty bad place, right? The Beast is there. I don't know if it looks after it or whatever it is, but whatever. Anyway, and that's where all the virtue gems come from. And they're like crystallized sort of corruption. That like feed on the user, yeah? Something like that. Is that sort of ish right? Or have I just literally made that up? I was working on dated info. I used to be the Path of Exile 1 and 2 was... Oh, hang on. Sorry, Diz has answered it. Both games are distinct now. No playing Path of Exile 1 and Path of Exile 2 characters. Yeah, I was working on dated info. It used to be the Path of Exile 1 and 2 was sort of... Oh, right. Oh, was it really? Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, you can't like... Yeah, you can't like take your Path of Exile 2 character and start playing Path of Exile 1. Oh, so originally it was more like an expansion, was it? It was more like, here's Path of Exile 1, but now we're making Path of Exile 2, but you can sort of migrate your characters in and out. I didn't know that. The original though was that both games share the client, so you chose which campaign. Oh, wow. So I mean, is it a good thing they're not going down that route, or is it a shame they couldn't? You know, I mean, it sounds kind of cool. So skill gems now actually drop uncut. And which gem you get out of it rather than dropping random ones you never need. Oh wow, really? That's quite a big change then, isn't it? Although to be fair, was it ever that difficult to get the gems that you need? To be fair, I mean, was there not always a certain vendor somewhere you could get it from, or a mob you could get it from? I can't say I dislike that system. And now they're going to be uncut, are they? Oh, interesting. We shall see, boys. You don't fancy Path of Exile, do you, Simpson? No, not really. You like Diablo, didn't you, mate? I just suddenly realised I've got no idea what I'm doing because I'm getting made down by these dudes with no sense of direction. Let me go and get these. Just finished the quest, haven't I? What's that? Until they come out with transfigured gems. Are they still going to have all those different freaking currencies? I swear my stash was just full of like so many different currencies. And to be fair, I never had an issue with it. They all had a purpose. And they all had a very clear and distinct purpose. And I never had a problem with it. But I mean, are they still going to go down the same route as that? Or are they going to try and simplify it? Well, so what's a transfigured gem then? Is that... I don't even know what transfiguration is. I know it's going to sound absolutely ridiculous, yeah. But I really hope I enjoyed Path of Exile 2 so much that live on stream, one day in months to come, right, I decide to buy a stash tab. I hope I finally get a game that is free to play where I want to spend some money on it. Because that is the true test of do you really like it, you know? I really do hope it's the game that gets me to say, you know what, guys? Because I did in Path of Exile 1. I did buy that crowd and that creepy ant thing. What's a stash tab? Stash tab is where a games designer makes you have so much loot and shit you need to keep, right? That you literally run out of room because they've made the inventory too small to incentivize you to go and buy with real world money a bigger digital inventory. That's what that is, dude. And what's weird is if it was done in any other game, there'd be fucking hell to pay, right? But Path of Exile gets a free pass on it. It's like literally getting a free pass on it. Can you imagine if they did that in Diablo? The fucking world would burn. I'm pretty sure they probably did at some point in there. But yeah, most of it's cosmetics though, dude. So I don't think anyone minds. You know, do you need the stash tabs? I have no idea. I've never bought a stash tab, dude. But I suppose I've never put 2,000 hours into Path of Exile, mate. So. Yeah, Starfield, yeah. So Starfield, a global reduction in weight of 10% on all objects, $16.99 a month. Don't give them bloody ideas, right? If Diablo is free to play, yeah, but the thing, but hang on. No. There's a big difference, though, Glacial. There's a big difference between free to play and no in-game quality of life changes, and free to play and purely cosmetic. To be fair, there is a difference. So Path of Exile does get away with that, and I don't think people mind. You know, they enjoy the game. But you could easily go free to play and only have the cosmetics. But they do sell stash tabs which can or may have a quality of life improvement. There is a difference. And I think the real discussion there that opens up is there really anything truly that is free to play? I always consider games like Path of Exile. I shouldn't say Path of Exile because I actually don't know. But say, for example, Elder Scrolls Online, I think is a good example. Elder Scrolls Online is a game, and Fallout 76 are games that you can play to a point. So in other words, here's a game. Come and play it for X amount of time. But after that, you really probably do need to spend some money, because otherwise the quality of life experience may be somewhat diminished. And you know, I think Fallout 76 with its junk storage, can't remember what they call it, is almost essential to playing that game. Elder Scrolls Online has a few things, again, around sort of storage, I do believe, which, you know, you're going to spend a lot of time not enjoying the game and fucking about with your inventory if you don't have it. I think there's a big difference between, like, you know, literally free to play. You never need to spend a penny on the game. I mean, Once Human is the closest I can think of as a 100% this game is utterly free to play. I think even if you wanted to have a quality of life thing, you can't. Everything is cosmetic. To be fair to this game, I don't think there's anything that affects your minute-to-minute gameplay. I don't know if there's any other games. I don't know what Warframe's like with that. And as far as I know, the only quality of life thing you can add to Path of Exile is stash tabs, right? Any of you guys able to come up with anything else? Path of Exile is 100% cosmetic apart from stash tabs, yeah? Would that be accurate? Yeah, happy birthday, Joshua. Yeah, Path of Exile is free. Yeah, free to try. Yeah, free to trial. Yeah, I like that too. Yeah, exactly. I'm just happy I had tabs. Yeah, and then, yeah, you know, credit where credit is due. You know, the stash tabs you bought in Path of Exile 1 are available in Path of Exile 2. And I think Starkey said you can actually buy, like inventory-specific tabs, is that right? So you can buy a tab that is specifically, I mean, I don't know because I haven't done it, so I'm pissing in the wind a bit here, but like, say, for currency. Is that right? Does that make sense? Is that how it works? Are they all like that? You know, you buy a stash tab that's specifically like for weapons, maybe, or something. Free to play, you can, but really don't have to. Yeah. Delta Force. I mean, I should imagine there's some people that have bought like stash tabs that don't actually need the additional slot space, but just want to organise it better. You know, clear inventory, clear mind. You know, getting back to the game quicker rather than having it all as a clusterfuck, right? So you can pay for so Warframe's also a stash tab. Is it really? I didn't know that. I've never played Warframe deep enough to even know what they do. So you pay for frame and weapon slots. So there's you can. What's this then, Toom? You can buy currency and you can buy maps and you can buy uniques. Lots of. Hang on. What's this, Toom? Hang on. What? Talk to me more about the monetization of Path of Exile 1. You're saying it's not just stash tabs then? Are you 50 today, Joshua? Holy shit, I didn't know, dude. Fucking hell. Hey, do you want that 990 crematorium thing we found yesterday, dude? I've still got the link somewhere, bro. Gee, I didn't know you were the big 5-0, mate. Congratulations. Yeah, put your feet. No one make any sudden movements in chat, alright? Stay very quiet, alright? We've got an old person in chat. No sudden shouting or expletives, alright? Happy birthday, mate. Happy birthday, man. Don't clap so loudly, Glacial. Fucking hell, you heart attack, mate. When I just say those sort of movements, there you are, clapping like a fucking seal. Jesus Christ, I'm so sorry to Joshua. His nerves are on edge. Look at the poor man, he's shaking. Faith is making a big deal about it. Cooked me a prime rib. Oh, mate. Yeah. Happy birthday, man. I hope you have a cracking year ahead, my friend. Salt of the earth, my son. Salt of the earth. So there's quite a lot more you can buy, you saying then too, yeah, in Path of Exile. I think we stream a little bit more Path of Exile tomorrow. Oh, look at this cheeky knobber. It's quite a busy area, this one, isn't it? You go through that gap there. Oh, nice. Fair play, dude. I was expecting collision though. It's always nice when I'm, you know. Every time he reloads like that, I think there's a dude to the side of me. It's like I can see my own character's snow camo gloves. And it always makes me think there's a mob just to my right. You're 56. Hang on, who was it in chat who was 75? Is that you, Nuggy? I think Nuggy, is it you, Nuggy? Yeah. He's 75 years old, bruh. He's like an ancient mummy, dude. You know what I mean? He's still alive and can type and shit. It's not Nuggy then, he's only 33. Honestly, you don't need to worry about it. You got your whole life in front of you. Well, ish. I mean, 33. I mean, it's middle aged, isn't it? You're getting on a bit, son. I mean, your best behind you. Let's be honest. No, who was it? It was 75 in chat yesterday. Who was it? That's so cool, man. I think it's fucking awesome. Yeah, see, that gives you all hope, doesn't it? He's 75 and still playing video games, mate. Part of the Twitch community, enjoying life, you know. It's good, right? It's good. Geriatric chat. I actually don't think I'll still be playing games when I'm that old. And the reason for that, and this is an awful thing to say, but I don't really have faith that the gaming industry is going anywhere at the minute. I think it's in absolute crisis, but I'm not sure whether that's because the whole world is in crisis, to be honest. You know, I've enjoyed some games. Genuinely enjoyed what little I've seen of them. But, I haven't really had a chance, you know, I don't have a lot of time outside of the stream to play video games. Oh, shit, am I supposed to know the password? Oh, it says on the top. 5897. Oh, yeah, so 5897. I remembered that. Obviously, with my brain being old. 5897. Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, I don't know how old. Let's say you're 50, so in another 25 years. What game came out 25 years ago? Let's have a look through the eyes of old man Joshua, all right? It's his birthday, he can take it. He's had a nice state, all right? He probably passed out in a feed coma in a minute. Don't worry about it, he's old. So, let's put that in perspective, right? We've got a 75-year-old Grumbodian. Godspeed to you, my friend. And you got Joshua who's 50, right? So in 25 years' time, yeah, he's going to be that age. What game launched 25 years ago? So that would have been, let's say, around the year 2000. What was the big game in like, say, 2000? Diablo 2. Really? Diablo 2? Really? Yeah, no, this one, it is a nice sign. The thing is, there's quite a lot of verticality to it as well. Diablo 2 was 2001. Wow, really? So, Jesus Christ, man. So, I mean, you know, let's just take that one franchise alone. I mean, I don't agree with what I'm about to say because I think I've quite enjoyed the evolution of Diablo. I like Diablo 3 and I like Diablo 4. But, yeah, so, you know, a lot of people would say that Diablo really has gone backwards. You know, they're less enjoyable products. What else came out? Max, is that like the original Max Payne? Is that like the old? That's not like the Rockstar Flavella Max Payne, yeah? So, I don't know, I mean, what more can get? I mean, it's a genuine question, and it's not being pessimistic. We've already reached the point where a lot of games are quite photorealistic at times, aren't they? I mean, some genres one could even say they are. I would say, for example, the sim racing, or even non-sim racing. I mean, go and look at something like Gran Turismo, for God's sake. I mean, stick that in VR, Jesus Christ, man. I mean, how much better can they get? I mean, yeah, there's still a little bit of room, but I mean, diminishing returns at that point. So, like, graphical fidelity is already like a level that is, quite frankly, insane. And I think we have become desensitized to that. Have we actually seen any true innovation in video games? Or, you know, for the last 25 years? Serious question. I'm not saying we haven't. I'm just interested to probe that thought. You know, the first person genre was around, I assume. ARPGs existed. I mean, we've seen an evolution in the complexity of, say, role-playing games. But have we seen anything, even in like the last 10 years, that you would say was like completely mind-blowing? I mean, for me, I have to say Grand Theft Auto 5. I don't know when that launched, but I couldn't believe what that game was doing when I played it on a PlayStation 3. It seemed truly magical. You know, the level of detail in that open world. You know, who didn't sit there shooting car tyres out and shooting the water and hovering your helicopter in the water and water physics and all that sort of stuff? It was insane, right? And I guess it comes full circle to my fears for Grand Theft Auto 6. So I know Grand Theft Auto 6, in my opinion, is going to be an amazing game. For me personally, I think it's going to be an amazing game. But what can they honestly do that isn't going to really be just what's already been done before, but even better? You know, I feel like we haven't had that innovation. You know, MMOs came along. We suddenly had massive online connectivity. But only Star Citizen is really trying to take the tech forward, isn't it? GTA 5's older than 10 years. I don't know how old GTA 5 is, no idea. But, you know, am I going to care about video games in another 25 years? Is there going to have been anything that I haven't already seen, just essentially just reskinned and regurgitated? You know, I think I'm finding it harder and harder to find, like, really good films, to be honest. Yeah, there are still good films, but, yeah, like John Wick 4, whatever it was like, fucking hell, dude. I turned it off the other night, a few weeks back. I'd already seen it, and it was like, fuck it, I can't watch this again. It's not that fucking great, mate. So Diablo 2 Resurrected was 2021. Yeah, that sounds about right. It was just before. Was that just around COVID-y sort of? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, absolutely, John. I truly hope there will be. But do I honestly feel there will be? I just have no idea, because I think a lot of it hinges on the tech as well, doesn't it? You know, the power of the cloud. You know, where will gaming go? I mean, you know, we're paying a lot of money for our hardware these days, aren't we? And, you know, we're even the greatest looking games, you know, if you're going to count good looking at technical level as photorealistic. I mean, go and look at Cyberpunk. Max out Cyberpunk and go down the route of full path tracing. Jesus Christ, it looks insane. It really does look freaking insane. But another 25 years, I don't know, we're at that point, diminishing returns. You know, unless there is some revolutionary change, so some breakthrough. I don't know. You know, I genuinely don't know, mate. Then where else do we take? You know, you remember those old games where I think of Wolfenstein and Doom. Yeah, I could be wrong with this. You have to correct me, but You know, you kind of pressed. In fact, we were talking about this with Soulless. You didn't even press the W back then. You pressed your cursor button, didn't you? You pressed the cursor button. You kind of like went forward a cubic meter, didn't you, or whatever it was, arbitrary unit. And you'd press like left, and you'd turn 90 degrees, wouldn't you? And then you'd go forwards. But there wasn't a transition between it. You just moved a cell, for want of a better word, didn't you? And now look at it. Now full 3D, vertical, ray trace, lighting, Call of Duty shenanigans, high, fast frame rates, you know, 4K fidelity, 8K fidelity, whatever. So you can see the evolution, can't you? You can see, you know, even back then you could probably, you know, if you said like, we will have, imagine in a world of infinite processing power, where can we take it? Have we not reached the point now where we've kind of nailed it? You know, where else can you take a first-person shooter? You know, for one of the key things that, you know, is the foundational basis of a video game, which is the tech behind it, the engine behind it, the world, the render, the things that you see. You know, racing games are absolutely ridiculous. You ever seen it where they do like a Gran Turismo or whatever it is, and they show it to someone on a high-fidelity monitor, and you know, on the replay stuff with ray tracing. And for all intents and purposes, it actually looks like a real race. You know, like televised, doesn't it? Battlefield 4 still looks amazing. Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. You know, there you go. There's a good example. You know, even games of like a few years ago still look I mean, Cyberpunk. I mean, it's, you know, it's been around a few years now, isn't it? Wonder where it's going. You know, where are our games going? Are we? Yeah, NPC AI. That's a good one. Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah. I never thought of that. So, like, you know, like in GTA 5, we'd walk around and go and punch people on the street or something like that. Like you could actually, yeah, because they did a demo of this, didn't they? And they had to take it down. Rockstar had a big DMCA takedown on them, didn't they? So someone did have a mod, and there was like 20-odd NPCs in Grand Theft Auto 5, and you could actually walk up to them and ask them questions. And it was a huge delay, wasn't it? Was it like 1.5 to 2 second delay? But you can have a conversation with them. They plugged it into ChatGPT. So, yeah, there's a good example, actually. Yeah, definitely, dude. I like it. AI will help out the industry. Yeah. I think we've touched on this before. Open world games with all the characters being AI NPCs is pretty cool. Yeah. Didn't you link something in chat, Discord recently, Joshua? In 25 years, you may be able to play Star Citizen 1.0. I'll tell you what, if I can play freaking Squadron 42 in 25 years, I'll be fucking happy. I'm starting to have bleeding doubts, let alone Star Citizen. The only situation I can see is like the movie Ready Player One, where you have full sense. Yeah, I mean, I suppose if we remove the peripheral side of it, because obviously you know, full you know, pressure point bodysuits and holographic imagery, or even, you know, lightweight VR stuff, all that we can hope and dream, right? I mean. The peripheral, you know, in the future, maybe we won't be looking at a 2D screen. You know, we'll all be playing all our games in a headset, whatever. But I'm just thinking about the evolution of 2D screen space. I don't think there's a lot of juice left in the tank, is there? Not for the game, you know, to take the creme de la creme games with their visual fidelity. Too much tech and not enough fun. Yeah, I agree. I am a sucker for a good-looking game, though. So I'm as much involved in the tech behind it all. Well, my passion is as much in the tech as it is in the gameplay, to be honest. But the only evolutions left are AI NPCs, etc., and a jack plug in your head. Yeah, and I think for me, the two things that no engines right now are able to resolve, and I think they will, because it purely comes down to computing power, is the first one is obviously collision and clipping, and one could even argue it's the same thing. So clipping and collision, you know, how many games have you played where, you know, your feet are clipping through, you know, the bottom of your cloak? You know, you put your shield on and your hair's sticking out the back of it. You swing you know, a sword in a narrow corridor, and it swings through the, you know, the brick cellar wall or whatever it is. You know, that is immense processing power. I think we'll get that. So I suppose that's like a segment of tech that we have yet to see really come to light. Yeah, is it Neuralink, is it? Can confirm playing with 4K textures and shot on Cyberpunk, it looks so good. It does. It looks ridiculous. And lots of love, Hashi, as well. I hope everyone's well, mate. How many games have you played where a giant orange man is poking through an airplane? Microsoft Flight Sim. It don't get any better than that, Caskell. State of the art, dude. I think it is giving Star Citizen a run for its money, you know. Straight up legit, dude. It certainly seems like it, bro. There seems to be a lot of similarities between the two, man. But yeah, I don't know. There's an interesting one about. See, the thing is, that, I mean, Christ, it would be kind of freaky, wouldn't it? Imagine you're in GTA 7, and you know the entire crowd system is plugged into some sort of like global AI, and you accidentally bump into someone. And they give you a bit of verbal back, and you know you've got a microphone connected, and you give them a bit of verbal back, and it's like a real-time exchange. I mean, you can totally see that happening, right? That's like literally not even that difficult to comprehend. Would you want that in a video game? I have no idea, but right. Oh, hang on. Probably shouldn't have done that, should I? That's for the Cessna 172 version, but should translate over. Does the new flight sim give you a flight board? Should give pre-flight startup lists in IRL. Best thing to learn. Oh, they do. Yeah, in 2024, you've got the clipboard option. It's like a data pad, isn't it? Which give you the full pre-flight checks, including physical ones. You know, playing with your ailerons and rudder outside, physically moving them and everything, isn't it? Is that what you mean? Or holodecks like Stardate, and then that would be the ultimate end game. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I suppose if you look at, I mean, is there any evidence to support the fact that is the technology, is it viable? Can a holodeck ever even happen? Is it complete? Is it a bit like? Is it total pie in the sky? That you could actually exist in I don't know. Is it even vaguely? You know, our understanding of light. Is it possible to create? I just don't think it is it? I don't know. The thing is, like, if you go into VR, it's weirdly uncanny valley, isn't it? How you interact with something. Maybe it is. I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't think... I think VR could get to the point where it's like maybe even just like a contact lens or something. So for all intents and purposes, you know, you've just got VR to the point where it's almost like photorealistic. So yeah, I can't imagine a holodeck with it. You know, I can't imagine that is a viable solution. I wouldn't have thought so. Don't know. The only thing I can think you'd do with holodecks is, yeah, well, I think that's where I mean, augmented reality, I think, is going to be a big part of video games, rather than virtual reality. I think augmented reality is like I think it's the one everyone's kind of forgotten about. It does feel like that's going to play a big part in our lives in years to come. I don't see mobile phones existing for, you know, obviously in our lifetimes, probably not a lot's going to change, but I do totally think augmented reality is the only way that's moving forward. So I just don't see physical handheld phones being a thing. And it might be a long time in the future, but... a VR game I tried yesterday, I picked up a beer bottle and the guy said he'd pissed it in it. I found a cig and stubbed it up, found a lighter, picked it up, lit the cigs, yeah. Yeah, it's kind of weird, isn't it, Caskell? It's so strange how it feels, man. VR's freaky, dude. Proper freaky. Messes with your brain, bro. I remember the first time I loaded in a magazine in the gun in Half-Life Alyx. I was like, oh my god, what the fuck? That's so freaking cool, dude. Yeah. There's a new Batman game, isn't there, in VR? I think someone might mention it yesterday. It's supposed to be really good, isn't it? Are you going to be playing Path of Exile, Hashi? It's a very big day, right? The old quote archive. God, the good old days of Twitch, mate. Jesus Christ. There's another one. What's going to happen to Twitch in years to come? Fucking hell, mate. Remember the good old days when it was just video games? It was just video. It feels like my little nerdy Billy No Mate's home has been invaded by cool, hip people. Do you know what I mean? Before it was just like dorks playing fucking computer games, right? And now you've got like all cool, good-looking people, and it don't feel right, bro. Get out of here! Go on your own platform. Fuck off, knobs. It's crazy, isn't it? The reload mechanics of it. That bloody magazine. Doesn't he throw it down to you and you catch the magazine and then put it in the gun in Half-Life Alyx? Oh, it's so cool, dude. And what's weird is how intuitively you catch it as well. I can't see Twitch being around as it is for much longer. I mean, again, when I say much longer, you know, probably lifetimes. But you know, something's going to have to change, isn't it? Something will have to change. I play one so much like after the 25 quid for two. Holodecks are being worked on. Are they really? So holodeck tech isn't impossibly like insane. I was watching something the other day, Hashi, and it was about pressure. And it's how they test extreme pressures, like the equivalent of what you'd get like many kilometers down past the Earth's core. Fascinating about how they do it. There's a huge machine, I can't remember where it is, dude, and it's booked months and months in advance. And you turn, you know, you book your slot and you go there, and there's all these different like pods on this spherical machine where you can plug in like things like cameras and radiation detectors and all this sort of stuff. And then they're able to put like pin-sized samples of material in there, and in the blink of an eye they exert, you know, hundreds of thousands of like newtons of pressure on these like tiny little particles and observe what happens, mate. Crazy, dude. Mad what they're getting up to out there, mate. Your first VR experience playing Horizon, picking up a drumstick and smashing a drum. Oh, I forgot about that. What was that called, dude? I totally forgot about that guy. That was one of the launch games, wasn't it, for the PlayStation VR2 headset? You can go in the kayak or canoe, whatever it's called, can't you? And go for a paddle down the river. That looked freaking awesome, dude. Right, okay. Where are we? Find 5 pieces of glass. We can do that anywhere, can't we? I don't think I should do that here. What's this one? Peculiar lighthouse by the sea. We'll go and do that, because I obviously want to get that done. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it, Hashi. Fingers crossed it all goes well for them. Let's hope we get a good launch date. And let's hope there's not too much of that, you know, Diablo 4 hatred. Let's hope Path of Exile 2 is a good game on its own merits. And, you know, too much hullabaloo with Diablo, isn't it? We'll see. I'm looking forward to it, man. I might even break out my... I've got an Xbox Elite controller version 2 that Microsoft sent me fucking ages ago. Like years ago. Like before COVID. I'm sure it's pre-COVID. And I'm still using my battered V1. If Path of Exile 2 plays well on a controller, because of the 4 under paddles, which no other controller really does as well as that does, I might consider breaking it out of the box, mate. A little bit of a treat, you know. Your lad is playing the hot dogs, horseshoes, and hand grenades in VR. He loves the interactions of loading the various. Because never heard of it, but it sounds awesome. That was it. Call of the Wild, yeah. Not the great, you know, but a good. I mean, you know, I could argue like maybe something like Astrobot, you know, wasn't the greatest game, but it was a great showcase when the PlayStation 5 launched, wasn't it? And now look, we've got a fully fledged Astrobot game. So, you know, Horizon, Call of the Wild, you know, a good example of what we can do with an existing IP and some good, you know, some cool VR support. Who knows? You know, as VR becomes more popular and hopefully more accessible, and the units you know get a little less cumbersome. You never know, do you? Because it does. It lends itself very well to VR. That horizon setting, doesn't it? Onward. What's Onward, dude? Yeah, I think. Well, I'm not surprised myself, Active Lurker, because I mean, to be fair, I haven't used any of the really old VR headsets, but they're just not comfortable, dude. I'm going to be honest, mate. Even with the Oculus, and I'm sure you know people with much more. I mean, I've got the Rift, which is pretty freaking old now, dude. But getting a sweaty face, man, it's not nice. You know, even if the weight's been reduced, it's just not easy, mate. You know, the VR2 headsets and the Meta headsets, they're a bit different, aren't they? You can have it on the side, you pick it up, you stick it on, and you're there. You're done. You know, some of those old headsets, you know, cables, really heavy cables everywhere, and you know, after having plugged into a USB-C and you know, a couple of other peripheral connectors, and but a bit of a pain in the ass, mate. You know, sometimes it was like, oh, I can't be arsed. So yeah, I'm not surprised. You know, I think the idea behind it and the experience is fantastic, but I think sadly the tech of the headsets themselves, and the other thing is that not only was the VR tech in the headset inadequate in terms of resolution, we also didn't have the brute raw processing power to get adequate frame rates to not make it feel awful. You know, the last thing you want is low frame rates in VR. So, you know, the lenses themselves are much higher fidelity. We now have the raw horsepower to provide much higher frame rates and clearer and more stable imagery. So, you know, I think VR... And the thing is, and there's not a lot of people buying it, so where's the financial incentivization to embark on it? I mean, Microsoft seems to want nothing to do with it yet, you know? But, you know, the VR... You know, go and play GT7 on force feedback wheel in PlayStation VR 2 headset. And come back to me. You know, if you've never played VR, fucking hell, dude, it's crazy, mate. It's like really fucking freaky, dude, you know? And we've still got a long way to go on that, you know? And that's probably the main, you know, consumer level entry point, isn't it? You know, the install base of the PlayStations, you know, how many of you have even got a VR headset? I don't know what the saturation point or you know, the association rate is with people that have a PC and people that have a decent, and I do mean a decent VR headset. At least Sony are giving it a bash, aren't they, man? You know, I've got to give them credit for that. I do hope it pays off for them long term, should I say. I mean, what did Microsoft fucking Connect? Jesus Christ, what a piece of shit. What an absolute horrendous piece of shit that was, mate. So Onward's like a milsim. Oh, that sounds cool. A milsim VR. I've not heard of that. I'll YouTube that later, Sky. You love manually reloading the machine guns. You have to lift part of the gun up, remove the cartridge. That sounds neat. I love that sort of stuff. Yeah. Yeah, you couldn't do it for hours. Yeah. Well, so what would that have been back in 1994? What headset would that have been, dude? I've got no idea. Yeah, I can give you headaches here. Make sure I get easily motion sick. Yeah, I mean, so some people are just never going to be able to play, you know, in a VR world. I'm going to be honest, mate. I had a bad experience when I hadn't played VR anything for a long time, and I jumped into Half-Life Alyx for way too long. I didn't feel right for 3 days, dude. Now, all right, I didn't feel bad, but I was not back to fucking feeling myself until the 3rd day. You know, 72 hours later, dude. And I'd played quite a lot of VR. But I messed up bad. That's a horrible feeling, that VR sickness. It really is quite weird. Your brain is not happy, dude. Just upgrading my lad to the Quest 3. I found his Quest 2 uncomfortable for me as a glass. Ah, right. Yeah, cool. I mean, you can even get prescription lenses for VR now. Can't you? Amazing. You know, if you don't want to go down the route of contact lenses in your glass wearer, you can actually get prescription lenses in your VR headsets. Insane, dude. Check out the... Oh, we'll do gas. Yeah. No worries for it. No worries. Well, we got the tricky one. Is there anything else over here? Is there any, are there any, like, weapon crates over here? That's why I can only play 15 minutes of the zombie VR game last night. I need to slowly up the time in non-cop. That's the problem. That is by far the biggest issue. If you don't have a reference point, a static reference point grounding you, VR is going to be a challenge, I think, for anyone, to be honest. You've got anything where you have a point of reference, and as you say, a cockpit. It can be something that is... It's like you're sitting down and you've got the cockpit of the plane, of the spaceship, of the car, the steering wheel, whatever it will be, as a constant point of reference for you. You'll find that most people who jump into VR probably have a pretty cool time with it. But you start wandering around in a fully 3D world. Oh, your brain starts having a... It knows something ain't freaking right, doesn't it? It's not happy, mate. And I played full normal movement Alex. And I'm sure I might have played a bit of Skyrim as well on the same day, dude. My brain needed to heal itself after that, mate. My youngest was playing Gorilla Tag, fell from a high height and totally spun out for a few hours. Wow, yeah, it had a lot. You can see, I mean, I've always said, I don't think I could ever risk playing a horror game in VR. You put me in that situation I was in with, what was it, Resident Evil 7? Was it 7? Was it 6? No, yeah, we don't talk about 6, do we? Definitely wasn't 6. Shh, that game didn't happen. Resident Evil 7, dude. Oh my god. I don't think I'd survive it. I really don't think I'd ever want to test it. Let's put it that way, mate. I barely survived on a 2D screen, mate. There are some outstanding VR experiences. Yeah, absolutely. Star Wars Squadrons is freaking awesome, dude. It's freaking awesome. And Elite Dangerous is the other one. That's a really good VR game. Only let down by the fact that you can't do it in the foot pedestrian mode, which is just typical fucking Frontier, isn't it? Yeah, that sounds rough, that does, Gimmer. Yeah, that must have been horrible for him. Doesn't seem to want to let me get up there, does it? Yeah, Star Wars Squadrons was amazing. Star Trek Bridge Crew. I've never played that one. No. I could imagine that would be kind of cool. I've seen a little bit of footage of that one. Oh, obviously, as in not the VR footage, but
most people get shocked when they find out I'm not their Sparky electrician.
Oh my god, I don't think I get it. Most people get shocked. What? I'm not sure, mate. Thank you for the 70 months. What? I don't get it, dude. Most people are shocked when they find out I'm not their Sparky electrician. Sparky? That's just another word for electrician, right? I don't get it, dude. My brain, I think it's flashbacks to VR, dude. I don't think it's work. I don't think it did heal itself after all. There's a joke in there somewhere, but I don't think I get it, dude. We may need some clarification. Bzz, shocked. I don't get it. Bzz, where's the bzz? Nice, thank you very much for the 70, dude. Oh, see, I'm struggling now, mate. Oh, no, I'm like the dude in the room is like going, ha, 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 but I don't get it. I don't understand it, dude. Arizona Sunshine Sea. Oh, that's the zombie shooter, right? I think I nearly bought that. It was quite expensive when it came. Wasn't it about 30, 40 quid when it came out? Elite is funny in VR until you crash into another ship and go into an uncontrollable spin. Well, yeah, but I suppose one could argue that, like, it's doing a pretty good job then, isn't it, right? I mean, you literally went into an uncontrollable spin. I should imagine that probably does make it feel like your brains are falling out your ears. So, you know, I guess one could argue. I think the tip is there. Don't do that. It's clearly bad for your brain. I'm not a Sparky's. Ah. Oh, I see. It's like people get shocked because you fucked with their electrics, even though you're not a sparky electrician. I mean, it's a bit of a reach, isn't it? It's a bit of a reach. You know, maybe in context of like a discussion around electricity or something, I might have been behind it. I think I'm gonna have to score you pretty low, bro. I tell you what, 70. I give 7 out of 10. All right, but really inside, I'm giving you a 3 out of 10. All right, but just for chat's purposes, I'll give you a 7. All right, it's really a 3. Technically a 2. If you like Cyberpunk or Blade Runner, then the free air car is a must. Well, I don't know what that is. I know I saw a fantastic Cyberpunk mod where your car, it would go into a hover. So it'd be a normal car driving around, yeah, with the wheels, 4 wheels, in a vertical position, as you'd expect. And then you'd click a button and it would hover, and the wheels would actually rotate into a horizontal position, and they would be like your sort of like hover thrusters, and then you could fly around. What was the name of the city in Cyberpunk? Oh shit, what was the name of the actual city? But anyway, then fly around the city. It was freaking awesome, dude. It was like a really good mod, dude. Night City, Night City, wasn't it? Shh, don't worry. Technically, as far as the public is concerned, it's a 7 knots, all right? But it's really a 2. Oh, so you're spinning out in GT7. Oh god, yeah, dude, yeah, racing spin outs. Oh god, it's awful. Yeah. And that's proper force feedback as well, because that's a direct drive that you've got, not just like a gear one, isn't it? Oh god, I never thought about that, Casco. But I bet that's freaking crazy, isn't it, mate? Yeah, not Night City, wouldn't it? Yeah. We should really do a playthrough of Cyberpunk, boys. We really should. I think it'd be right up my alley, that. I've always felt like that there's... we were talking about earlier, weren't we, about like the game that made you upgrade. And I still feel like we haven't quite got... I think the 5090 will do it, assuming there is a 5090, right? And let's be honest, there probably will be. I think that'll be the one where we can finally push everything up. I think at the moment, if you really want to go, obviously path tracing was really just a test largely for like freaking photo mode, wasn't it? But once you slam on all the basic core ray tracing and then switch over to path tracing, Cyberpunk is just like it's just unbelievable, mate. But we don't quite have the punching power to get a good, solid, consistent frame rate, especially once you hit Dogtown. So I still think there's a version of Cyberpunk yet to play on the ultimate hardware, and that I think will be absolutely shocking, like truly shocking. Oh my god, that thing just wrecked me, dude. I've got no food. I really need some food, dude. I'm gonna have to go back. I wonder what... Has anyone here played the mobile version of Once Human? I'll say, if I can, I'll use that blue, whatever it's called. And we'll see if we can get it up and running tomorrow. Be interesting to see. I mean, how would I play it? Can I play it with a Steam controller if I run it as a non-Steam game? Would that work? That'd be an interesting... I've never played a mobile game on stream. I've never used an emulator on my gaming computer, to be honest. BlueStacks, that's the one. They do have weird names, all these things. Like BlueStacks and Crunchyroll. What is that? Is that the one for anime? Well, weird names, isn't it? Yeah, that's what we're talking about. BlueStacks, yeah. But you know, a mobile game is inherently built for like touchscreen, isn't it? So does BlueStacks like have some, you know, how does it work? Does it somehow magically emulate all those like on-screen touch-sensitive things? I mean, it must do, but how it works it'll be interesting for me to find out. Now, like I said, I've never gone down that road. I wonder what, I don't know, we'll see. Hang on, does that mean, hang on a minute. Does that mean I can play, like, any mobile game using blue panels? Like, could I play Diablo Immortal? Or is it only for, like, things... Yeah, can I play any game on my PC? Any mobile game? If it's like a .apk? Could use a normal controller with blue stands, seeing as most mobile games... Ah, yeah, that's a good point, actually. They do, don't they? Yeah, you can... Yeah, that's right. You can, can't you? Just an Android emulator. BlueStacks is like a Trojan. Oh, hang on. What? Really? See, no one fucking told me that earlier. Oh, I'm not fucking about with my gaming rig. If there's some doubt, I did ask this earlier, didn't I? So it's not one of these weird things that's gonna, like, you know, start messing about with my PC. Really, team? Yeah. So well, thank you for letting me know. Well, fuck that then. I'm not touching it then. Yeah, see, this is why I don't play about with all this emulator crap, because I've always been a little bit skeptical about, you know, the original source code. And so there you go then. So I didn't mind it on, like, things like the Steam Deck, because you can just blitz that thing. You know, it doesn't really matter. It's its standalone hardware. But I don't want to piss about on my gaming rig, mate. Does anyone here use BlueStacks? I mean, you know, is it any, like, you know, is it one of those things that was like awful back in the day, but, you know, these days it's a little bit better? I don't know, man. You're not selling me on it. You're right, Sugar Guy. We're not entirely sure drops are running at the minute, are we? I think someone did say that there might be over. I don't know. I was under the impression that the drops just kept rolling from week to week, but that might not be the case. You prefer LD play? Is there a way to play an Android game, right, on my PC, yeah, such as Once Human, right, which I have been given access to, without, like having some horribly weird shenanigans going on with, like, horrible registry edits and God knows what else lurking deep within the memory of my PC. You what? Yeah, aren't you doing it right now? Doing what right now? This isn't... What? What do you mean, Greggy? There was an Android emulator that was geared towards gaming. Gonna try recall when it was cool. Well, it sounds like, I mean, everyone said BlueStacks, but no one said that it was an invasive, nasty, I mean, I noticed, I mean, what happened? I mean, for those of you that have used it, what happened? Where's the Rift Anchor? Rift Anchors are easy to find because they're on the map, aren't they? Oh, there it is. If I just say it's over that direction. That doesn't help me, does it? Is it up there? Is it up there or is it behind there? We'll go through the main bit. Playing Once Human on PC. No, we're talking about the mobile. Keep up, Greg. Get yourself a Greg sausage roll. Can't you USB it? I don't know. What do you mean? How would that work? You still got. How am I going to USB it? You still got to get it running, right? Which is why we're using an emulator. I'm starting to feel there's a distinct lack of technical knowledge about this in chat. BlueStacks always fine, runs well for like a month, and it just craps out and won't load the games. I'm not. Well, I would be worried about that because that makes me think like why is it suddenly stopped working? But I mean, you know, could be lots of reasons for that, you know. updated versions, or you know, companies saying, "Ha, we're not letting you play our game through emulation anymore because you know you're ripping us off." I can understand that, but what I'm more worried about is it some sort of Trojan backhorse password robbing shady shenanigan thing. You know what I mean? You've used it, Caskell. I mean, you're in the ICT world, aren't you, Caskell? What's your thoughts on it? Big Nox. What's this? What's Big Nox? Nox Player, the perfect Android emulator to play mobile games on PC. Anyone use this one? I mean, if let's say you wanted to play an Android game, what would you use? Play mobile games on PC with powerful Android 9. Easy to get started. I mean, there's got to be a legit thing, right? It's not like you're literally stealing things, is it? It's not like we're trying to emulate Nintendo games. There's got to be some widely regarded safe software for Android emulation. Surely. You can access your files through USB for phone, maybe again through the same thing, I'm guessing. I don't think it works like that, bro. I can put a .apk like on my PC, right? It doesn't matter whether it's on USB or not. I can't magically make it run, can I? It doesn't know what to do with that packaged file, does it? Unless I've got some emulation software telling it what to do. It's the whole point, Freckle. And one thing they do is ask you to install like 10 of the program. Oh, Jesus. It's not one of them, is it? Oh, my God. I remember back in the olden days of things like, what was it? VLC Media Player or something. And you thought, oh, you're not installed it like for like 2 years. And now suddenly you've had to like, you know, you can't update it. So you've got to re-download it again. And you just go click, 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 click. And you suddenly realise you've installed McAfee antivirus or something, free trial. And it's like, no, I'm never getting rid of that ever. Yeah, I don't like that sort of thing, yeah. Would you like to? No, I bloody wouldn't. and now you've got McAfee, and what was the other one? AVG antivirus, and like 15 other antiviruses. Now they're all having a row with each other, and it's like, oh my God, not like this, bro. How does this work? We know how to do these, don't we? I've forgotten. We just do it like this, yeah? I might not be quite in the right spot, yeah? There we go, perfect. Vastly Lord, Panda AV was a nightmare for that. Panda, I've never heard of Panda. I remember my mom got, it was Norton. And, is it AVG? I'm sure she had Norton and AVG antivirus. I think she had, what was it called? What were those like little mini laptops called? A notepad or whatever it's called. And, it came with one. I think it came with like Norton. And she wanted to look at photos, and somehow she, you know, clickety click click as you do. She ended up with AVG. Oh Jesus Christ! What a freaking nightmare, bro. I'm sure that was one Christmas, mate. Like 2 hours, and my mum's living room couch, man. Like, Jesus Christ, mum. Yeah, we were just talking about BlueStacks, but apparently, I think Diz and Tube said that probably not a good idea, that one. I mean, there's got to be a good one, right? You know, it must be a huge thing, people, you know, wanting to play their mobile games on PC. You would have thought, right? Norton software is great for helping Norton, man. Are they still running Norton and McAfee and all that? I assume they are. You're right, Mary. Capcom didn't release Monster Hunter Stories officially on PC. It was going to use BlueStacks to emulate an Android for it. So Capcom themselves were going to use BlueStacks? Yeah, it was Norton McAfee. I think ADG was like a... Well, wasn't that like a free... Do you remember like... what was it called? Like malware? And... God, there were loads of them, weren't there, man? Something Bytes. I can't even remember, man. Yeah, all my stuff's all decayed. Look. Was that what it was, Greggy? Malware bot. Yeah, that's it. Anyone try using the emulator from the Android Studio? What does that mean? The Android Studio? Is that like the official Android suite of tools? Because again, you'd think that one would be pretty safe, right? Trouble is, I should imagine a lot of emulation, regardless of what people would tell you in public. A lot of emulation is, literally being done for illegal purposes, right? I've got no interest in that. Absolutely no interest in it whatsoever. It couldn't be lower on my list of things I give a fuck about. I want to play a legitimate copy of this. I've been given access to it on my PC in order that I can stream it. So I'm not interested in any of the skullduggery behind emulation. I just want to be able to play, an Android.apk video game on my PC. Have I heard of a game called Light of Motoram? I don't think so, dude. No. There was one that I was looking at yesterday, but it's not that one. So something Pagoria, which is like I think Starkey mentioned it a while back. I think I got invited to it. Passage of Pagoria or something like that. No, I don't think so, dude. Any good? The tool to build apps with. Oh, so do you think there might be like a legit emulator on there then, perhaps, too? Capcom had Monster Hunter Stories 1, but before the Switch PlayStation 4 port, the only way to play officially was Android version. I wouldn't have used BlueStacks login to my kit. Oh, right. So again, see, I'm not interested in any of that illegal shit. Playing things that you shouldn't be fucking playing. I couldn't give less fucks about something like that. I just want a legit thing that doesn't come with all that. You think there would be something on the Google store, wouldn't you? A Windows 11 or 10, whatever it is. This is how you play your games on your PC. If you're not a dodgy, robbing bastard. Oh, it's Light of Motoram, the one that everyone's banging on about like it's Sony going to get upset. And like literally, I've never heard anything dafter. Yeah. It's nothing like a fucking Horizon. Like, literally nothing like a fucking Horizon, right? No, I haven't. No, I do know about it, yeah. I don't know what you got your bee in the bonnet about that, mate, Mario. It's nothing like fucking Horizon, dude. Talk about some fucking reaching, dude. It's like Call of Duty getting upset about Wolfenstein. I really don't think it's going to happen, mate. You know what I mean? I don't think they own, the rights to a bit of digital fucking shenanigan dinosaur shenanigans. I really don't. I mean, I'm pretty sure probably Nintendo looked at Monster and sorry, not Monster Hunter, Horizon Zero Dawn and things and thought, interesting. Yeah, Monster Hunter Night, yeah. There's a couple of big ones coming out. They all look like quite high. The thing is, it's getting harder and harder to tell. So some things actually look like they're quite high production values, aren't they? But it turns out that actually it's a lot of off-the-shelf. Some reasonably skilled people can take Unreal Engine now and a little bit of backing money, go and get some quite nice assets off various stores and put together a game that actually looks pretty freaking cool, dude. These engines are pretty snazzy these days. And whether or not the game actually plays well, or is more importantly even a good game, of course, are two very different things. But there's quite a lot of things that look like, holy shit, this is almost like worthy of like, a Sony first-party production, right? The weird times we live in, mate. You're right, Dave. How are you, man? I'm all for it. I mean, if someone wants to come along and actually make an even better Horizon Zero Dawn, then fucking go for it, dude. But I know they're not going to, because Guerrilla Games are masters of their art. If I was the developer, the one company I would not be trying to fucking emulate in any way, shape, or fucking form would be, well, two of them. It would be the Monster Hunter team, and it would be Guerrilla Games. You are fucked, because they know what they're doing, dude. Both at a technical level and I think at a creative level. There's nothing going to knock Monster Hunter off its throne. What was that bloody thing on PC that's a sack of shit? Everyone's banging on about what a revolutionary game it was going to be because it was Monster Hunter but on PC. What was it called? Piece of shit. It's like an AliExpress Monster Hunter. PlayStation even appears to support the copycat with its Chinese accounts on Weibo Billboard, providing the trial even sees more. Yeah, there's nothing fucking like it, dude. It's Sony. It's like this Pal World thing, isn't it? There's nothing like fucking Horizon. It's like a robot. Oh, it's got robot dinosaurs. It's fucking a fucking joke. Yeah, Dauntless. That was it called. Yeah, Dauntless. That was shit. Yeah. Well, how the fuck did you get 7 days to die from a fucking Monster Hunter clone? The fuck, dude? Yeah, it has. Yeah, I saw that actually. Yeah, Powell's got a massive update, hasn't it? Yeah, they've added loads to it. It's a good game. I did enjoy it. I just, you know, it was too repetitive in the dungeons for me. And that was the one thing. I felt like I'd seen everything I was really going to see. Good game, though. I certainly don't begrudge the money I spent on it. It's like there you go. I mean, so Sony are literally promoting it because presumably it's going to be a PlayStation game. So Sony are clearly don't give a fuck because it's nothing like fucking Horizon Zero Dawn. Things similar to Monster Hunter and God Eater, which is, let's be honest, shit. Takeda, never heard of it. Wild Hearts, what? But they're not though, are they? Let's be honest. Let's be honest, you're playing an inferior version of Monster Hunter, aren't you? I'm not quite sure how powerful this PlayStation 5 Pro enable. Well, it'll probably get rid of that horrendous micro stutter that it has, hopefully. You're going to play Monster Hunter with me, Mario, when it launches? Monster Hunter, what's it called? Wilds. I don't know. Jesus Christ. There's so many fucking good games coming out. We've got Path of Exile 2. Right? That's going to keep everyone going over Christmas, isn't it? We've got... I'm sure Monster Hunter Wilds launches in, like, February, doesn't it? We've got Stalker 2, which is just sitting there. We're just waiting for it to be ready to play on PC, aren't we? Because it's a bit of a mess at the minute. So there's 3 straight away. We've got Avowed, which I think is launching, and I'm sorry, but Microsoft, you need to sort your shit out. I'm pretty sure Avowed is launching around the exact same time, right, that Monster Hunter Wilds is launching. Dude, that's a bad idea, bro. That's a really bad idea, mate. And then later on in the year, we've got GTA 6, haven't we? 100 quid for what? Why are you spending 100 quid on it, dude? What the fuck, dude? It's not 100 quid, is it? DEI. Hang on, where are you getting that from? The only thing that is even remotely woke or this diversity, DEI bullshit, right, is that they've seen pronouns in the character creator, right? As far as I know, there is nothing else to worry about, is there? Unless you know more than I do, right? It's just got some pronouns. You know what you could do? You could just fucking ignore them, couldn't you? Like I ignored them in all the games that have got them. I don't really care, you know? It'd be nice if games got to the point where my character actually got called his name. But there's an evolution that we were talking about earlier in computer games. We were talking about AI, wasn't it? You know, like when an NPC is talking to you. But what was the game, right? Where if you chose, I think it was an EA game, and although I couldn't have Grumble, I could have, say, I don't know, like George. And when I was in dialogue scenes with NPCs, I could choose names, couldn't I? Was it like Mass Effect or something like that? Did they have that? So all the voice-acted dialogue, they'd included like all these names, hadn't they? You could choose them at character creation. So your character would actually get called by their name. That was kind of cool. And I suppose with the advent of AI tech now, you know, maybe I'll get to play a game where the characters call me Grumble, as in voice-acted Grumble. That'd be kind of cool, right? Stalker 2, yeah, I did mention there was like an 8 or 9 gig update earlier, but is that the actual patch we were waiting for? Because I'm sure it wasn't supposed to launch until like next week. I wonder if this is another one. You're buying the big dick. So what do you get for the big dick edition? What's the difference between that and like, you know, the normal 40, 50 quid edition? What are you getting from it? Do you think they're going to make GT walk a bit slow for the snowflakes? Not sure I get it. I assume we're talking about Grand Theft Auto 6, right? A van creator director said in an interview he wants to see your crusty old white man. This was ages ago, though, wasn't it? This has all been blown massively out of proportion, right? This was a tweet. What's that got to do with Avowed, man? You know, there's loads of people that work on video games that are fucking absolute fucking idiots, right? So why are we judging an entire game based on some dude's tweet? Do you see my point, Grady? The hate has to stop, dude. Let's not worry about the morons that work on the games, because for every moron, there's probably some really cool people that have worked on Avowed, right? Why don't we just judge Avowed when it comes out? Do you know what I mean? It doesn't matter whether it's the lead director, the narrative director. It doesn't make any difference. The game could still be a really good game. You know, for all we know, we might be a flat earther, vegan. I don't give a shit about what his worldviews are, as long as the game's good. You know, I really don't give a shit. There's loads of people work on games, and I'm sure there's an asshole in every production team. Probably apart from Hello Games, actually. But I bet they're all a really cool bunch. So I don't really worry about it, man. But he put out a tweet, didn't he? Saying that there were too white... He said there were too many old, white, crusty men in the business. And he specifically stated, help me replace them, didn't he? That's what got me in a spot of trouble. But that's been netted up because of the original statement to Elon Musk, where Elon was saying, you know, these big corporate games developers are, you know, infesting the gaming world with wokeness, or whatever the fuck he said, and he's gonna make his own team that, you know, his own ex-affiliated team that will make computer games that aren't crap. and that was born out of the fact that a screenshot was leaked that Avowed had pronouns in the character creator, and the creative director of Avowed tweeted out something like, if that's bothering you, I can't wait to see the other stuff I've added to the game, implying that if you're worried about some pronouns, you know, you're really not going to like the rest of it. And it's all been blown massively out of proportion. I don't give a shit. You can have your little spat on Twitter all you want. He's had to delete his Twitter account, so obviously Microsoft have already said, excuse me, mate. So he's probably lost his job over it, which is bad enough, right? And it doesn't mean Avowed's a bad game. I haven't played it. I'm pretty sure no one has played it. You know, it might be good. It might be a really good game. And just because some asshole on the team decided to be a dick on Twitter, you know, I'm not going to throw it under the bus, mate. Yeah. what I think, Sky, based on what you said there, what I think developers need to start understanding is that their video games are not a platform for their own ideologies. Keep the fucking game separate to your own bullshit. You know, it might be your personal account, and you might be putting on there, the tweets on this post are of my own beliefs that are not representative of Microsoft. How about you have a modicum of responsibility and respect Not for the company that pays your wages necessarily, but for the other people that work on the team. Because just because you're a raving fucking lunatic asshole doesn't mean that you have to tell everybody else about it on Twitter, does it? And you know, it's a sad thing that people will throw a game under the bus based on one fucking lippy twat. And I'll stand by that. Maybe the VAD will be a sack of shit. And it will be invaded with all sorts of crazy woke wank, right? I don't know because I've not played it. I'll judge it when I see it, right? £100 edition of Monster Hunter Wilds is a deluxe plus the cosmetic pass for the upcoming content. And since I like Monster Hunter, I'm willing to pay for it. So what do you get then? So you're basically paying up front for the expansion like Iceborne, which we had with Monster Hunter World, and a cosmetic pass. Yeah, fuck that. I ain't paying that. I'll get the expansion when and if it comes out. When it comes out, I'm not paying up front. That's not happening. Especially not for cosmetics. So far, the Stalker patch has fixed the economy and toned down the Bloodsucker's armor and regen. Really? Nice. That's interesting. They did say, didn't they, that the Bloodsucker's issue wasn't the health. It was based on some errors with the armor calculations, wasn't it? Elon banging on about companies. Yeah, I think that's what made people. I'm sure his tweet specifically mentioned large corporate gaming publishers or developers, which was quite funny that he then said, "Oh, well, I'm going to make one." You know, as the owner of Tesla and X. And it did seem a little bit strange, though, I must admit. Patched out the money glitch, much to your annoyance. Oh, really? The thing is, though, I'm pretty sure, right, there's probably a mod on the Nexus where if you just wanted to say 5,000 coupons, you could just, like, you know, get it, right? Can't imagine that would be hard, right? Believe me. Yeah, there you go, Sky. It's like I said, I mean, I don't worry about it. At the end of the day, right, a good game's a good game, isn't it? I don't really care who made it. I don't really care how it got made. Good games are getting... They're like rocking all shit at the minute. They're not easy to come by, are they? You know, well, maybe I should say exceptional games. I mean, there's quite a lot of good games. But exceptional games. You know, I'm not saying that... I mean, even grinding gear games. You know, I don't know who works on GGG. You know, it's like everyone loves GGG, don't they? But, you know what I'll say about that? Everyone loves CD Projekt Red as well, didn't they? Until Cyberpunk fucking 2077 launched. They could do no harm, could they? CD Projekt Red, they were the saving grace of PC gaming. They had a wonderful store. You know, fantastic policies around DRM. You know, they brought you the Witcher series. You know, they were the holy grail. You know, put them up on a pedestal. And then Cyberpunk happened, and everyone hated them. So, yeah, you know, what goes around sometimes comes around and all the rest of it. And I don't care. Just make good games. I don't give a shit who made it. I really don't. I don't care if AI was involved. I don't give a fuck. Just give me a good game, dude. A good game at a good price. I'm a happy camper, mate. Proper happy camper. I don't care what your religion is, what your political beliefs are, or even if you're a twat. Make me a good game. You get my money, mate. That's it. I don't need to meet you. I don't need to wine and dine you. I don't need to have anything to do with you. All right? I'm just going to play your game, dude. Now, the exception to that is Randy Pitchford. Who is an absolute fucking asshole. And I've got to admit, as much as Borderlands 4 may or may not be a good game, I'm extremely concerned with my ability to actually have anything to do with that game, because I really don't like that, man. He gives me the proper e-beating jaleeblis, and I've spent a lot of time looking into that, man, as well. There is something seriously off with that, dude, I'm telling you. I suppose it will be a later thing, not part of the £100 thing. So, Anderson, what are you getting for it then? Hang on, I'm confused. Expansion. What do you mean by expansion? What do you mean by an expansion in Monster Hunter? So what was the equivalent of that in Monster Hunter World? Sorry, when you said expansion, I thought you meant like the DLC Iceborne. So I'm none the wiser as to what you're spending £100 on, to be honest. Repair costs are led by... Whoa, that's massive, dude. Repair costs lowered by 70. Jesus Christ, dude. Artifacts have been buffed and worth selling. I must admit, I found all the artifacts I found, but I always thought it was because it was early game. They were all shit. Considering the amount of radiation damage I was taking, that they added like such a minuscule amount of additional. I mean, what was it, like 2 kilograms weight? Like completely not worth the hassle, right? So I just left them in my box. In fact, what's quite funny about that is I said I'd leave them in the box like for a rainy day, didn't I? Is that? It's like a piggy bank. You know, like my sort of stalker savings. So I've got my coupons that I spend on my day-to-day things and some upgrades and repairs, and all my artifacts I keep in a little section of my stash for a rainy day. You know, cash my chips in when I retire as a stalker. We need more Pal Worlds. I enjoyed Pal World, Greggy. I really enjoyed it. It was a breath of fresh air. I love the bright, vibrant colours, the animations. You know, so a game that, for all intents and purposes, was not my cup of tea at all, dude. Really not my sort of genre. But every once in a while, I like to play something that's new. And I can honestly say, dude, I had it free on Game Pass, and it played like a sack of shit. So I bought it on Steam, and it played like a dream. And I thoroughly enjoyed the game. However, I didn't get a huge amount of time out of it. But I don't begrudge a single penny. I really don't. I thought it was a really fun game. Thoroughly enjoyed it. GG, you already played that hand and we'll see what we'll get. Well, we hope so. I mean, you know, I can't possibly. The thing is, I didn't see how Cyberpunk was going to be a fucking disaster, to be honest. But I suppose in hindsight, we should have known, really, shouldn't we? It's a lot for CD Projekt Red to have taken on. I mean, Path of Exile 2 is just Path of Exile 1, isn't it? It's just new changes, new graphical overhaul. You know, it's not a massive departure from what they know as a team, is it? So we know we're in pretty solid hands with that. I mean, when you go from The Witcher, which is a big open world, and it wasn't even that purely open either, was it, when you think about it? You know, with a couple of mobs running around to a fully... I mean, let's be honest, you know, it's one of the hardest things to get right. And, you know, there's a reason we don't get a lot of Grand Theft Autos. And, you know, a lot of those other games that are big open worlds, you know, with traffic simulation and things like... What was it? What was Ubisoft's game? Aiden Pierce, whatever his fucking name was. What was it? Watch Dogs. Things like that, you know? They must be immeasurably complicated to make them get right. You know, very much outside of Cyberpunk's, or CD Projekt Red's comfort zone with The Witcher, right? But it was good. It's a great game there. Bit of a Hello Games sort of story, isn't it? Oh, was that someone waving at me? Who's that? I'm so sorry. You waved and I missed you. When Welcome came out, they did Standard and Deluxe. Iceborne then did the same Standard and Deluxe. So I still don't get what you're getting for Deluxe outside of some cosmetics. What do you mean by the expansion? So what was Monster Hunter World's expansion if it wasn't Iceborne? I still don't see what you're paying all that extra. You're paying like double the cost of the game, aren't you? You know what I mean? Not sure. I'm still not sure where the second copy of the game's monetary value is going. I mean, I'm not having a go. If you want to pay £100 for a 50 quid game, fucking hell, be my guest, mate. But you know, I'm not really into cosmetics myself, so it doesn't make any difference. But I'm going to assume the expansion is something tangible. Yeah, but again, you're not answering the question, Mara. What was the expansion equivalent of Monster Hunter World? You just said that the Monster Hunter World did the same thing. So what was it? I don't give a fuck about the name. I'm asking, what are you getting for your money? They could call it fucking Tweedledum and Tweedledee for all I fucking care. Right? What I want to know is, what am I getting for another 50 fucking quid? So it was Iceborne. So fucking hell, Jesus Christ, you listen to anything I fucking say? We just gone around in a big fucking circle, dude. So you are paying for that DLC then? Jesus Christ, dude, you're fucking hard work today. So you're just paying up front for the expansion. Yeah, call it whatever you fucking want. But you're just paying for, you know, whether a year later, 6 months later. Nah, that seems reasonable then. Yeah, because I mean, I don't know how much Iceborne was on launch, but I assume, I don't know, how much was it? Probably a fair old whack, wasn't it? I did enjoy the beta, man. I really enjoyed that beta. It was like really hard to stop playing it, Mario. Because I think it was only open. Well, it was a few days, wasn't it? But I was so wanting to put some more time in. I just thought, no. I know Dr. Gnosis didn't even play it. He wants to go in completely blind. I know the Indiana Jones game launching next week for the early access. The embargo is like literally a couple of hours before the launch, isn't it? The early access. I'm still not entirely convinced that game. Well, it's fucked, isn't it? It's just like no one's going to be playing an Indiana Jones game next weekend. I just see it being a complete and total flop, to be honest. I'm not even sure like why we're getting an Indiana Jones game. It seems a very strange IP to have created a game out of. I mean, it certainly looks interesting from a technical standpoint. You know, Harrison Ford looks pretty Bobby Dazzler in it, but I don't know, man. I'm not. I should imagine the vast majority of people will play it on Game Pass, and everyone else will be playing Path of Exile, right? I'm just not sure who the target audience for Indiana Jones is. Do you know what I mean? I'm really not. Oh shit, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to shoot you. I'm really sorry. Gosh. Whilst Premium Edition is a base game, Deluxe Pack Premium stuff, then 2 cosmetic DLC packs you can purchase later with extra layered armors and things. Oh, layered armor. What's layered armor? Is that where I can make it look like something, like a transmog? Did I not start playing about with that in Monster Hunter World, Mario? I don't know where to go. The thing is, right, I really like the sword and board. But I couldn't believe how strong that... I played that bow a little bit on stream and a little bit off stream, Mario. That bow was ridiculous, bro. I don't know whether all Monster Hunters have felt like that with the bow, but that thing seemed to be like easy mode, dude. It really did. You know, I assumed the bow was going to come with like all sorts of issues, you know, because like you're at range. But shit, it was ripping through things, dude. Again, I suppose, who knows? I mean, who knows how they buffed things and... You know, it was only a beta, wasn't it? Yeah, I wasn't trying to imply, to be fair, that GGE was going to be a repeat of Cyberpunk. I'm just saying that you never know, do you? I think we all know Path of Exile 2. Outside of day one launch shenanigans, it is going to be... I don't think anyone's worried about it at all, are they? I don't foresee any issues right now with the Path of Exile product. I think if you like Path of Exile, you're going to love Path of Exile 2. I think if you're looking for something like a step up maybe from Diablo, you're going to go for Path of Exile 2. And the fact that it's free just makes it even more of a no-brainer, doesn't it? Although you might have to wait 6 months to get to play it free, but... I wonder how much it is on PlayStation. You know, like if you're PlayStation 5 Pro in the UK, what would it cost you to get early access? Because that's going to be through the PlayStation Store. What are they charging? The Wild's bow is so flaming good for weak spot here. Is it really? It was. I couldn't believe how good it felt, dude. And the thing is, I didn't know how to use it either, Mario. So you got to remember, I was a bow user who didn't even know. I didn't even know how to reload the freaking gun at one point, bro. But it did. It felt awesome, dude. You're 18 miles off the Orange Coast with a... Oh, how did the general election go yesterday? What, wasn't it a complete fucking, like, shit? It's going to take us weeks to form a government. Well, weren't they all, like, quite level pegging? Have we got an outcome yet for Ireland? If you get up to Monster Hunter World Iceborne, though, I need to mod in my PlayStation 4 World Transmog outfit. Could you not port over your... Is it not like... I thought it was all like cross-platform or cross-play. Is that not the case then, Mary? Can you not just like play your PlayStation version on your PC? I thought you could. I'm going to assume from that... Oh, is it because that's monetary? And then that doesn't follow you over? Because you've had to actually buy it like with real world coin, etc. Or... Jesus, man, this side damage is brutal, dude. It really is, man. I love Goober, man. Goober's the best deviant, dude. I know people like the hounds and things, but Goober is just such an all-round good deviant. He heals me, he gets rid of my side damage, he acts as cover. He's just awesome, dude. I really need to get a blue one. I'd love to get like a special Goober, man. So every version is saved. Like, oh, really? Oh, I actually thought... what about Monster Hunter Rise? Wilds? Will that change, Mario? Oh, that's a shame, dude. I thought Capcom nailed that. You like your butterfly? Yeah, the butterfly just opens up weak spots, though, doesn't it? It just increases damage to weak spots. I don't feel like it's got, like, you know... It only does one thing, and that is it does combat, doesn't it? I feel like there's so many other things that the Goober is able to do. Like I said, cover, the heal over time, less consumables to worry about using. I don't need any extra combat power when I'm out doing quests. Now in dungeons, I will switch to the Hound. But I think you know, for the vast majority of my time for the first few weeks is spent out and about. I think I'd be mad to use anything else. Because like everything's so easy to kill anyway. I mean, I can go into like a level 29 zone with tier 1 gear and I'm still killing everything. And then this just gives me that constant top up. That does almost seem a bit OP, to be honest. What is this? Is this anything I'm supposed to do? Oh. Is that just a bit laggy? Donald and Nelson. Jesus Christ. So hang on. So this time next week, we'll be playing Path of Exile 2, won't we? How freaking crazy is that, dude? Dude, that's mad, bro. I reckon we play some more Path of Exile 1 tomorrow morning. I reckon we sort of continue the journey thus far, right? Oh, there's a little hole in the fence there. Well, which is disappointingly not going to allow me through unless I crouch. Invincible. What's the Invincible Sun one? Yeah, but again, it's just a combat one, though. It's like the butterflies, isn't it? They're combat only, right? And I don't need any enhanced power in combat when I'm just out in the world. I could go to, like, the highest level area in low-level gear. I don't need any more DPS, really. And let's be honest, the uptime on them's not enough anyway to really make that count. They're great in condensed silos and things. But just being able to pop him down and just get like a little top up heal, it's just so easy, man. Squawk code 7700 on your transponder and hope the sea is calm and warm. Wow, what's happened? You got to make an emergency landing. What? Why do you keep getting battery faults? I want to know, is this a bug or is he just bought like an AliExpress Cessna? Well, why? This is like the 3rd plus time you've had a battery fault on your plane, yeah? Is this part of the simulation? And like, I don't know, like the global battery market's just become a little bit iffy. Are you sure you're not doing something? Like it don't seem right, dude. I mean, I can understand, like, if you were playing, like, a career mode and it's inherently, like, built into that mission that there's going to be some technical issues. Like, you pass through, like, a storm or something. But it does seem to be happening a lot, bro. Cheers, Doc. Cheers, Shades. Check the fuse box. You want a bit of duct tape and a little bit of, like, foil from your Kit Kat. You'll soon reconnect it, mate. Last time I ran out of fuel legitimately, didn't know the restart procedure. This time it's an actual fault as I bought a cheap set. So it actually is. So because you bought a cheap plane, it's more prone to failure. Jesus Christ, remind me never to fly Cascal Airways, man. Bloody hell, dude. I'd love to play it, mate. We've got to get that Roadster. Cascal, did you buy Expedition, a Mud Runners game, dude? Do you own it? Because I'm pretty sure that's cross-platform play, right? You need the run to repair the plane. Well, your battery's just died. 18 miles off the coast of Ireland. I mean, to be fair, it's kind of cool, right? I mean, better it happens in the simulator than the real world, but it is kind of cool. I mean, all your little stories that you're sharing with us are actually pretty awesome, dude, to be fair, mate. Flight Simulator is not exactly known for its riveting gameplay, really, is it? You know what I mean? You know, it's a beautiful game, you know, flying over areas and sightseeing. I'm not trying to take anything away from that, but it's not exactly, you know, minute to minute riveting, is it? But if something happens, like you've got a fault, it certainly adds to the, you know, the complexity of the game and the fun, right? And this is how we are now. You see that what I've just said there. This is where you become a Star Citizen cult member. You are making excuses. This game is absolutely shit, but I'm going to pretend that somehow it's making it more fun, okay? And it's the only way you can deal with the fact that you bought a shit product, right? Yeah, I know how it feels, mate. I'll get you a hug later, mate. The only difference is that yours is probably actually part of the game, whereas Star Citizen literally just doesn't work. Oh dear me! I need to get back to Star Citizen. I really do. I need to know. I need to recall what it's like to fly around in the shit. That magical moment as you walk out into that hangar into your glistening, godlike, freaking, fully set up, fully automated cargo doors. And as we stroll in, roleplay walk, do a systems check, call ATC, and head off out into the Stanton system. And then it crashes the desktop, and I rage for 10 minutes. Or we could go walk around that Polaris that Darth's got. I would like to see that. Yeah, I saw you say Expeditions, yeah. I only played through a small amount. Yeah, I was the same dude. I think Expeditions is only going to be a viable game in multiplayer. To be honest, I think as a solo experience, it's just going to be shit in it. The A2A Cessna used to record everything in the sim. You had to check for water in the fuel and check oil levels and colour. The propeller wheels had to be changed as they got worn. Hang on, what's that in Gimmer? Is that in? Are we talking about in the career mode in 2024? Or are you talking about like in something like a mod for the previous product? You need to experience the dark. Oh, God, do you remember that dark? Oh, my God, that was so bad. I think we were in the Carrack, weren't we? There's quite a few of us, weren't there? And we'd got... What were they called? What are those tiny little ships called? Oh, shit. Fury. The Furies. And I think Baz or a few others had got quite a few Furies on their account. They bought packs, hadn't they? Like triple packs. And we got all the Furies on Darth's Carrack, if I remember. And you know, he brought up the Carrack, didn't he, to Bounty in the asteroid field. And we all walked through the ship. We got into our Furies. Everyone took off in sort of sequence, like straight out of fucking like something like Battlestar Galactica, wasn't it, dude? And we all got in line, didn't we? In position. And I said the infamous words, something along the lines of, "Oh my fucking god, this is amazing." As everyone started accelerating towards the bounty from a standing position, and I engaged the throttle just a small amount and immediately exploded in a ball of fire. From an invisible asteroid that everyone else had managed to avoid, right? God damn it, dude. Good luck, Caskell. Good luck, mate. It'll be fine. Don't worry about it. You don't need electricity on a plane. Oh, it's a paid aircraft. Oh, really? Yeah. So it's one of the ones you could buy externally from the product itself. Cool stuff, man. That sounds awesome, actually. I forgot about FSX, actually. I totally forgot about that. Jesus. There's a name I've not seen anyone mention for a while. Right. Well, I don't know, boys. I don't know. I don't know what to say to you. I think everyone's just sort of treading water now, waiting for Path of Exile 2, really, aren't they? I see some lives being consumed by that game over the Christmas period. It's weird. Everyone's talking about, you know, all these end game things. I just think it looks beautiful. I thought the animations were so cool. I just think it's ever going to get old, man. And I got to admit, WASD adds so much to the game. It really did. When I saw that big hulking warrior with that two-handed like sledgehammer, just watched a few minutes last night, and watching him sort of like walking backwards and strafing around. God, it looks so cool, dude. It really did. It's just like, shit, man. This is what we've been waiting for, isn't it? An actual evolution of the ARPG kind of... Even something as simple as the movement, right? It just looks like it's going to feel amazing. Might get a bit of getting used to, I'm sure, but... I'm just trying to think. I mean, we've cleared up some quests, haven't we? What I might do tomorrow is run up to Thames. So I'll have a teleport on cooldown. We'll pop up... Shit, hang on. What am I doing here? We'll pop up to Thames. And I think at the very least... I mean, my gear I don't really care about. But I think we'll make an anabasis. What do I need? I mean, the steel ingot's not a problem. Fireproof plastic, not a problem. And obviously the bronze ingot's not a problem. It's just steel. I mean, I might need some more vanadium crystals, right? Yeah, I could easily move into tier 3. Let's just have a look at the shelterer hat. We can make that tier, yeah. The armor tier 3 won't be a problem. Where's the shelterer set? Yeah. Got plenty of... Yeah, we're quids, dude. Yeah, we broke the back of it today. Well, we got some nice, you know... Well, reagents, crafting reagents all set up, haven't we? The A2A made study level aircraft. They were great. Did you buy that, Gimmer? Are you playing MS 2024, Gimmer? Well, what's your thoughts on it, dude? Just trying to think. Can I make a fridge? I don't think I can I? I needed... Yeah. Oh, steel. It's just steel. What time is it? 10 past 3. I fancy getting some steel bubbled up ready for tomorrow, guys. Bad manners, 4 minutes away. What I could do... What about... Iron. Yeah, I'll tell you what. Having these annotations remaining from season to season. That is chef's kiss. I love that, dude. This is my original iron spawn point. Look. Freaking tons of it everywhere, mate. Oh, God, so good. So good, dude. I suppose I better start. I mean, it'd be nice to see it all day one, but I think what I might do, I might treat myself to a little behind-the-scenes peek of Path of Exile 2 classes. I mean, I'd like to play... I would like to play a ranged shooty class. I think someone mentioned the mercenary earlier. It's the dude with the crossbows. I'm thinking of like, do you reckon I could make like a Van Helsing style character in Path of Exile 2? So I'm thinking like twin crossbows, maybe, you know, switching out to like even like a, swords, maybe? I'm not saying I'd ever do it, but what about a sort of Van Helsing-y style character? With twin crossbows rather than... Oh, yeah. What about if we sort of turn him into like a bit of a deviant Helsing, like a necromantic Van Helsing? Do you reckon we could do that? Twin crossbows and minions. Oh my god, X-Plane 11. Jesus, dude. I tried to do some of the tutorials in Microsoft Flight Sim 2024 Gimmer. And, but I'm on controller, dude. Oh, I can't play that game on controller. I can't. I can play any game on a freaking controller, bro. But I can't play Flight Sim. It's just fucking awful, dude. It feels like those analog sticks is way too sensitive. I really need to look into changing them a great deal. I've got a YouTube video that goes through some of the controller changes. I think I'm going to need to, but I might have to go auto trim and all sorts. 20 refined parts. If you do this, look, if you go to the map plot and you go over these things, I don't know if I can show you because... How do you do it, dudes? Yeah, if you have a look at that and press control, look, you can actually see the types of things you get. Now, I'm not sure. Aren't refined parts something you get from scrapping things? If that makes sense. But you should be able to see like a level equivalent. I don't know, dude, because I think this is more... What I'm doing here is more... Oh, there you go. Parts. But I don't know if that's what you're actually after, bro, mate. Because obviously you said refined, didn't you? But this is something that is quite easily overlooked, you know, each... You know, I think you're basically after the random scrap that gives you whatever you're after. Oh, that was it, Josh. Yeah. So don't forget, it's quite a nice system. And you just have to press control, dude. And then you can hover over it, you can see. And every single POI's got it. And normally that whole region or around that POI is very, very similar, so... It's not too bad a system. Oh, nice one, Caskell. Does that mean you can buy a non-shit plane now? Right, that's the iron done. Let's go and get this. We don't need a lot, do we? Let's go and get that little bit of iron. Pop back home. Not badly timed, actually. Are you, Gimmer, are you still playing New World? It means you can repair your shit plane. I got this impression it's going to be like, you know, Del Boy's freaking little. What was that? What's the name of those cars with the 3 wheels? What were they called? Is it a Reliant? Robin Reliant? Got this picture of your Trotter's Independent Trainer Cessna here, mate. I watched what was the plane? Do you remember the plane that had to land? Its front landing gear. Was twisted 90 degrees. Do you remember when they televised it coming down? I watched that on Twitter. I don't know, mate. Middle of this week. Jesus Christ, that was insane, bro. Absolutely, it was completely locked, wasn't it? It somehow got twisted. So instead of the wheels facing along the runway, they were turned 90 degrees, weren't they? And you could see it clear as day as it came down on the runway. That pilot was amazing, mate. His centre line was spot on when it did. I mean, he knew everything hinged on that first sort of like touchdown on that front wheel, didn't it? It was a thing of beauty, mate. What? Oh my god. Oh, hang on a minute. Can you not do iron in these, or do I need to unlock iron smelting? I might not have iron smelting. Not even sure where that would be. Basic gear. Here we go. Yeah, there we go. what we'll do tomorrow, we'll get a bit of iron up and running, and then we can start making. We can get the fridge going, can't we? Yeah, there we go. Steel. Just need to get some charcoal because these things are shit, aren't they? I've actually got any wood. I won't worry about it. We'll do it on electric. We'll convert to electric tomorrow. Playing it on and off. Not really playing much over other than. Oh, I thought you delved right back into New World, Gimmer. Oh, you've been coming off Priya Gablin. Oh, how come, dude? Oh shit, dude. I didn't know. Do you have to come off that stuff? That's the stuff they prescribed me, dude. I've never been so happy in my whole fucking life. I mean, it all began like around COVID, so like last 4 years, dude. So my lower right leg is in a perpetual state of feeling. I don't like talking about it because it brings it all back, man. It's like on fire, dude. Imagine what like someone's just literally tripped over and thrown boiling hot water all over the lower part of your leg, dude. That's how my leg feels all the time, mate. And it's fucking nightmare, dude. I wouldn't wish it on anyone. But Priya Gablin, dude, turns it off like a motherfucker, mate. The thing is, it's like loopy juice to me. I turned into some sort of mad Willy Wonka, mate. But it turns the pain off. The thing is with Priya Gablin, you can't just pop it. You can't say, oh, I just need an hour respite. It don't work like that, does it? You need to sort of keep taking it. It's something you take every day, you know, X amount of times, depending on, you know, what your prescription and doses, dude. And I can't function on it, mate. I can't. But fuck me, it's good shit, dude. Apparently, it's worth a mint on the streets, you know. If you've got like a prescription, like your local lads off the estate will buy it off you, mate. Sell it for a mint. I'm sorry to hear you've had to come off it. The other one's gabapentin, isn't it? I think they both work in a very similar way. Right, boys and girls, it's been glorious. Thank you all very much for helping out with Path of Exile. Obviously, a bit chill and slow on Once Human, but, you know, 48 hours straight on work. So, no sleep, somewhat sleep deprived. Probably should get some later. I should be back tomorrow morning at 8:15. We'll play some Path of Exile. Yeah, definitely play some Path of Exile tomorrow morning. And then we'll jump back to a bit more Once Human. Get our tier 3 gear going. And hopefully catch up with some of the other folks. But to everyone out there, Castle, safe line. Jabosh, you a happy birthday, mate. And obviously, Badass, I hope you're feeling a bit better. Sounds like you're having a rough time with it, mate. To everyone out there, stay safe. Lots of hugs to Mr. Trum as well. See you soon. Have a wonderful Saturday night.
There's a pyramid of power with eyes that can see it all. Cameras to capture your image in City Hall. Realize they listen whenever you make a call. If you want a revolution, I really give it to y'all. Strength is the army that bands against bands of dead presidents, determining the life of mankind. Of cancerous, how we breathe vapors. Greek got us blinking in streets like cheap paper. Assemble the masses, melt the plastic core line. Realign when the shit gets drastic. Lift the veil when the systems are masked. It's just another pyramid scheme, a government racket. Combined with the power. Charge Jurassic, Nation T-Rex with covert tactics. Rise from the ashes to back the ashes. Bring the madness. Capture your image in City Hall. Realize they listen whenever you make a call. If you want a revolution, I really give it to y'all. Strength is the army that bands against bands of dead presidents, determining the life of mankind. The cancerous, how we breathe vapors. Greek got us blinking in streets like cheap paper. city hall. Realize they listen whenever you make a call. If you want a revolution, I really give it to y'all. Strength is the army that bands against bands of dead presidents, determining the life of mankind of cancerous. How we breathe vapors, greed got us blinking in the streets with cheap paper. Assemble the masses, melt the plastic compound. Realign when the shit gets drastic. Lift the veil when the system's unmasked. It's just another pyramid scheme, a government racket. Combined with the power of Charles Jurassic. Nation T-Rex with covert tactics. Rise from the ashes, protect the atlas. Bring the madness.